Chapter 646. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, these people from Demon God Citadel had been sealed in this mysterious small world for so many years, so crystal stones had become a rare commodity for them. Although the world energy here wasn't thin, if one had enough crystal stones to assist their cultivation, the strength of the demon race cultivators would rapidly increase. However, after countless years, the number of crystal stones in Demon God Citadel had become less and less. Gradually, there weren't many left. The few dozen crystal stones that Li Rong had asked Guan to give to Yang Kai were the last of her personal savings. So when he heard that Yang Kai actually had crystal stones in his hands, Pan Lang couldn't help but be tempted. A trivial human cultivator, what qualifications does he have to use crystal stones? What do you want to do? The demon race cultivator suddenly realized the situation wasn't good. Pan Lang, don't try anything funny. Master Li has been taking good care of this human cultivator all this time. She made it clear that no one is to bully him. Who said I was going to bully him? Pan Lang coldly snorted. Who saw me bully him? The demon race cultivator hesitated, scratching his head as he thought for a while, hesitating. Pan Lang stared at the stone room for a moment before letting out a strange laugh. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai waited for Guan to order the girls to put down the food before sitting down at the table and wolfing it down. Guan spat disdainfully, a look of indignation filling her face. She didn't know why, but since 2 months ago, Master Li seemed to be taking good care of this human cultivator. The treatment he received made many of her clansmen jealous. She had asked Master Li why this was the case, but Master Li hadn't said anything. You won't die from overeating. Guan pouted, clearly envious. Yang Kai waved his hand. Let's eat together. There's so much I can't finish it all. Who cares? Guan snorted, turned around and walked out. Vaguely, Yang Kai heard the sound of her swallowing her saliva and couldn't help laughing. Judging from Guan attitude towards him these past few days, the food she sent him was definitely good stuff. Yang Kai also clearly felt that after eating these things, his flesh and blood were silently undergoing some subtle changes, developing in a good direction. Soon Yang Kai swept away all the things he had brought while the girls Guan had brought with her also cleaned up and left one by one. Yang Kai stretched and rested for a while. Full of energy, he plunged into the world of alchemy. After an unknown period of time, Yang Kai, who was refining pills in the stone room, suddenly perked up his ears. He heard some light footsteps outside, as well as the sound of someone breathing softly. That person was slowly creeping towards the stone chamber. Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned playful. He had been here for several months now, and although many of the cultivator from the demon race looked down on him, none of them had ever dared to come find trouble with him. So why was someone making an exception today? Moreover, there were quite a few people, a total of 6 or 7, all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator, the one leading them even having reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's expression didn't change, still calmly pouring his yuan qi into the pill furnace to condense the medicinal efficacies of the herbs inside. With a creak, the stone door was opened, and then 6 or 7 figures entered in a single file. After entering, they quickly closed the stone door. Yang Kai glanced up and saw that the one leading them was a young man with a hooked nose and a gloomy expression who was grinning at him. This young man's expression was a mix of contempt and disdain. Like most of the people from Demon God Citadel, he looked down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't pay him any mind, secretly shaking his head and ignoring this young man. Hey Pan Lang, this human is quite interesting. He's not afraid of us at all. One of the demon race cultivators called out in surprise. Heh, he thinks Master Li will protect him, so naturally he doesn't need to be afraid of us, Pan Lang sneered, saying so as he strode over to Yang Kai. When he arrived in front of Yang Kai, he squatted down and stared at Yang Kai with a sarcastic smile on his face. Yang Kai remained unmoved, still methodically pouring his yuan qi into the pill furnace in front of him to control the heat. This kind of disregard made Pan Lang a little annoyed, so he stretched out his hand and patted the pill furnace, pouring his yuan qi into it and instantly turning the herbs inside into charcoal. Human, you're quite arrogant. Pan Lang's mouth curled up, his expression filled with provocation. If you have something to say, then say it. Don't ruin my herbs. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at the young man indifferently. The herbs here belong to my Demon God Citadel. They don't belong to you, Pan Lang snorted. Yang Kai frowned, a trace of impatience appearing on his face. This young man was deliberately looking for trouble, so Yang Kai didn't have the patience to deal with him, coldly saying, "What do you want?" "Nothing, I just heard that you're an alchemist." Pan Lang stood up and looked around, after seeing the jade bottles placed to the side. His eyes couldn't help lighting up. "These are the pills you refined?" The pills Yang Kai refined during this time were all placed in these jade bottles. He had no intention of taking them for himself. After all the materials were provided by Demon God Citadel. He was already satisfied with using them to improve his alchemy skills. If Li Rong needed these pills, Yang Kai wouldn't mind giving them all to her. On top of that, they were all Earth grade and Heaven grade pills, so their grade wasn't high. Unexpectedly, Pan Lang suddenly stared at them. The people from the demon race behind him rushed up and picked up the jade bottles, opening them and sniffing them, a look of joy appearing on their faces. "The grade isn't bad, Heaven grade pills are still useful to us." Pan Lang waved his hand. "Take them." The people from the demon race were overjoyed and immediately divided up the jade bottles. "These are for your master Li. If you take them, how can I explain it to her?" Yang Kai frowned. "I don't care how you explain it, you can say you took them yourself or failed to refine them, you can at least make up a reason, right?" Pan Lang sneered. "Not only will I take the pills this time, but you'll also have to leave half of the pills you refined for me, otherwise haha." A strong sense of threat suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's eyes. "If this kind of thing were to be known by Master Li, I'm afraid you'll be in a lot of trouble, right?" Yang Kai smiled. "If you dare tell anyone, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Pan Lang coldly snorted, seeing Yang Kai remain silent. He thought Yang Kai was afraid of him, so he shook his head proudly. "Human, I also heard that Master Li rewarded you with a lot of crystal stones. Obediently take them out if you don't want to suffer." Saying so, he stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded, slowly standing up and saying, "I understand, you really are here to look for trouble." "So what?" Pan Lang sneered. "You're just a human. What qualifications do you have to enjoy such treatment?" "I, Pan Lang, am the future pillar of Demon God Citadel. Only I am qualified to enjoy it." "With your little strength?" Yang Kai shook his head and cracked his neck. "Very well, I haven't fought for several months now. It's rare for someone to come knocking on my door and help me stretch my muscles. I can't waste your good intentions." Pan Lang's expression froze as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement, only recovering after a while. "You want to fight us?" Yang Kai nodded. The demon race cultivator seemed to have heard some kind of joke and burst into laughter, Pan Lang even laughing out loud, pointing to Yang Kai as he shouted to his clansmen, "Did you hear that clearly? He actually wants to fight with us, haha. A human actually wants to fight with our ancient demon clan. He really doesn't know the meaning of death. Let me teach him a lesson." Behind Pan Lang, a burly demon race cultivator stepped forward and said with a smile, "Humans have always been arrogant. They don't understand the situation in front of them. Then we'll teach him a lesson." Pan Lang's smile faded, his voice cold. Although Master Li had treated Yang Kai well in the end, he was still an outsider, and many of the human alchemists who had come here before had been taught a lesson by the demon race cultivators. Master Li had never asked about such matters, so as long as they weren't beaten to death, there wouldn't be any problems. So this time they were fearless, thinking that Yang Kai was the same as those human alchemists from before. The burly demon race cultivator pointed to Yang Kai and curled his finger, contemptuously saying, "I'll let you attack first. Then you won't have the chance." Yang Kai sneered. As soon as these words left his mouth, a loud bang rang out from inside the stone room and the burly demon race cultivator's body was sent flying backwards like a cannonball, directly hitting the stone wall a few dozen meters away, creating a large crater. The surrounding stone wall instantly began to crack like a spider web, the force of the rebound causing the demon race cultivator to fall to the ground and roll several times before coming to a stop. Pan Lang and the other demon race cultivators' eyes narrowed, the smiles on their faces instantly becoming stiff. When they turned to look at Yang Kai again, their expressions became dignified. The blow just now was not only fast, but also surprisingly powerful, almost comparable to the strength of their demon race cultivator. "Seems you have some skill," Pan Lang said with a look of surprise, looking Yang Kai up and down, not at all worried about his companions. "No wonder you're so arrogant." "Not bad indeed." The others nodded in agreement. Yang Kai frowned, looking at the demon race cultivator that he had sent flying with a suspicious expression. He was well aware of the strength of his attack. With the cultivation of that demon race cultivator, he should have fainted on the spot after receiving such a blow. However, he suddenly discovered that this was not the case. The demon race cultivator that had been sent flying actually coughed a few times and stood up shakily, his expression faintly showing some pain, but also anger. "How do you feel?" Pan Lang asked. The demon race cultivator touched his body and said in a low voice, "A row of broken ribs, but it's not a big deal. If it's not a big deal, then teach him a lesson. We can't let him look down on us." Pan Lang snorted. "That's exactly what I was planning to do," the demon race cultivator replied, his tall and sturdy body bursting with unimaginable speed, closing in on Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. During the attack, Yang Kai could clearly see that a few pitch-black lines had suddenly appeared on the cultivator's face, making his already ferocious face look even more berserk. The appearance of those lines was extremely strange, crawling up his face like snakes. Following the appearance of those lines, the demon race cultivator's aura changed, his strength suddenly rising by a level. Chapter 647. Seeing the changes in this demon race cultivator before and after, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, but his heart was filled with surprise. These vein-like patterns were something he had seen on many demon race cultivators before, but there were also many who didn't, such as Li Rong, Guan and the others. At the very least, Yang Kai had never seen such patterns on their exposed skin. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that they didn't have them, but rather that they were similar to this demon race cultivator in front of him. Once these vein-like patterns appeared, the strength of this demon race cultivator would rise to a whole new level. The other party's momentum was unstoppable, but Pan Lang and the others all wore calm expressions as they gloated at Yang Kai's misfortune. Yang Kai took a deep breath and didn't try to dodge, instead unexpectedly colliding head-on with his opponent. Yang Kai deliberately checked how much this demon race cultivator's strength had improved. Hong. A loud bang rang out and a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept out from the center of the collision. Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, tumbling several times in the air before he managed to stabilize himself. The demon race cultivator was also forced back several steps. Although he tried to support himself, he failed and was forced back more than a dozen steps before he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Pan Lang and the others couldn't help staring at Yang Kai with wide eyes. Although there were very few humans in this mysterious small world, they all knew that the physique of the ancient demon clan was far superior to that of any other race. Even other members of the demon race couldn't compare to the ancient demon clan. But now, in a head-on collision, one of their companions was actually evenly matched with a human cultivator. Pan Lang was very annoyed and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing? You can't even take down a human?" The demon race cultivator who had fallen to the ground got up for the second time and shook his head, not caring about his injuries and broken bones as he muttered, "This little brat's physique is also very good. No matter how good your physique is, how can it compare to our ancient demon clans?" Pan Lang's face was ferocious. "You still have one more chance to prove yourself. If you fail again, you won't be qualified to work with me anymore. At that time, you will be demoted to an ordinary member. Don't worry, I'll deal with him properly this time." The cultivator of the demon race nodded solemnly. As he spoke, the veins on his face once again underwent an unusual change. The veins seemed to have melted and covered his entire face, making him look like he was wearing a mask. His expression was wooden, but his crimson eyes were emitting a cold killing intent. The first 2 times he returned without any results, he was already infuriated. Yang Kai hovered in the air watching with cold eyes. He was more and more surprised. It wasn't until this moment that he truly realized the strength of the cultivators from the demon race inside the mysterious small world. The demon race cultivator he had just fought with was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, the same as himself, but he was able to repeatedly increase his strength and momentum. This kind of method was simply astonishing. With his cultivation, if it were any other human cultivator in the outside world, after being hit by Yang Kai's first attack, they would have collapsed to the ground, but this young man was still full of vigor even after being hit twice in a row. The bodies of the ancient demon clan seemed to contain a terrifying amount of potential. From the attitude of Pan Lang and the others towards him, Yang Kai also realized that the cultivator of the ancient demon clan was a bloodthirsty and warlike existence. Even though his companions' ribs had been broken by him, not only did they not show any concern, they even repeatedly provoked him, wanting him to regain some face. This race really was very different from the human race, Yang Kai thought to himself as he shook his head. On the other side, the demon race cultivator once again launched an attack, the sound of air exploding suddenly resounding from beneath his feet as his burly body disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. His speed was so fast that his body began to fade away. Pan Lang nodded slightly. Demon crests have been activated a second time. This human boy is going to suffer a loss. As soon as his words fell, another loud bang rang out. The disappeared demon race cultivator reappeared. One of his legs raised high, pressing down on Yang Kai's shoulder. His expression was gloomy. His eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness as he released all of his strength. The several dozen meters below Yang Kai was instantly reduced to dust, but he remained motionless as he stared indifferently at the demon race cultivator. Under the latter's shocked gaze, Yang Kai grabbed his ankle and spun him around a few times before violently throwing him upwards. The demon race cultivator roared as Yuan Qi erupted from his body in an attempt to stop himself from rising, but before he could stabilize himself, he suddenly suffered a series of heavy blows to his chest and abdomen. Turning his head with difficulty, he saw that this human boy had actually been following him all this time, taking advantage of the fact that he was unable to stabilize himself to kill him. His pair of fists had been swung around so hard that their trajectories could not be seen clearly. From his fists, a pure and hot Yuan Qi burst forth, colliding with his demonic Qi, causing his demonic Qi to involuntarily produce an instinctive sense of fear. Hong hong hong. The sound of explosions rang out one after another as Yang Kai fiercely attacked. Although his face remained expressionless in his heart, he couldn't help admiring this demon race cultivator. Even a human transcendent wouldn't be able to withstand his barrage of attacks, but this demon race cultivator was actually able to do so. It wasn't until he landed on the ground that the demon race cultivator's eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Still stretching out his hands, he firmly grabbed onto Yang Kai's clothes, a look of defiance on his face. Yang Kai punched out again, landing a heavy blow on the cultivator's face. A few teeth flew out. This punch should be the last straw that broke the camel's back. As Yang Kai withdrew his fist, the demon race cultivator's momentum dissipated and he went limp, the demon crests on his face also quickly disappearing. Yang Kai slowly stood up and gloomily glanced over at Pan Lang and the others who were standing not far away. Even if one of their companions was being beaten like this, none of them showed any intention of helping, instead simply watching the show from the sidelines. However, whether it was Pan Lang or the other demon race cultivators at this moment, all of them wore looks of shock. They had never expected that this human cultivator's combat strength would be so high, and his bloody and direct fighting style was quite to their liking. Interesting, it seems we've all underestimated you. Pan Lang gently clapped his hands, but the one you defeated was the weakest one among us. You won't be so lucky next time. Saying so, Pan Lang motioned to another demon race cultivator, who immediately stepped forward. No need to go through so much trouble. All of you can just come at me together. Yang Kai shook his shoulders. For several months now, he had immersed himself in alchemy and hadn't fought with anyone, but now that he had a good fight, the fighting spirit in his body surged and his strength began to stir. He loved to fight. Especially when he fought with a strong opponent, this kind of feeling made him feel very comfortable. Pan Lang laughed loudly. We won't bully you like this. If it was a battle of life and death, then it would be a different matter. But this is just a lesson. There's no need for all of us to fight. Is that so? Yang Kai took a deep breath, no longer holding back his strength, fiercely bursting forth, his figure blurring as he rushed towards the group of demon race cultivators. The scorching hot Yuan Qi instantly enveloped them, and under Yang Kai's precise and subtle control, he simultaneously attacked the remaining 5 or 6 people. Pan Lang was furious. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. With an angry shout, demonic tattoos appeared on the necks of the 5 or 6 people, climbing up to their faces and covering their entire faces. Although their words sounded relaxed, Pan Lang and the others knew that Yang Kai wasn't easy to deal with. If they weren't careful, they could easily be knocked down by him, so when they attacked, they all used their full strength. What Pan Lang was most concerned about was that this human cultivator's Yuan Qi seemed to be able to restrain their demonic Qi, allowing him to deal with his clansmen with twice the result with half the effort. A chaotic battle quickly unfolded, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid even though he was fighting one against many. Instead, he was filled with excitement and fighting spirit. He had been suppressing himself for far too long, so he felt that if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to vent the boredom of the past few months, sooner or later he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and find someone to fight. The provocation of Pan Lang and the others was exactly what he wanted. A variety of exquisite martial skills were displayed inside the stone room, and Yang Kai thoroughly experienced the powerful combat strength of the ancient demon clan. As time passed by, the commotion gradually died down. Oh! When Guan pushed open the stone room's door, her pair of beautiful eyes shrank as she stared at the scene inside the stone room, dumbfounded for a moment. Over the past few months, Yang Kai had behaved quite well and didn't show any intention of escaping, so Guan naturally didn't need to monitor him all the time. Unexpectedly, such a big incident had occurred this time. 6 or 7 of her clansmen were lying on the ground miserably, and there were traces of battle everywhere in the stone room, as well as bloodstains. What happened? Guan called out in alarm and quickly rushed in to investigate the situation of her clansmen. After a quick examination, she found that all of them had suffered serious injuries, the worst of them having half of their bones broken. Even with the ancient demon clan's physique, it would take them at least half a year to fully recover from such an injury. The one with the lightest injuries had more than a dozen broken bones and his body was riddled with scars and wounds, making for a tragic sight. Pan Lang. After inspecting the last person, Guan covered her mouth in shock. Looking up, Guan suddenly discovered that Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on the bed, maintaining a meditative posture, and there were some traces of battle on his body. Although Guan didn't like Pan Lang in the end, these were still her clansmen. Yang Kai was obviously the culprit who had injured them, so Guan naturally wanted to ask him. But before she could rush over though, Master Li's voice suddenly reached her ears. Don't disturb him. He seems to be on the verge of breaking through. Call some people in and quietly carry Pan Lang and the others away. Master, but this place, I understand what happened. It was Pan Lang and the others who provoked us first. It wasn't his fault. And I understand. Guan nodded gently, staring at Yang Kai in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Listening to Master Li's tone, it seemed he really was the one who had injured Pan Lang and the others. Was this human brat really that strong? Chapter 648. 2 Chapters today. Inside the main hall of Demon God Citadel, Li Rong sat at the head of the table, surrounded by many of Demon God Citadel's high-level figures. These people were the strongest group of people with the highest status besides the 4 great commanders. Among them, a pale-faced old man with a third-order transcendent cultivation angrily shouted, Master Li, that human brat actually dared to commit a crime in Demon God Citadel, injuring 7 of my clan's disciples. He must pay the price. That's right. Another second-order transcendent old man also stepped forward and angrily said, a trivial human actually dares to act so arrogantly. Master Li is benevolent and has given him great benefits and treatment, but he doesn't know how to be content, and instead acts arrogantly. It's time we teach him a lesson and make him understand who is in charge here. The others all nodded in agreement. The ancient demon clan was an extremely powerful clan, but they were also quite protective of their own. 7 of their own young lords had been seriously injured by Yang Kai, the most serious of which required at least half a year to fully recover, and had almost died on the spot. Such a matter was a great shame to them, so naturally they wanted to regain some face from Yang Kai. However, Master Li had been extremely fond of this human brat all this time. This was obvious to all of them, so before teaching him a lesson, they naturally had to report to Master Li. After all, she was the true master of Demon God Citadel. Is that what all of you want? Li Rong's pair of beautiful eyes swept over the crowd as she asked softly. Yes. The pale-faced old man nodded firmly. Why? Li Rong stood up, a cold light flashing across her watery eyes as she stared towards the pale-faced old man and asked, because the injured Pan Lang is your son? The old man was startled for a moment before nodding calmly. It's partly because of that, but mostly because of my clan's interests. Master Li. Another old man took over the conversation and sternly said, the impact of this matter is extremely bad. Many of our clansmen have already gathered in the stone room, all of them wanting to teach that human brat a lesson. We all know that he is an outstanding alchemist and is our clan's only hope, but our clansmen don't know that if we don't punish him and help Pan Lang regain some face, our clansmen won't let this matter rest. Li Rong chuckled lightly. My ancient demon clan believes in strength. When have we ever needed someone else to help us regain face? If Pan Lang really has the ability, he should heal his wounds and we'll be fine. Our clansmen's emotions, the pale-faced old elder, Pan's father, Pan Bo, solemnly said Pan Lang's father, Pan's emotions, we need to be taken care of. Li Rong took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment before asking, then how do you want to punish him? Very simple. Pan Bo said coldly, how many of our clansmen's bones he breaks, I'll crush them all, blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth. Then will he still be alive? Li Rong's expression became cold. Pan Bo smiled. Master Li can rest assured, I won't let him die so easily. After all, he is still of great use to my clan. In any case, as long as it doesn't affect his future alchemy, it'll be fine. Li Rong slowly shook her head. Pan Bo paused for a moment before shouting, Master Li, my clan has been imprisoned here for countless years. You know what kind of situation my clansmen are in right now? They have been suppressed for too long, and now that there has been some friction, it has ignited their fighting spirit. If this matter isn't handled properly, it is very likely it will bring about very bad consequences. For example, if some of them are unconvinced, they will seek refuge with Master Chu Jian. Pan Bo narrowed his eyes. Li Rong smiled gently, her previous gentle and benevolent temperament replaced by a majestic one. The several transcendent realm masters in the hall couldn't help feeling their hearts clench, all of them involuntarily averting their gazes. Only now did they realize that the reason Li Master Li could become the Lord of Demon God Citadel was not without reason, nor was it only because of her benevolence and kindness that she was able to sit in her current position. Underneath that benevolence and kindness, Master Li also had a majestic and powerful side. Li Rong showed her majesty for a moment before quickly restraining it, silently pondering for a moment before seemingly coming to a decision, shouting, this time, I will personally deal with it. All of you restrain your subordinates from today onwards. If anyone dares to find trouble with that human, I will personally send them into the arms of great demon god. Pan Bo and the others' expressions all changed as they stared towards Li Rong in amazement. Master, did you all hear that clearly? Li Rong coldly shouted. We will obey Master Li's orders. Pan Bo quickly lowered his head. Withdraw. Li Rong waved her hand and added, Duanya, you stay behind. A master from the demon race, who had been silent for a long time, nodded and stood in place, the rest of the people leaving one after another. After they left, Li Rong helplessly smiled bitterly. These outsiders, Master, what orders do you have? Duanya asked. From today onwards, you will stand guard around that stone room. If you find anyone who dares to harm him, kill without mercy. Li Rong said solemnly. Duanya's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, seemingly not having expected Master Li to value that human so much, hesitating for a moment before asking, what about Pan Bo and the others? They won't lower themselves to deal with a young man. If they really do, I will personally deal with him. Duanya nodded slightly and respectfully withdrew. Outside the hall, Pan Bo's expression was cold and gloomy. Just like Duanya, he couldn't understand why Master Li valued Yang Kai so much. Even if he was an outstanding alchemist, there was no reason for him to be protected like this. His son Pan Lang was a leader of Demon God Citadel's younger generation, and was very likely to hold great power in the future, becoming a pillar of the next generation. Now that he had been beaten so miserably, it was only right that he return the favor, but Li Rong's decision had left him disappointed and angry. What's going on? Senior Li seems to care a lot about that human. One of them had a suspicious expression and asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Could it be that Master Li is treating him? Shut up. What kind of noble person is Master Li? How could she treat a lowly human? This matter is not simple. Master Li would not act like this for no reason. There must be some kind of mystery behind this. But in any case, Master Li's handling of this matter is unfair. Panbo didn't say a word, his expression gloomy as he sneered. If Master Li continues to act so stubbornly, sooner or later she will lose the support of her clansmen. The others glanced at each other. Although they could see the dissatisfaction in his heart, none of them said anything. Inside the stone room, as an invisible aura spread out from Yang Kai's body, he slowly opened his eyes. The yuan qi and physique in his body rejoiced. Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. These past few months of immersing himself in alchemy, Yang Kai hadn't even noticed that his cultivation had reached the critical point of a breakthrough. During this time, through the solitary golden eye, Yang Kai had absorbed the insights left behind by so many masters. It could be said that before he broke through to the Saint Realm, there would be no bottlenecks or shackles. As long as his own strength could keep up, he would be able to smoothly break through. If not for that battle, Yang Kai estimated that he would have broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage within a month at the latest. However, that dangerous and bloody battle had pushed his breakthrough forward by a month. Fighting really had its benefits. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that a large number of ancient demon clan clansmen had gathered outside the stone room, each of them giving off a dangerous aura as they stared at him. Inside the stone room, not far away, Guaner was staring at him with a complicated expression, as if she was re-examining him, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. You. Seeing that Yang Kai had completed his breakthrough, Guaner quickly ran over with a smile and circled around Yang Kai a few times, asking curiously, "How did you beat up Pan Lang and the others?" Yang Kai just chuckled but didn't answer. "Did you really do it alone?" Guaner was surprised. "Who else could it be?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Are you really that strong?" "What? Do you think I'm weak?" "It's not that I think you're weak, it's just that I didn't expect you to be so strong. A human, how could your body be stronger than our clansmen's?" Saying so, she stretched out her small hand towards Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to touch him, but suddenly feeling embarrassed, she quickly withdrew her hand. "You seem to be taking pleasure in my misfortune?" Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully. "Do you have some kind of grudge with that Pan Lang?" "There's no grudge, I just feel that he's a bit annoying, always entangling with me. Now that you've injured him, I can relax for a while. From this point of view, I must thank you. But, outsider, you're in big trouble now." Yang Kai frowned as he stared out of the stone room thoughtfully. "You mean them?" Guaner gently nodded. "They're all gathered outside right now, all of them wanting to drag you out and teach you a lesson. Even if you're strong, in front of so many of my clansmen, I'm afraid you're not strong enough. I'll have to try to find out. Tistiske, you're really arrogant, I really have to hand it to you, you humans. Each one of you speaks louder than the last." Guaner smiled disdainfully, her expression becoming serious. "But you still have to be prepared. Right now Master Li and the other masters of the fort are discussing how to deal with this matter. If Master Li doesn't stand on your side, you'll be out of luck." Slyly winking at Yang Kai, Guaner smiled and said, "Since you helped me teach Pan Lang a lesson, even if you're injured, I'll take good care of you. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Yang Kai grinned, "Because Master Li seems to be on my side. Isn't that right, Master Li?" Saying so, he turned his head and looked to the side. Off to the side, the air distorted and Li Rong appeared. Hearing this, her pretty face couldn't help showing a trace of astonishment, but she soon shook her head helplessly and walked over. "You're really quite leisurely," Li Rong sighed. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders. "Don't blame my clansmen for being so agitated. It's just that they've been imprisoned for too long. You're the only outsider here, so if you dare attack one of our clansmen, of course they won't let you go," Li Rong explained softly. Chapter 649. Seeing Li Rong appear, Guaner hurriedly saluted. The beautiful woman waved her hand slightly, indicating that she didn't need to care, walking over to Yang Kai and looking at him helplessly. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Grievances must be repaid with grievances, enmity with enmity. It's only natural that your clansmen would be so agitated. Aren't you afraid?" Li Rong was surprised. She didn't see the slightest trace of fear on Yang Kai's face. "What's there to be afraid of?" Yang Kai said indifferently. "If Master Li wasn't prepared to intervene in this matter, you wouldn't have appeared in front of me." Since you've appeared now, it means you're prepared to deal with it. Naturally, I'm not afraid because Master Li seems to treat me particularly well. Li Rong's expression suddenly became a little unnatural, and Guaner couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared blankly at Yang Kai. No one had ever dared to say such frivolous words in front of Master Li, but this human boy who didn't know the meaning of death had done so. Not only did he not provoke Master Li, she even seemed to acquiesce. Can I ask why this is? What is so special about me that Master Li cares so much about me? Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at the beautiful woman in front of him. Li Rong lightly coughed. I will not treat anyone who is sent here by Coffin Slave Senior unfairly, because perhaps one day that person will be able to help my clan out of this predicament. This statement was a bit self-deceiving, and even Guaner understood it, so how could Yang Kai not? However, since Li Rong didn't want to say anything, Yang Kai didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Thinking about it carefully, it was after Li Rong saw the solitary golden eye in his knowledge see that her attitude towards him had changed. Although she had been friendly with him before, the relationship between them was only a cooperative one, but now it was different. From the way she took care of him, it was clear that Li Rong really cared about him. Yang Kai wasn't stupid enough to think that such a dignified and graceful woman would fall in love with him. She was a Saint Realm master who had lived who knew how many years. Love and affection in her eyes was nothing more than fleeting clouds. As for other reasons, Yang Kai could only explain it as the effect of the solitary golden eye. Yang Kai just couldn't understand why the solitary golden eye would cause her to change. But you're right, since I've appeared, I'll deal with this matter. You don't need to worry too much. I've already told to you. But remember, in the future, don't get into conflicts with my people for no reason. I can protect you once, but that doesn't mean I will condone your impudence. I never take the initiative to cause trouble. Yang Kai chuckled. This beautiful woman seemed to be deliberately covering up her loss of composure in front of him, her tone becoming much colder. That would be for the best. Li Rong nodded lightly, no longer saying anything, turning around and opening the stone door. A moment later, Yang Kai heard Li Rong reprimand the ancient demon clan members, and soon, the demon race members gathered outside the stone room scattered like birds and beasts. Guan spat out her tongue at Yang Kai, a look of admiration filling her face as she said, You really have some skill, but your arrogance isn't proportional to your current strength. When you break through to the transcendent realm one day, it won't be too late to be so rampant. Giggling, Guaner also left. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Now that he was under the eaves, Yang Kai was also somewhat at a loss. He knew that in this damned place, besides a few people from the ancient demon clan who treated him fairly well, everyone else regarded him as an alien. If no one could protect him, he would die sooner or later. This time it was Pan Lang who came to find trouble with him so he could deal with it, but what if it was a transcendent realm master next time? What if it was a Saint Realm master? That was why Yang Kai had bluntly stated Li Rong's attitude towards him in order to obtain some assurance and confirm whether his observations were correct. Fortunately, his guesses were correct. Although Li Rong tried to hide it, Yang Kai was still able to see through her intentions. She really did care about him. Regardless of whether she was plotting something or not, Yang Kai needed to take advantage of her identity and status to ensure his safety. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai scratched his head and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask her what her demon crests were. This matter had been on Yang Kai's mind for several months now. Since the first time he saw these demon crests on the bodies of the ancient demon clan's clansmen, he had been very interested in them, but since he was unfamiliar with this place, he had not been willing to ask about them in order to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Now that he had determined that Li Rong had taken care of him, it was time for him to explore this matter. Yang Kai was very interested in the ancient demon clan's demon crests because when he became the demon race, his demon crests had also undergone similar changes, but they were even more exaggerated than Pan Lang's. Yang Kai could only wait for Guan to return and find an opportunity to ask her about it. Yang Kai made up his mind and no longer thought about it, turning around and walking over to the medicinal cauldrons and continuing to improve his alchemy skills. Oh! After Li Rong left the stone room and reprimanded the clansmen who had tried to find trouble with Yang Kai, her pretty face couldn't help showing a blank look. That day when she had seen the solitary golden eye, Li Rong's ancient demon clan bloodline seemed to have resonated with it. After returning home, She had deliberately looked up some ancient books and found that some of the things recorded in them were very similar to what she had observed. It was for this reason that Li Rong had changed her attitude towards Yang Kai. But over the past few months, through her secret observations, she had found that things were not quite as she had expected. Although this human was strange and powerful, he was far from what she had expected. Is this true or not? Li Rong couldn't make up her mind. At that moment, a clansman reported that Great Commander Hua Mo had arrived with a large number of herbs. Li Rong's expression brightened and she quickly walked towards the main hall. Because Yang Kai's alchemy required an enormous amount of herbs, Demon God Citadel's storage was not enough. Fortunately, the territories of the other great commanders had also accumulated a large number of herbs over the past few years. Hua Mo and Han Fei had ordered their clansmen to search everywhere for these past few months and had delivered them today. After seeing Hua Mo and Han Fei receive the herbs, the three sat down and began chatting. Master Li, did Chu Jian deliver any herbs? Hua Mo asked. Yes, but the quantity is very small. Chu Jian said that the soil in his territory is poor and the herbs he produces are few, so over the years he has only managed to collect a small amount. Li Rong rubbed her forehead. Nonsense, Hua Mo coldly snorted. Chu Jian has a mountain range on his side. How could there not be any herbs? He's not putting master in his eyes at all. Han Fei also coldly said. He doesn't put the future of our clan in his eyes at all. All he wants to do is rule this mysterious small world. How ignorant. The two great commanders continued to complain about Chu Jian, both of them asking Li Rong to teach Chu Jian a lesson and make him behave himself. But as always, Li Rong just listened quietly, not expressing any of her thoughts. Hua Mo and Han Fei also didn't have much to say, so they dropped the subject. Right, Master Li. I just heard that human brat got into some trouble? Hua Mo suddenly asked. Master Li has always acted fairly. Why are you siding with an outsider this time? Han Fei also looked at Li Rong with some surprise. Regardless of what had caused the friction between Yang Kai and Pan Lang, or who was right and who was wrong, since it was her clansmen who had suffered a loss, naturally they had to make this outsider pay the price, but what they heard was completely different. Li Rong chuckled. You're quite well informed. Hua Mo nodded. All the clansmen in the fort are talking about this. It would be difficult for me not to hear. Han Fei's expression became cold as she asked, Master Li, because of this matter, many of our clansmen are complaining about you. Is it really worth it? Li Rong's expression also became serious, hesitating for a moment before saying, If my guess is correct, then it is. What kind of guess? Hua Mo asked. It's hard to say right now, I'm still observing. If you can see what I see, you will definitely make the same choice. When the truth comes to light one day, I will tell you all. Hua Mo and Han Fei nodded lightly. After so many years, they also believed in Li Rong's vision and judgment. Since she had chosen to side with an outsider, she must have her own reasons. The three of them chatted for a while before Hua Mo and Han Fei left. Although they were all members of Demon God Citadel and were all great commanders, because the four branches were in different locations, Hua Mo and Han Fei also had to return to their own territories. This time their main purpose was to transport the herbs. After the incident where Pan Lang's provocation failed and he was instead beaten, the attitude of the ancient demon clan towards Yang Kai had become even worse. Yang Kai was too lazy to provoke any trouble, and simply spent his days in the stone room refining pills and herbs. His own alchemy skills were rapidly improving, allowing him to refine a large number of pills every day while consuming countless herbs. Yang Kai was aware that outside this stone room, there was a top-level master secretly protecting him. Although this person's concealment was perfect, after so many years, Yang Kai was still able to determine his whereabouts. This person should have been sent by Li Rong to protect him. Perceiving this, Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. His relationship with Guan was also quite harmonious. This young girl from the demon race seemed to be very curious about the outside world. Whenever Yang Kai had some spare time, she would always pester him to tell her stories about the outside world. The wonders and beauty of the outside world made Guan yearn for them. Along with this, she also strongly supported his alchemy skills, hoping that one day Yang Kai would be able to refine Saint-grade pills and bring good fortune to her clansmen. Yang Kai also inquired about demon crests from Guan. According to Guan, their ancient demon clan was an extremely pure and noble demon race, something that other demon race couldn't compare to. Their demon crests were innate, but could be cultivated and strengthened. When they used their demon crests in battle, their strength would increase, and the more comprehensive their demon crests were, the greater their strength would increase. Pan Lang and the others were able to display their demon crests a second time, and so was Guan herself. Yang Kai had personally witnessed her cultivation increase after displaying her demon crests. Guan was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th-stage cultivator, but after displaying her demon crests a second time, her strength and vitality were comparable to a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Chapter 650. Moreover, after her demon crests were unfurled, Guan pretty face was covered in green lines, giving her a kind of enchanting beauty that was completely different from her usual temperament. As for commanders like Li Rong, Han Fei, and Hua Mo, they could even unfurl their demon crests to a deeper level, greatly improving their strength. However, in this mysterious small world, there were no enemies, so Guan had never seen any of the great commanders in action. She had only heard about them but had never seen them with her own eyes. In Demon God Citadel, there were even martial skills and secret arts specifically developed for demon crests, a gift left behind by the great demon god. Yang Kai was very interested and wanted to borrow these martial skills and secret arts to read, but Guan said that these martial skills and secret arts were only available to those with outstanding aptitude. Even she had never seen them before, making Yang Kai feel very regretful. Although Li Rong was good to him, Yang Kai knew his own limits, so it was not realistic to ask her to read these martial skills and secret arts left behind by the great demon god. Restraining his thoughts, Yang Kai's days went by in an uneventful manner, either performing alchemy, cultivating, or telling Guan some interesting stories about the outside world. Time flew by, and unknowingly, almost a year had passed since Yang Kai arrived in this mysterious small world. During this past year, Yang Kai's alchemy skills had improved significantly, and now, without the use of spirit arrays, he was able to refine spirit-grade pills. Medicine King's Valley Xiao Fushang's lifelong wish had now been realized by Yang Kai in just a little over a year. Yang Kai could only sigh. Different worlds, different people could display different abilities. Grandmaster Zhao's attainments in alchemy were much deeper than Yang Kai's, but because of the various restrictions of that world, his desire for spirit-grade pills was nothing more than an extravagant wish. On this day, after Yang Kai finished refining a spirit-grade pill, he took a deep breath and meditated for a moment before suddenly opening his eyes and shouting towards the empty stone room, "Senior, can you help me find Master Li? I have something to discuss with her." Duanya, who was hiding in the void, couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. He was surprised to find that this human brat was actually staring at the place where he was hiding. His eyes were shining with a wise and far-sighted light. Duanya was extremely shocked. Ever since the farce of Yang Kai being troubled by Pan Lang, Duanya had obeyed Li Rong's instructions and secretly guarded this place at all times. However, he didn't expect that this brat had already noticed it and could even accurately find his position. Yang Kai was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th-stage cultivator, while he was a 3rd-order transcendent. The difference in strength between the two of them was enormous, so how did he discover it? When did he find out? A trace of shock flashed through Duanya's heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He revealed himself from his hiding place and nodded gently at Yang Kai. Then, his body faded again and disappeared. After waiting for a while, the air around Yang Kai began to distort and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared. From this distorted air, a trace of the power of the void appeared and Li Rong appeared. Yang Kai showed a look of interest. He found that every time this woman appeared, she would use this method. It was as if she could manipulate the power of the void and suddenly appear here. "I heard you were looking for me?" Li Rong walked up and asked straightforwardly. And Yang Kai nodded. "What's the matter?" "I need to replenish my yuan qi." "Replenish your yuan qi." Li Rong's brow furrowed slightly as she released her divine sense and swept Yang Kai, asking curiously, "Isn't your yuan qi very abundant?" With her powerful cultivation, she could naturally detect that in Yang Kai's body and meridians, there was a thick and substantial yuan qi that contained the power of destruction. Moreover, this extremely pure yang yuan qi had a great restraining effect on the demonic qi of ordinary people. "Oh, Yang Kai kept shaking his head. The yuan qi in my meridians is indeed abundant, but the yuan qi in dantian is almost gone. Without yuan qi, I can't refine pills. What do you mean? Li Rong was even more puzzled. Replenishing your yuan qi is enough for you to use your cultivation method. How can I solve this problem? Yang Kai smiled. My cultivation method is a bit special, or rather, my physique is also a bit special. Yuan qi can't be replenished through cultivation. The true yang yuan qi in his body had always been obtained by absorbing some yang attribute heavenly treasures. He would absorb the energy of these heavenly treasures into his body, condense it into yang liquid, and store it in his dantian. If he simply meditated and didn't have a suitable environment, the energy absorbed from the air would only be transformed into yang liquid and stored in the unyielding golden skeleton, unless he cultivated in an environment with abundant yang qi. The last time he replenished his yang liquid was a long time ago, and after such a long time Yang Kai's dantian was running out of yang liquid with only a few drops left. If he didn't replenish it, it would be completely consumed. Without yang liquid to suppress the evil energy in the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai estimated that he would soon become the demon race. Then what do you want me to do? Li Rong didn't quite understand, but she was too lazy to ask. Do you have any yang attribute heavenly treasures? I need those things. Yang attribute things are incompatible with us demon race people. Do you think we would have such materials? Li Rong's face flashed a trace of displeasure, but immediately became suspicious, looking at Yang Kai with a distrustful gaze. Are you lying to me? I have no reason to lie to you. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Do you really not have any yang attribute things? We really don't. Yang Kai's face darkened, frowning. Then we're in big trouble. I don't have any yang attribute things, so I can't replenish my yuan qi. Without replenishing my yuan qi, I can't refine pills. You also saw it, refining pills requires the support of my true yang yuan qi. Then what do we do? Li Rong suddenly became a little anxious. This human being was extremely talented in alchemy. In just a year, he was able to refine a spirit-grade pill. With this kind of growth speed, there was no need to wait for 10 years at all. He would be able to refine a saint-grade pill. But now, because of this reason, he was unable to continue refining pills. This was simply ridiculous. Li Rong didn't know what kind of special secret art this human cultivated, nor did she know how special his physique was, but seeing him speak so seriously, she naturally believed him without a doubt. Looking at Yang Kai, Li Rong couldn't help showing a helpless and miserable expression. Her people had been trapped here for countless years, and for countless years, everyone's wish was to leave this place and see the outside world. Now that they had finally seen a glimmer of hope, it was ruthlessly cut off because of this unforeseen event. Li Rong could almost imagine how disappointed her clansmen would be when they learned of this news. Thinking so, Li Rong's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she muttered excitedly, although we don't have anything with the yang attribute on hand, this mysterious small world has some. Where? Yang Kai suddenly looked forward to it. Without yang liquid, he was in a lot of trouble. If he couldn't become the hope of the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai wouldn't have any value in surviving. When the time came, Li Rong wouldn't take care of him anymore. And all that awaited him was death. Li Rong didn't answer his question, instead frowning and pondering for a moment before saying, You rest for 2 days. After that, I'll give you some news. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Li Rong quickly left. Without much yang liquid, Yang Kai didn't dare perform alchemy casually, so he was bored to death. So he let Guaner take him out to play outside Demon God Citadel for 2 days. Speaking of which, since arriving in this mysterious small world, Yang Kai hadn't left the stone room. Firstly, he didn't want to show himself in public and attract the attention of the other demon race masters, and secondly, because he was obsessed with improving his alchemy skills, he had forgotten to eat and sleep. Now that he had some free time, he naturally wanted to go out and do some exercise. Inside Demon God Citadel, Yang Kai experienced the valiant and bloody nature of the demon race masters and witnessed their perseverance. When practicing martial skills, these demon race masters would often use deadly moves, completely different from the cultivator fights in the human world. This was a true life or death battle. Often, one side would be beaten into a bloody pulp and fall to the ground, unable to get up. However, the physique of the ancient demon clan was quite strong, so no matter how heavily injured they were, after a short rest, they would be able to fight again. Seeing this, Kai Yang couldn't help but admire him. In a huge square inside Demon God Citadel, Yang Kai also saw a majestic and huge statue. This was a statue of a humanoid figure, and it was unknown which era it had come from, or which craftsman had carved it, but it was extremely lifelike and majestic, and all of the demon race beings who passed by it wore respectful expressions on their faces. Looking at this statue, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel a kind of mysterious energy emanating from it. This energy seemed to be pulling on his unyielding golden skeleton, causing the evil energy within his unyielding golden skeleton to almost burst out. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, but he quickly suppressed it, his face instantly becoming pale as sweat dripped down his back. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice seemed to reverberate in his mind, but when he listened carefully, the voice disappeared. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. "What happened to you?" Guan was taken aback, not knowing what had happened to Yang Kai. Just a moment ago he had been so excited, but in the blink of an eye he had suddenly become a bit worried. "It's nothing, I haven't been out in a long time." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. "You humans, your bodies are so weak." Guan giggled. "Whose statue is this?" Yang Kai asked casually. "It's the statue of our ancestors' master, Great Demon God." Guan also quickly straightened her expression and bowed respectfully. "Great Demon Gods?" Yang Kai was stunned. "And isn't it majestic? It is said that in the era when Great Demon God existed, my demon race ruled the world. You humans and monster races were all vassals of my demon race." Was it that powerful? Great Demon God was naturally powerful. His martial prowess was unrivaled since ancient times. So far, no one has been able to match him. Such a powerful character, where is he now? "I don't know," Guan shook her head. "Then why did he seal your ancestor here? What kind of mistake did you commit?" "I don't know." Guan suddenly became angry out of shame. "Why are you asking so many questions? You're so annoying." Chapter 651. It seemed that because Yang Kai had asked too many questions, Guan was no longer in the mood to take him on a stroll. Hastily returning to the stone room, Guan left Yang Kai behind and disappeared. Recalling what had happened the moment he saw the Great Demon God statue, Yang Kai shook his head, a look of confusion filling his face. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but even if he wanted to delve into it, he had no basis to do so, so he could only ignore it. 2 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, noticed a strange energy fluctuation nearby and quickly opened his eyes, quickly discovering that Li Rong and Han Fei had arrived together. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not understanding why even Han Fei had appeared, asking, "Where is it?" Li Rong shook her head. "We don't have it on hand. If you need it, you'll have to get it yourself." "I'll get it myself?" Yang Kai was stunned. "And that's why I had you wait 2 days. Commander Han Fei will escort you there." Han Fei's territory was on the other side of Demon God Citadel, so Li Rong had obviously sent her a message, delaying her for 2 days. Yang Kai glanced at the cold woman and gently nodded, tactfully not asking any more questions. "If you're ready, we'll set off now." Han Fei didn't speak any nonsense, turning to Yang Kai. "There's nothing to prepare." "Then let's go," Han Fei said, turning around and walking out. "Be careful on the way," Li Rong said. Yang Kai gently waved his hand and followed Han Fei out. Arriving outside the stone room, Han Fei's tender body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. Yang Kai sniffed and stood in place, not moving. Li Rong looked at him curiously, her pretty face filled with suspicion. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai still didn't move, so Han Fei couldn't help flying back, frowning as she asked, "What are you doing? Why aren't you following?" "I told you, I don't have much yuan qi to spend. If I just fly over like this, wouldn't I be wasting a lot of yuan qi?" Yang Kai said helplessly. "What do you want?" Han Fei frowned. "Take me there." Yang Kai said seriously, causing Han Fei to become annoyed. "You're quite bold. You actually dare ask me to take you there? I'm not trying to take advantage of you, nor am I trying to take advantage of your identity. This is the right choice," Yang Kai said seriously. Li Rong frowned and nodded gently to Han Fei. Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's eyes on the other hand, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he's left. No words were spoken along the way. Han Fei's personality was cold and aloof, and Yang Kai knew that such a woman wouldn't get close to strangers, so naturally, he wouldn't ask for a rebuff, so he simply closed his eyes and rested. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that this Han Fei seemed to be very interested in him, using her extremely well-concealed divine sense to constantly scan his body, seemingly trying to find something but never succeeding. The world inside the small sealed world was very different from the outside world. Here there was no distinction between day and night. The vast and barren land seemed to be completely barren, with very few traces of life. On the other hand, occasionally one could see a few monster beasts. Flying forward in silence for some time, Yang Kai didn't know how long he had flown, but after a while, he began to feel a hot aura in the air. Noticing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. This hot aura was the yang attribute energy he so desperately desired. Moreover, as time passed, the yang attribute energy in the air became more and more concentrated, as if there was a huge pool of yang attribute energy gathering in front of him. Yang Kai couldn't help looking forward to it. After a full 2 days, Yang Kai suddenly saw that on the distant horizon, the sky was dyed with a dazzling brilliance. At this point, the yang attribute energy had already filled the air. Yang Kai began circulating his true yang secret art, absorbing all the yang yuan qi he needed into his body. On the other hand, Han Fei had to exert some of her strength to resist the erosion of the yang attribute energy. Yang attribute energy had always been the nemesis of demonic qi. Even the ancient demon clan couldn't avoid this. However, a master like Han Fei could ignore ordinary yang attribute attacks. After flying for another half a day, the yang attribute energy became even richer. Han Fei stopped, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them stood mid-air and looked down. Down below, there was a towering mountain with a mouth like that of a great beast. Deep inside this mountain, Yang Kai could even see boiling red magma. The yang attribute energy here was so rich that even the rocks here had been melted and transformed into magma-like liquid. From time to time, magma would erupt from the mountain mouth and flow down. What's more, the yang origin seal on Yang Kai's chest was pulsing non-stop, as if it was very happy. The yang origin seal only responded to yang attribute energy. Yang Kai had never felt such a strong fluctuation from the yang origin seal, which also showed just how powerful the yang attribute energy down below was. "This is our destination," Han Fei finally spoke. Han Fei finally spoke. "There is a very rich yang attribute energy down there. It should be enough to meet your needs. On top of that, as far as we know, there is a large amount of yang crystal ore at the bottom of the magma. If you have the ability, you can collect it. Our ancient demon clan has no need for such things." Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing his understanding. "I'll send you down first and find a suitable place for you to cultivate," Han Fei said before wrapping up Yang Kai and rushing down. Facing the magma that seemed capable of melting everything, this cold woman didn't show any fear, her tender body erupting with a power that shocked Yang Kai, pushing the magma aside and causing it to fall straight down. Like a sharp sword, wherever Han Fei passed, the magma would be forced back. Wherever she passed, there wasn't the slightest danger, but above her, the magma once again covered the ground. Yang Kai looked up but could no longer see the way back. Yang Kai suddenly had a profound understanding of this woman's powerful cultivation. A Saint Realm master could already be considered a top-level master, but Yang Kai wasn't sure just what level of Saint Realm this woman had reached. After falling for an unknown distance, Han Fei also seemed to be struggling to cope. The yang attribute energy here was so rich that even she couldn't ignore it. Sweat seeped out of her tender body and an intoxicating fragrance lingered around the tip of Yang Kai's nose, causing his spirit to soar. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's abnormality, Han Fei stared at him coldly, slowed her fall, and asked in a deep voice, "How is it here?" "It's fine," Yang Kai nodded. "Then you can cultivate here." Han Fei waved her hand. Saying so, Han Fei waved her hand and parted the nearby magma, creating a hole in the rock wall that was large enough to accommodate Yang Kai sitting cross-legged inside. Releasing a few more seals to stabilize this space, Han Fei threw Yang Kai inside and coldly said, "Human, don't try to play any tricks. Just sit here and absorb the yang yuan qi you need. After a month, I'll come pick you up." "Understood." Han Fei glanced over at him one last time before leaping up and disappearing from sight. After she left, Yang Kai took a deep breath and began investigating his location. This place was very safe. After all, this was a place created by a Saint Realm master, so the flowing magma outside was unable to penetrate it. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this magma, if he were to be sucked into it and lost his bearings, it would be very troublesome. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai began circulating his true Yang secret art. Circulating his secret art, the hundreds of millions of pores all over his body opened at the same time, and like a whale sucking in water, the massive amount of Yang attribute energy in the surroundings madly poured into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's face filled with joy, as if he had never experienced such a sensation before, and couldn't help letting out a grunt as his entire body began to float. Asterisk drip. Asterisk a soft sound came from the depths of Yang Kai's soul, and after 30 breaths of time, a drop of Yang liquid was formed. Today, Yang Kai's cultivation was completely different from before. Whether it was the purity or richness of his yuan qi, it was several dozen times higher than before. This also meant that if he wanted to condense a drop of Yang liquid, he would need to absorb several dozen times more Yang attribute energy than before. Even so, Yang Kai was still able to condense a drop of Yang liquid in such a short time. The speed at which this process was happening far exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. The environment here was quite suitable for him to cultivate. Asterisk drip drip. Asterisk the soft sound continued to ring out, and Yang Kai soon forgot everything around him, even the passage of time. At the bottom of the mountain, the magma tumbled as Yang Kai immersed himself in cultivation. 1,000 kilometers to the east of Demon God Citadel was the territory of one of the 4 great commanders, Chu Jian. At this moment, inside the main hall, Chu Jian was listening to a report from one of his confidants. A moment later, Chu Jian's eyes narrowed as a look of excitement appeared on his face. "You mean that alien left Demon God Citadel?" "Yes, master. He was taken away by Commander Han Fei," the confidant quickly replied. "Do you know where he went?" "He seems to have gone in the direction of a volcano." "A volcano?" Chu Jian frowned. He naturally knew where this volcano was. It was a restricted area of their ancient demon clan. Even the 4 great commanders weren't willing to set foot there. It wasn't that they were afraid of any life-threatening danger, it was just that they instinctively rejected Yang Qi there. Why did he go to a volcano? Chu Jian frowned, unable to understand the reason. If not for some special purpose, it would have been impossible for Han Fei to take that human with her. "Master, this is a rare opportunity, shouldn't we?" the confidant hesitantly asked. Chu Jian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed across them, sneering. "I naturally know this is a rare opportunity. Fine, I'll go invite that alien to my territory as a guest for a few days." Chu Jian had been paying close attention to the various rumors surrounding Yang Kai and knew that his progress in alchemy was not small. Chu Jian had always wanted to replace Li Rong, so this time if he could bring this alien back to his territory and train him to refine a saint-grade pill, he would be able to break free from the shackles of this place and win the support of his clansmen. At that time, Li Rong would have no choice but to abdicate her position. Moreover, Chu Jian also knew that Li Rong didn't have many herbs left. On the other hand, he had accumulated a lot, so if this foreign race wanted to continue alchemy, he would have to provide the herbs. Chu Jian seemed to have foreseen the arrival of that day, and his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement as he quickly began making arrangements. Chapter 652. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yang Kai knew that this opportunity was rare, so during this month, he spared no effort in circulating his true Yang secret art and madly absorbing Yang Yuan Qi. After a month, the Dantian began to faintly feel saturated. Countless drops of Yang liquid had gathered in the Dantian. At first, Yang Kai was quite concerned about the amount of Yang liquid he had, but in the end, he didn't even know how much he had gathered. His entire body was filled with strength. With so much Yang liquid, Yang Kai estimated that he could squander it for several years without needing to worry about it. Moreover, as Yang Kai madly absorbed Yang Yuan Qi, the nearby magma seemed to be affected, becoming less hot than before and even showing signs of solidifying. With the place he was standing as the center, the Yang Yuan Qi in a radius of about a kilometer had greatly decreased. Yang Kai really wanted to explore the bottom of this volcano to see if there were any more opportunities, but the deadline he had agreed to with Han Fei was almost up, so he could only wait. He didn't want to provoke that cold woman and give her an excuse to question him. After waiting for a long time, Han Fei still hadn't appeared. Yang Kai grit his teeth and rushed out of his hiding place, following the magma's path and diving deeper. The yuan qi formed a protective barrier around his body, so although the temperature of the magma was extremely high, Yang Kai couldn't be harmed in the slightest. The further down Yang Kai went, the more he could feel the abundance of energy. The environment here was very suitable for a cultivator like him to cultivate, but for the ancient demon clan, it was a place to stay at a respectful distance. Yang Kai didn't have any intention of escaping. In this sealed mysterious small world, Yang Kai knew that there was no place for him to hide, unless he decided to hide under this volcano for the rest of his life. He just wanted to see what kind of mysteries lay below. After diving for an hour, Yang Kai still hadn't reached the bottom. The surrounding temperature had reached a level that Yang Kai couldn't bear. Pausing in place and thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai shook his head in annoyance. Although he really wanted to go down and investigate, it now seemed that if he continued, even he would be in danger. Acting rashly before he knew whether he could obtain any benefits was not worth the loss. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai gave up and flew back up. After another hour, Yang Kai finally returned to his previous cultivation position. There, Han Fei was coldly looking around, as if she had mistakenly thought that Yang Kai had escaped and was grinding her teeth in anger. After seeing Yang Kai, she angrily asked, "Where did you go?" "I went down to check." Yang Kai. "Go down." Han Fei's slender brow wrinkled slightly. "Can you go down?" Even she couldn't go too deep. This position was almost her limit, but this human was actually able to go even deeper. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. "I cultivate a young attribute secret art, so I'm like a fish in water here," Yang Kai chuckled. This explanation didn't satisfy Han Fei, because even if he cultivated a young attribute secret art, if he didn't have any other skills, this wasn't a place he could casually enter. However, she didn't pursue the matter further and simply asked, "Did you get what you wanted?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Then let's go. Master Li should be anxious by now," Han Fei said, not waiting for Yang Kai to answer, wrapping him in her yuan qi and flying up. Soon the two of them reached the top of the volcano. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly pulled on Han Fei's arm and whispered, "Wait." Han Fei's tender body went stiff and she couldn't help glaring at Yang Kai. "What are you doing?" She seemed to be very unaccustomed to being touched, especially by a man. Such a small action had caused her to have an abnormal reaction. "Check it out yourself." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he replied faintly. Han Fei was stunned for a moment before releasing her divine sense, but soon her pretty face became even more gloomy. Even Yang Kai was able to detect the abnormalities around the volcano, so how could Han Fei not notice? It was just that she hadn't been too vigilant just now and hadn't paid attention to the situation around her. "We seem to be in trouble," Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his pair of sharp eyes scanning the surrounding area. "Don't speak, I'll deal with it," Han Fei shouted, her beautiful eyes suddenly locking onto a certain position as she coldly shouted, "Chu Jian, come out." A hearty laugh suddenly rang out as Chu Jian, who Yang Kai had met once before, revealed himself from his hidden position, staring towards Han Fei with a playful look, a trace of obscenity flashing across his eyes as he laughed. "Commander Han Fei, what a coincidence we actually meet here." Saying so, his narrow eyes swept over Yang Kai for a moment before quickly turning to stare at Han Fei, not putting Yang Kai in his eyes at all. "Chu Jian, what are you doing here?" Han Fei's voice was cold as she glared at the other party. The area around the volcano was a restricted area of the ancient demon clan. No one was willing to set foot here lightly. She didn't believe that Chu Jian had accidentally stumbled into her. While Chu Jian was speaking, a number of figures appeared one after another. These figures were all masters from Chu Jian's territory, all of them grinning as they stared towards the volcano surrounding it. The other party had obviously come prepared, apparently having received news of their arrival, and had set up an ambush here. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to ask Commander Han Fei to allow me to take this human brat away." Chu Jian sneered, remaining calm and unruffled. "Your courage isn't small." Han Fei's beautiful eyes flashed coldly as she angrily shouted, "This alien is Master Li's honored guest and the hope of our ancient demon clan. Do you want to cut off our clan's hope?" "Chu Jian, don't continue to act like this. Just because Master Li is benevolent to you doesn't mean she will always indulge you. Master Li? Chu Jian coldly snorted. Sooner or later, I will replace her and become the true master of Demon God Citadel. My ancient demon clan is a valiant clan. Even if we are imprisoned here, we shouldn't have fallen to the point where our fangs are ground down by the flowing time great emperor. Master Li is too soft-hearted and is not suitable to be in charge of Demon God Citadel. I, Chu Jian, am the most suitable candidate. All of Chu Jian's subordinates heard these words and their auras became violent and dangerous. Indeed, as he said, even if they had been imprisoned for countless years, the masters gathered under Chu Jian's command were still warlike. You're crazy. Han Fei looked disappointed and slowly shook her head. Although we knew you were up to no good and had wild ambitions, we didn't expect you to be obsessed to such an extent. Chu Jian, if you don't turn back, all that awaits you is death. Death? Chu Jian roared. Is it me who dies or you? Perceiving Chu Jian's murderous intent, Han Fei couldn't help feeling a chill in her heart, only now realizing that Chu Jian was serious this time. If he wanted to take control of Demon God Citadel, he would first have to eliminate those who disagreed with him, and she and Hua Mo were the first targets he needed to eliminate. After living in this mysterious small world for so many years, Han Fei had actually forgotten all the intrigue she had learned from the human race. Han Fei, I can give you a chance. Chu Jian stretched out his hand and pointed to Han Fei, his expression solemn. Submit to me and I will take you as my wife. You will join forces with me to take control of Demon God Citadel. As long as this human boy can refine Saint-grade pills, we can break free from the shackles of this world. A far better future than following Master Li. Han Fei looked at Chu Jian sarcastically and sneered. You want me to marry you? Have you not woken up yet? Even if I marry this human boy, I will never marry you. Hey, what are you dragging me into this for? Yang Kai suddenly became unhappy. He didn't care about the internal strife of Demon God Citadel. Who won and who lost had nothing to do with him. But now that he had become the focus of this struggle, Yang Kai couldn't stay out of it. No matter who won and who lost, he would always be the key, and the side that won would definitely want something from him. Shut up, you have no right to speak here. A faint blush appeared on Han Fei's pretty face, but after glaring at Yang Kai for a moment, it quickly disappeared. Chu Jian shook his head in disappointment, a pained expression appearing on his face. You're wrong. It's because Master Li is too benevolent that I want to take control of Demon God Citadel. If we were to leave this world and go outside with her weak personality, how could my ancient demon clan have a foothold? If she had really acted against me, I may not have acted so disloyal, but you see, even if she knows about my actions today, Master Li won't blame me. That woman shouldn't have been born in the ancient demon clan. Don't take Master Li's benevolence as an excuse for your presumptuous actions. Han Fei shouted. If you really take control of Demon God Citadel, it will be my clan's greatest misfortune. You disappoint me too much. Chu Jian shook his head. Chu Jian kept shaking his head. Han Fei, I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to join forces with me to achieve great things? If you dare refuse me again, I won't show you any mercy. There are many beautiful women out there. All I care about is your Saint Realm cultivation. You can give up on that idea. Han Fei shouted, taking the initiative to attack, wrapping Yang Kai in her arms and transforming into a streak of light, attempting to take advantage of Chu Jian's moment of carelessness to break out of the encirclement. As long as she could break out of Chu Jian's encirclement, Han Fei was confident she could bring Yang Kai back to Demon God Citadel. However, since Chu Jian had come prepared, he naturally wouldn't give her such an opportunity. The moment Han Fei made her move, he also moved. Before anyone could see his movements, he had already appeared in front of Han Fei, opening his hand and releasing a powerful demonic aura. Opening his mouth, he bared his fangs and bit towards Han Fei and Yang Kai. Han Fei's complexion changed greatly as she quickly pulled Yang Kai back, waving her hand and sending out a gentle wave of energy. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a violent explosion rang out as a brilliant halo of light spread out. As this halo spread, Chu Jian's attack was easily neutralized by Han Fei. After not fighting for so many years, Han Fei, it seems your strength has improved quite a bit, Chu Jian said calmly as he laughed, his figure flickering as he suddenly transformed into a myriad of phantoms, each one of them extremely lifelike. as if they were Chu Jian himself. In the next moment, these countless phantoms swung their fists towards Han Fei's delicate body. Chapter 653. Facing such a blow, Han Fei's expression became extremely dignified as she pushed her strength to the limit, carefully searching for any flaws in Chu Jian's attack. As for Yang Kai, who was being guarded by her, he couldn't help feeling a sense of suffocation. It was as if under such an attack, he couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Chu Jian didn't know what order saint he was, but the gap between him and Yang Kai was like heaven and earth. Even if he wasn't targeting Yang Kai, his momentum alone was enough to make it difficult for Yang Kai to even move. As the mountain-like fist fell, Han Fei brought Yang Kai along as she dodged. Every step she took was carefully calculated. In the face of this explosive fist, the two of them were like a small boat in a stormy sea, in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Han Fei, you're not my opponent. If you surrender now, I can give you a dignified death. Chu Jian shouted as he continued to attack, trying to disturb Han Fei's concentration. Both of them were Saint Realm masters, so even if there was a gap in strength, Chu Jian would still need to exert some effort to capture Han Fei. He would also need to carefully control his strength so as not to accidentally injure Yang Kai, naturally making him feel somewhat restrained. Han Fei remained silent, grit her teeth, her delicate body shuttling back and forth as she shuttled back and forth between the storm. After attacking for a while, he couldn't even touch Han Fei's clothes, causing Chu Jian to fly into a rage, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly feeling that he had lost face in front of so many of his subordinates, angrily shouting, "You asked for it, demon god transformation." As he roared, a complex black demon crest quickly appeared on his face, causing his vitality and combat effectiveness to improve significantly. Han Fei didn't dare to neglect and also displayed her demon god transformation, her pretty face covered in a layer of pink demon crests. At that moment, even the surrounding air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. A number of unknown petals condensed from Yuan Qi fell from the sky and flew towards Chu Jian like a swarm of locusts. Chu Jian didn't even try to avoid them and simply sent out a punch, reducing these petals to dust. "Second order saint?" Han Fei exclaimed. "It turns out you've been hiding your true cultivation all this time." Chu Jian laughed. "It's not too late to learn the truth before you die." Laughing loudly, Yang Kai threw a black demonic chi spear towards Han Fei's lower abdomen with unstoppable momentum. Han Fei groaned and coughed up a mouthful of blood, her momentum rapidly plummeting as her pretty face paled and she fell towards the volcanic crater. Using his full strength, Chu Jian's single blow was enough to severely wound Han Fei. The differences in strength between commanders were obvious, so even if Chu Jian dared to have disloyal thoughts, he wasn't completely helpless. "You go." As Han Fei fell, she used the last of her strength to throw Yang Kai out and whispered in his ear. Under the pressure of the two Saint Realm masters, Yang Kai couldn't even move. Although he heard Han Fei's warning and knew he should escape, he was powerless to do so. Chu Jian wouldn't kill him, just like Li Rong. He had something to ask of him, but Chu Jian was clearly the type to burn bridges after crossing the river. Cooperating with Li Rong was much safer. Yang Kai understood this, but he couldn't muster up any strength and could only fly away under Han Fei's desperate gaze. "Capture him." Chu Jian didn't even spare Han Fei a glance as he coldly ordered his subordinates. One of the peak immortal ascension boundary cultivators closest to Yang Kai flickered and appeared in front of Yang Kai, gripping his neck with one hand as he stared at him coldly and snickered. "Human, from now on, you will serve Master Chu Jian." Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he gasped for breath, his bones creaking. Under the pressure of despair, his unyielding golden skeleton seemed to have an unusual reaction. The greater the pressure, the stronger the unyielding golden skeleton's resistance. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that the reason he was able to obtain the unyielding golden skeleton was because he refused to give in to despair. On top of that, he had also comprehended the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton through countless desperate battles. Suddenly realizing something, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a grin as he shouted, "Unyielding will." The shackles and pressure on his body were instantly shattered, and at that moment Yang Kai regained control of his body and regained his freedom. The pressure and momentum of this second-order Saint Chu Jian still weighed down on Yang Kai like a mountain, But Yang Kai was no longer as powerless as he was just now. I won't serve anyone. Yang Kai grinned towards the demon race cultivator as a drop of yang liquid appeared on his palm. Under his control, this drop of yang liquid quickly transformed into a sharp blade. Poo. The yang liquid blade pierced through the demon race cultivator's chest, causing his eyes to bulge as he stared at Yang Kai, obviously unable to comprehend what had just happened. The extremely pure true Yang Yuan Qi and the demonic Qi in his body were in direct opposition to each other, purifying the demonic Qi in his body. A pitiful scream rang out from his mouth as the pain of being stabbed into his body, and the suppression of his true Yang Yuan Qi caused him to be unable to gather his strength and fall headlong into the volcano's crater. How is this possible? Chu Jian was also stunned, never having expected that under his pressure, this human would still be able to fight back. Seeing one of his subordinates inexplicably suffer such a heavy blow, Chu Jian flew into a rage. Damn you! With a loud roar, Chu Jian opened his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. He was able to easily kill a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master because he had caught his opponent off guard, but under the attack of a Saint Realm Master, he instinctively felt a great sense of crisis. Waving his hand, Yang Kai shot out more than a dozen drops of yang liquid from his fingertips. These drops of yang liquid transformed into an indestructible golden spear that shot towards Chu Jian's open hand. Chu Jian's offensive was blocked for a moment. This pure true Yang Yuan Qi was something even he couldn't ignore. The demonic Qi in his palm was quickly purified and even his palm began to blister. A single drop of yang liquid was the crystallization of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, so a dozen drops of yang liquid was equivalent to Yang Kai releasing all of his Yuan Qi in an instant. Such an attack was naturally extremely powerful. After throwing out these drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai didn't even look back. Instead, turning around to face Chu Jian's furious gaze, he turned around and rushed down. Before Han Fei fell into the magma, Yang Kai reached out and caught her, holding her under his arm as he circulated his Yuan Qi, wrapping the two of them in it before plunging into the magma. The two of them disappeared. Chase after them. Chu Jian flew into a rage and took the lead in chasing after them. Chu Jian's subordinates glanced around at each other before helplessly grit their teeth and followed. They were indeed warlike, but if they were to be forced into an environment that restrained them, they would still hesitate. Under the magma, Yang Kai and Han Fei quickly dove down. Being held under his arm, Han Fei's expression was complicated, her beautiful eyes staring towards him, her heart filled with bitterness. She had never expected that she would be saved by this human. If he hadn't suddenly erupted at the last moment, she feared this time she wouldn't have been able to return alive. Chu Jian really wanted to kill her. In order to unify Demon God Citadel, he needed to eliminate all dissidents, so it was impossible for him to show her any mercy. This little brat. How did he do it? Under such a violent pressure, he was still able to move. It was simply incredible. The moment she threw him out, even Han Fei herself despaired. From the side, this human had a cold expression, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, Han Fei keenly saw a trace of hidden excitement in his eyes. He seemed to be enjoying such a thrilling and exciting life. Freak! Han Fei thought to herself, but suddenly her expression became cold as she shouted, "Hurry up, Chu Jian is coming." Sensing the violent and angry aura coming from above, Chu Jian had obviously gone mad. If this human escaped from his hands, he too would likely go crazy, Han Fei thought inexplicably. I know. Yang Kai nodded faintly and asked, "Is your limit at the position where you created the space for me to meditate?" "More or less, I can go a little deeper," Han Fei replied weakly. "Then what do you think Chu Jian's limit is?" "If it's a second-order saint, then 1,000 meters down. After all, the Yang Qi here is too rich, it greatly restrains our ancient demon clan. Then he won't be able to catch up, haha." Yang Kai grinned confidently. Han Fei's beautiful eyes lit up, suddenly remembering that before she came to pick him up, this little brat seemed to have gone deep into the ground. Although she didn't know how deep he had gone, listening to his tone and his current performance, he should have been able to go even deeper. She couldn't help looking forward to it. Thinking about it for a moment, she asked, "Can you hold on?" "I don't know, I'll try. It's better than being caught by him." Naturally, he won't kill you. Even if you're caught by him, your life won't be in danger, so why take such a risk? I believe in Li Rong more. If my guess is right, if I'm caught by Chu Jian after he's done using me, he'll definitely kill me. At least you have some self-awareness. Han Fei nodded lightly. Do you and Hua Mo also think so? Yang Kai suddenly smiled coldly at her. Han Fei's heart clenched as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Sure enough, Yang Kai took a deep breath, his expression becoming gloomy. We did think so, but we didn't make a decision. Because our ancient demon clan doesn't need to owe humans any favors. Han Fei replied coldly. Even in this situation, she didn't show any signs of backing down, instead continuing to say whatever was on her mind. Your thoughts are enough for me to kill you now to avoid future trouble. Yang Kai sneered. Do as you wish. Han Fei snorted. Rest assured I won't kill you. Although you're injured, killing you will still be somewhat difficult for me. You at least have some self-awareness. Han Fei snorted. However, after what happened today, I think you should reconsider whether you want to repay kindness with enmity. If you dare to think that way again, I won't show any mercy. The reason I'm not killing you isn't because I'm soft-hearted, but because we're currently under the same roof. Han Fei curled her lips and stopped talking. She found that when talking to this human, she couldn't take the initiative. He seemed to be able to see through her heart and perceive her thoughts. Chapter 654. Being chased by a second-order saint like Chu Jian, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, he calmly bargained with Han Fei, trying to take advantage of the fact that he had saved her this time to change her hostility towards him. Under the magma, Chu Jian took the lead, his strong body erupting with a terrifying strength as he pushed the hot magma aside. Although his speed was extremely fast, he still couldn't see any trace of Yang Kai or Han Fei, so he could only use his divine sense to lock onto their position. Human, you can't escape. Obediently surrender and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, if I catch you, I'll make sure you lose a few layers of skin. Chu Jian roared as he chased. Yang Kai ignored him and continued diving deeper. If he were to stop at this time, he would really be finished. In any case, he didn't want to fall into the hands of someone like Chu Jian. Soon he and Han Fei reached the depth of the magma they had been cultivating for the past month. After arriving here, Han Fei's state was much worse than before. Even though she was wrapped in Yang Kai's yuan qi, her demonic qi was somewhat unstable and she instinctively began to reject the yang qi around her, a look of panic even appearing on her pretty face. Han Fei had just said that this was basically the limit of what she could dive into. If she went any further, she wouldn't be able to do anything else. In other words, at this point, her life and death were basically completely under Yang Kai's control. If Yang Kai wanted to kill her, he could simply abandon her here. Whether it was Chu Jian or Yang Qi, either of them was more than enough to kill Han Fei. How could she not be nervous? Yang Kai glanced at her and grinned, increasing the output of his yuan qi and firmly wrapping her up, obviously not intending to abandon her. Perceiving this, Han Fei couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as she glared at him coldly, her mood somewhat complicated. Human, you've successfully angered me. I've decided to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Chu Jian's angry roar came from above. Seeing Yang Kai not showing the slightest sign of compromise, he couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed, so how could he care about anything else? All he wanted to do right now was to capture Yang Kai and torture him to relieve the hatred in his heart. Saying so, he increased his speed once again, relentlessly pursuing Yang Kai. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly and he quickly dove even faster, but his cultivation wasn't as tyrannical as Chu Jian's, so the distance between the two sides was shortened bit by bit. Moreover, it seemed that because of Chu Jian's yuan qi's aura, the volcano was unstable, causing the magma below was Yang Kai, which hindered Yang's ability. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. As he dove deeper, the surrounding heat from Yang Qi became more and more intense, causing Yang Kai to begin sweating profusely. Han Fei, who was being held under his arm, was also soaking wet, sweat dripping down her forehead, down her slender white neck all the way to her chest. Have you reached your limit? Han Fei suddenly asked. With her eyesight, she could naturally see the hardships Yang Kai was experiencing. Yang Kai remained indifferent. What bad luck. I actually have to die with a human like you. Han Fei sighed faintly, a look of regret appearing on her face. Shut up! Yang Kai shouted angrily. He hadn't expected that this woman would still be discriminating against him at this time. Back in Demon God Citadel, Yang Kai had felt that many of the ancient demon clanspeople were looking down on him. Guan Er's attitude towards him now was very easygoing, but at the beginning, she had also looked down on him. It seemed that in the eyes of the ancient demon clan, the human race was a third-class race while only the ancient demon clan had a noble bloodline. Every pair of eyes that stared at him now contained obvious arrogance and contempt. This kind of gaze made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. Han Fei's reaction was even more obvious. From the first time she saw him until now, she had been using a condescending attitude to communicate with him. Yang Kai didn't know what she had to be so proud of. Saying so, accompanied by a light swishing sound, a pair of wings suddenly unfurled behind Yang Kai's back. As these wings unfurled, Yang Kai's speed increased to a whole new level, and under his control, the pair of broad and magnificent wings actually contracted into a ball, wrapping up both Yang Kai and Han Fei. The oppressive heat suddenly lessened greatly. Heavenly Tao principles? Han Fei's beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared blankly at Yang Kai's wings that wrapped around her, calling out in alarm. From this pair of magnificent wings, she felt a profound and incomprehensible power. This kind of profound power was not something Yang Kai could cultivate, but rather something he had obtained through some special opportunities and the heavenly way principles. You actually... Han Fei couldn't help covering her mouth in shock, unable to speak. Your eyesight isn't bad, Yang Kai jokingly said. This is indeed the power of heavenly Tao principles. Your good fortune really makes one jealous, Han Fei said lightly. She stretched out her small hand to touch the pair of wings, but as soon as she touched them, a light crackling sound rang out from her hand. The Yang Yuan Qi contained in this pair of wings was in direct opposition to her demonic Qi, so although it wouldn't cause her any injuries, it would still purify her demonic Qi. Taking back her hand, Han Fei bit her lip and probed her surroundings, a moment later happily saying, Chu Jian's speed has slowed down. He should be reaching his limit soon, Yang Kai chuckled. But as long as he stays up there, we won't be able to escape. Sooner or later he'll catch us, Han Fei said helplessly. Do you think Master Li won't pay attention to his movements? Yang Kai sneered. You and Master Li have been together for so many years, yet it seems you still don't understand her. She may be benevolent, but that doesn't mean she's ignorant. Chu Jian dared to bring people out to attack us, so even if Li Rong doesn't get the news immediately, I'm afraid she'll learn the truth in a few days and come to save us. All we need to do is hide for a while. Han Fei blushed but didn't say anything. As one of the 4 great commanders, normally she would be able to understand such a simple problem, but today's events had exceeded her expectations, causing her to be unable to think straight. Human, you'll regret this. Suddenly, Chu Jian's unwilling roar came from above. Han Fei, if you don't want to die, bring that human out and I'll spare your life. No one paid any attention to him because when Chu Jian shouted, both Yang Kai and Han Fei noticed that he had stopped chasing. Even if he was a second-order saint in this environment, he wouldn't be able to chase too far. Seemingly seeing hope of escaping, Han Fei's face also glowed brightly. Put me down. She suddenly realized that she had actually been held under this human's arm all this time and hadn't resisted. Your injuries. Yang Kai glanced over at her. Don't compare me with your fragile human body, my ancient demon clan. Before she could finish, Yang Kai released her. Probably noticing Yang Kai's disgust, Han Fei didn't continue to speak and instead followed Yang Kai, receiving the dual protection of his Yuan Qi and Yang inflammation wings. Chu Jian's roars continued to ring out from above as the magma became more and more unstable. Whether it was Yang Kai or Han Fei, both of them were nervously searching for a way out, releasing their divine senses and probing their surroundings. Suddenly, Han Fei's face lit up and she pointed in a certain direction and exclaimed, "That way." Yang Kai froze for a moment before following the direction she pointed, a smile appearing on his face as he turned around and flew in that direction. A moment later, the magma that had been surrounding the two of them suddenly disappeared and the two of them entered a tunnel. The tunnel was pitch black but extremely dry, and the heat here wasn't as unbearable as the magma. Underneath this volcano there was actually such a place. causing Yang Kai to feel a little overjoyed. Sitting on the ground, they gasped for breath. No matter who it was, both of them felt a sense of joy and excitement from escaping from a hopeless situation. Gradually adapting to the darkness, Yang Kai looked around and found that to his left, the hot magma was still gushing upwards, while to his right, there was a bottomless tunnel. Let's go deeper in case the magma rushes in, Yang Kai suggested. The magma was currently being pushed upwards by some kind of mysterious force, so once this force disappeared, it would inevitably rush into the tunnel. Han Fei nodded and didn't argue, struggling to stand up and following behind Yang Kai. In the pitch-black darkness, Yang Kai groped his way forward. Han Fei didn't dare to stray too far from him. After all, the Yang Qi in this place was still very strong, and she needed to rely on Yang Kai's Yuan Qi to resist the erosion of Yang Qi. A dripping sound rang out as the blood from Han Fei's wound splashed onto the ground, a particularly harsh sound in this quiet corridor. Yang Kai didn't show too much concern. Based on Han Fei's previous state and the ancient demon clan's powerful physique, this kind of injury wasn't enough to kill her. Yang Kai continued to walk along the tunnel, going through many twists and turns. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he had actually arrived at a cave with extremely dense energy. This cave was extremely spacious and had no light at all. Yang Kai couldn't clearly see what kind of environment this place was, but after releasing his divine sense, he didn't notice any signs of life. This made him feel a lot more relieved. He knew that in this kind of special environment, it was very likely that there would be some kind of strange life form. Such life forms were generally extremely powerful. If they were to encounter one at this time, whether it was him or Han Fei, they wouldn't be able to resist. Let's take a rest, Yang Kai sighed softly. Han Fei nodded lightly, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. When she sat down, she pulled on Yang Kai's arm, forcing Yang Kai to sit beside her. Perceiving her intentions, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. This woman obviously couldn't leave the shelter of his Yuan Qi, but she was too embarrassed to say so she could only brace herself and express her feelings with practical actions. What a hypocrite, Yang Kai thought to himself. Chapter 655. After such a long battle and being chased by Chu Jian, although the two of them had plenty of Yuan Qi, their physical strength and spiritual energy had been greatly consumed. After sitting down for a while, the two of them entered a meditative state. Their mental strength rapidly recovered. 2 hours later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly as he returned to his peak state. Han Fei was still leaning against his side, and although she had not woken up, her aura was undoubtedly much more stable. Her tender body, which was so close to Yang Kai, gave off an unimaginable softness. On top of that, there seemed to be a natural fragrance wafting from this icy woman, causing Yang Kai to become more energetic. After waiting for a while, she gradually woke up and realized that she had lost her composure, taking the initiative to distance herself from Yang Kai and asking coldly, "What do we do now? Let's take a look at the environment here first." Saying so, Kai Yang stood up, his true qi bursting out from his body, emitting a bright light that illuminated his surroundings. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. She didn't like the burning aura coming from Yang Kai. This wasn't directed at him as a person, but rather an instinctive rejection between the demonic qi and Yang Qi. "I seem to have some torches," Han Fei said. Out of nowhere, she pulled out 2 torches. Yang Kai smiled lightly and lit them up, taking one each with Han Fei before beginning to look around. Just as Yang Kai had observed before, this was indeed a huge and spacious cave. More than 1,000 meters high, the interior was the size of more than a dozen houses and filled with extremely rich world energy. This kind of energy was not Yang Qi, but rather pure and could be absorbed by any cultivator. The two of them explored the cave for a while, but they didn't find anything. Instead, they found a tunnel that led deeper into the cave. "Do you want to go in and take a look? Or wait here for Li Rong to rescue us?" Yang Kai held the torch high and asked Han Fei. Han Fei's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Even if Master Li receives news, she won't necessarily know we're down here. This is a rare opportunity, let's go in and take a look." "All right." Yang Kai smiled. This was one of the ancient demon clan's restricted areas, Even the four great commanders would not easily come here. And this time, if not for Yang Kai's protection, Han Fei would not have been able to reach this cave safely and would have long since been melted by the magma. She was naturally very curious about what secrets such a place held. This was a place the ancient demon clan had lived here for countless years but had never been to. So this woman's innate curiosity made her choose to explore this place. As they walked deeper into the passageway, the surrounding rock walls were abnormally sturdy. They didn't know how long they had walked or how far they had gone, but they still didn't find anything. Han Fei, who was following behind Yang Kai, was also panting heavily as she staggered forward. Although such a piercing wound wouldn't take her life, it would still have a great impact on her. "Let's take a break," Yang Kai suggested. Han Fei remained indifferent, knowing that he was thinking for her sake. After sitting down to rest, Yang Kai took out a healing pill and handed it to her. Han Fei glanced over at him but didn't ask any questions, taking it and swallowing it. "You don't have a healing pill on you?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "We don't know alchemy, how could we have a healing pill?" Han Fei replied faintly. "If you didn't, you should have said so earlier." Yang Kai was speechless. This woman was really arrogant to the extreme. After suffering such a heavy injury, she would rather let it heal naturally than ask for a pill from him. He had thought that as one of the four great commanders, Han Fei would at least be equipped with some commonly used pills. How embarrassing! Han Fei snorted, thinking about it for a moment before suddenly taking out something and handing it to Yang Kai. "Do you want to drink some water?" Yang Kai was surprised and silently took the water she handed over and drank a few mouthfuls. Han Fei then asked, "Do you want to eat something?" This time she handed over a few fruits that Yang Kai had never seen before. These fruits contained a considerable amount of energy, so at first glance they were obviously good things. This woman. Does she really want to repay my favor? Yang Kai stared at her blankly, suddenly understanding what she was thinking. Yang Kai secretly shook his head before taking the fruits and stuffing them into his mouth. "You seem to have brought a lot of things with you." Yang Kai looked at her up and down, wondering where she had hidden all these things. A universe bag was a kind of artifact that could be used to store things. Yang Kai knew about this. Since coming to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had seen many universe bags on people's bodies. Several of the squad leaders of Bold Independent Union had them, as well as the charm monster he had killed. However, Han Fei didn't have one, so Yang Kai was quite puzzled as to what she was using to store them. "And I usually collect some and store them in my void ring just in case I need them," Han Fei explained faintly, picking up a fruit and taking a small bite. "A void ring?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the simple ring on Han Fei's right index finger. This ring was pitch black in color, so at a glance, it was obvious it had been there for many years. A storage artifact of a higher grade than a universe bag. You shouldn't be able to find one in the outside world. Only some forces with a long history and huge foundations would possess such things, Han Fei explained faintly. Looking at the void ring on her hand, Yang Kai's mind flashed and he asked in amazement, "Could this be made from soul-suppressing stone?" "You know about soul-suppressing stone?" Han Fei was surprised. Yang Kai nodded lightly. How could he not know about it? His wordless black book was made entirely out of soul-suppressing stones. Yes, there is a small amount of soul-suppressing stone, but not all of it. It is said that Great Demon God obtained a large piece of soul-suppressing stone many years ago, but no one knows what he used it for, leaving behind only a few scraps. These scraps were used by an artifact refiner to refine several void rings, which are now being kept by the four great commanders. Listening to what she said, Yang Kai thought about it carefully and found that Li Rong, Hua Mo, and the others were indeed wearing rings on their hands. It turned out that these rings were even higher grade storage artifacts than a universe bag. "And let's not talk about this. This time I owe you a master's favor, so I won't think about killing you after using you, but I can't guarantee that Hua Mo will feel the same way. However, you can rest assured that with Master Li's protection, Hua Mo won't easily act against you," Han Fei suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that her words were a sign of goodwill. "I don't quite understand why Master Li is so optimistic about you and cares for you so much." "I don't understand either." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "If there's a chance, help me ask Li Rong and see what she think." Half an hour later, the two of them once again set foot on the path of exploration. It seemed that because of the healing pill, Han Fei's condition was much better than before. The deeper they went, the more Yang Kai noticed that the world energy around them was getting richer and richer, as if there was a convergence of world energy down below. Thinking about the situation underground in the central capital, Yang Kai's spirit shook and he suddenly thought of a bold guess. Could there be an earth vein down here? Han Fei heard this and thought for a moment before nodding. It's possible. The two of them exchanged a glance, both of them becoming excited, their speed increasing greatly. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that they had reached the end of the path, and there was no way out. However, on the rock wall in front of them, there were some small dots of light that shone like stars. What is this? Yang Kai asked suspiciously, stepping forward to investigate. Han Fei also hurried forward, but after seeing the situation in front of them, her expression couldn't help changing. The two of them reached out at the same time and circulated their yuan qi, breaking open the rock wall in front of them. Yang Kai fiddled with the rock for a long time before finding a fist-sized, pure gem-like object among the rubble. Feeling the energy contained within it and looking at its appearance, Yang Kai quickly said, Han Fei, come and take a look, is this a crystal stone? Han Fei's expression became strange. She hadn't expected this human brat to actually call her by her name, but her attention was completely focused on the object in his hand, so she didn't bother with him. Nodding after a brief investigation, it really is a crystal stone. It's really a crystal stone? Yang Kai was dumbfounded, such a big piece. He had used crystal stones before, whether it was the one he obtained from Bold Independent Union's Yun Xian or the one he obtained from Li Rong. All of them were only about the size of walnuts, very regular in shape and volume, but now, at the bottom of this volcano, he had actually found a fist-sized crystal stone. Is this a crystal stone lode? Han Fei's expression became excited, quickly rushing over to search for it, a moment later finding a slightly smaller crystal stone among the rubble, but even so, it was still several times larger than the usual crystal stones. It really is a crystal stone lode. Han Fei affirmed. Didn't you say there was a yang crystal stone lode at the bottom of this volcano? Yang Kai was surprised. I just read about it in the ancient books. There may have been a mistake, Han Fei explained. But crystal stones are much more valuable than yang crystals, especially to our ancient demon clan. Her clansmen couldn't use the yang crystal stone lode, so they could only benefit Yang Kai, but crystal stones were different. Any cultivator could use crystal stones. They had been trapped here for countless years, so the crystal stones accumulated in Demon God Citadel had long since been used up. Many of her clansmen had never even seen crystal stones before. A character like Pan Lang, when he learned that Yang Kai had 50 crystal stones, had coveted them. It was obvious how rare crystal stones were in this mysterious small world. We've struck it rich. Han Fei's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she muttered. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Whoever picks it gets to keep it. Don't be so shameless, this is my ancient demon clan's territory. Everything here should belong to my clan. Han Fei said angrily. You're too greedy. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he shook his head. Since this is a crystal stone lode, only the heavens know how many crystal stones are hidden here. And without me, do you think you can move freely? I can abandon you right now and see how you'll mine these crystal stones. You're shameless. Han Fei finally became angry. She had been sheltered by Yang Kai's yuan qi all this time. Without Yang Kai, she wouldn't even be able to move freely, let alone mine these crystal stones. Then goodbye, I'll be going now. You can keep these crystal stones company. I'll come back to mine them after you die, Yang Kai said, waved his hand, turned around and left. Chapter 656. Seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, Han Fei grabbed his sleeve and bit her lip, staring at him sadly, as if she had suffered a great grievance, pitiful to the extreme. A woman as cold and elegant as Han Fei generally would not show such an expression unless she was in a state of extreme helplessness. And right now such was the case. If Yang Kai wanted to leave, she would have no choice but to follow. Seeing such a large load in front of her but unable to mine it, the bitterness in Han Fei's heart could be imagined. Her clansmen needed these crystal stones very much. What do you say? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her calmly. As you say, whoever picks them up gets to keep them. Han Fei grit her teeth. hating him to the point of death. Then let's get to work. Yang Kai smiled happily, clenching his fists and cracking them. Han Fei didn't say a word, turned around, and began bombarding the rock wall that contained the crystal stones, sending rubble flying everywhere. Soon she found some crystal stones among the rubble, and stuffed them into her void ring with a look of joy. Seeing her seemingly eager to seize a piece of the crystal stone load, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, slowly stepping forward and also beginning to bombard the rock wall. Crystal stones were generally hidden in other minerals. If an entire crystal stone load could only produce 10% of the crystal stones, it would already be considered a rich mine. However, the crystal stone load under this volcano was even richer than a rich mine, so the amount of crystal stones that could be mined accounted for about 30% of the total. Influenced by Yang Kai's words before, whoever picks them up gets to keep them, Han Fei was filled with enthusiasm, not caring about her own injuries as she bombarded the rock wall, mining all the way down. After finding a crystal stone, she didn't even bother to look at it, directly throwing it into her space ring for safekeeping, as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would snatch it away. On the other hand, Yang Kai's movements were neither fast nor slow, walking side by side with Han Fei. Most of the crystal stones were taken by Han Fei while Yang Kai only took a small portion. While mining, Han Fei quietly glanced over at Yang Kai and couldn't help feeling smug, thinking that this bastard human actually dared to compete with her in mining speed. Didn't he see how big the gap between their cultivations was? She thought so in her heart, but didn't show it on her face. She didn't want to anger him and really abandon her. Time passed slowly and the number of crystal stones Han Fei collected surpassed Yang Kai's by several times. At this point, she was no longer worried that the crystal stones here would be divided up by Yang Kai. With his methods, wanting to snatch these crystal stones from her was simply unrealistic. The tunnel went deeper and deeper, and the deeper they went, the more crystals there were and the bigger they were. Yang Kai even collected a crystal stone the size of a human head, surprising Han Fei. This was because even she had never heard of the existence of such a large crystal. No matter who it was, both of them were attracted by the wealth in front of them, completely forgetting that they were in the process of escaping. However, what made Han Fei feel strange was that even though his harvest was much smaller than hers, this human still had a calm look on his face, not showing the slightest trace of anxiety. Did he know that he couldn't compete with her, so even if he only obtained a small portion of the crystal stones, he was satisfied? Han Fei secretly guessed. This was also very likely. The crystal stones here were simply too abundant. Han Fei was collecting for her entire clan while Yang Kai was collecting for himself. Even if the amount was small, it was enough for him alone. After an unknown amount of time, even someone as strong as Han Fei began to feel a little tired. Secretly wanting to compare herself to Yang Kai, Han Fei's mental and physical strength were several times greater than Yang Kai's. Suddenly, Han Fei's movements came to a halt and her expression became bitter, holding the crystal stone she had just collected in her hand as she stood there motionless. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "I'm tired, I need to rest for a while." Han Fei said so, taking the initiative to retreat a little, not leaving the range of Yang Kai's Yuan-Chi's protection. She sat down cross-legged and quietly took out the things she didn't need from her void ring. After a while, she began mining again. But after less than an hour, Han Fei stopped again, her pretty face filled with helplessness as she shook her head. "Your void ring is full, right?" Yang Kai saw the problem at a glance. Han Fei glanced over at him faintly. "Do you have a universe bag? Lend me a few." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, indicating his helplessness. "What kind of crystal stones do you store them with?" Han Fei's pair of beautiful eyes swept over Yang Kai. She didn't see any trace of a universe bag or void ring on Yang Kai's body. The crystal stones he held in his hand had disappeared in a flash, so she had no idea where he had hidden them. "That's a secret I can't tell you." "Stop trying to mystify things," Han Fei snorted. Han Fei snorted. Void rings were very high-grade storage artifacts. The one in her hand could easily store a room's worth of things. She didn't believe that a person like Yang Kai could possess a storage artifact that was even higher grade than a void ring. After thinking about it for a moment, Han Fei grit her teeth and whispered to Yang Kai, "I don't know why, but I feel a bit cold. Could it be that your injuries are too serious?" Yang Kai was taken aback. He didn't want Han Fei to die here. After all, this woman was one of the 4 great commanders. If she really died here, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Li Rong and possibly even the entire ancient demon clan. Before he had a practical way to leave this mysterious small world, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts of antagonizing the ancient demon clan. I don't know, saying so, Han Fei shivered. Yang Kai frowned, put down his mining work, took off his clothes and tossed them to Han Fei. Han Fei's expression was complicated as she caught them and softly said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yang Kai smiled lightly, but in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Because Han Fei, who had been shivering just a moment ago, was now wearing an indifferent expression. Tying the 2 sleeves of the clothes Yang Kai had handed her, she turned them into a simple bag and placed a number of crystal stones into it. Yang Kai's face filled with black lines as he finally understood what this woman's purpose was. "Aren't you a bit too greedy?" Yang Kai said disdainfully. "What do you know? My clansmen have been longing for crystal stones for many years now, so naturally I have to collect as many as I can. Every piece of crystal stone is of great use to my clansmen." Han Fei didn't show the slightest bit of guilt and continued stuffing more crystal stones into her bag. "Do you want me to take off my trousers and give them to you? You can also make a bag with them," Yang Kai sneered. "Good." Han Fei nodded indifferently. Yang Kai trembled with anger as he pointed a finger at her. "I'll remember you, you lying woman. I'll never believe anything you say ever again. Do you even have any moral integrity?" At this moment he suddenly felt very hurt. What is moral integrity? Han Fei looked at him suspiciously. She only knew what it was. Yang Kai took a deep breath and no longer said anything, continuing to mine crystal stones. Han Fei was powerless to do anything. Her void ring had already been filled to the brim and even the clothes Yang Kai had given her to protect her from the cold didn't have any space left, so she could only stand aside and watch as Yang Kai continued to harvest crystal stones, her eyes filled with extreme jealousy. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. Han Fei was surprised to find that this human didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. The crystal stones he was mining as always, she didn't even know where he had hidden them. Over the past few days, Han Fei roughly estimated that the number of crystal stones he had mined was more than twice what she had. No wonder he had been so calm at the beginning, and didn't seem to have any intention of snatching them from her. It turned out that he had already calculated that her storage capacity was limited. But what about him? What kind of storage artifact did he use? Why did it have so much space? Han Fei had also been spying on Yang Kai these past few days, trying to uncover some of his mysteries, but to no avail. What made her even more shocked was that in the following days, he continued to make such a huge harvest. It was as if there was some kind of bottomless pit on his body that no matter how many crystal stones were stuffed into it, it would always be able to hold them all. "I'll help you collect them. When you get out you can share half with me, okay?" Han Fei couldn't sit still and quietly proposed. Yang Kai glanced over at her coldly and snorted, refusing to comment. "Then I'll share 40%. Han Fei grit her teeth and took the initiative to compromise. "How about 30%? With my help, your progress will be faster, you won't suffer a loss." "How about 20%? 10% is also fine. At least 10%. "Don't talk to me, I don't want to talk to you," Yang Kai snorted. "What a stingy man. Do you really think you can use so many crystal stones? The amount you've mined so far is enough for you to use for at least a few dozen years without worrying." "I can't use them all, but I can exchange them for other things." Yang Kai counted on his fingers, for herbs, for artifacts, for martial skills, for secret arts, even for women. Han Fei grit her teeth and glared at him, shameless. "Understand your position." Yang Kai sneered. "You're only safe and sound now because you're under my protection, so don't try to point fingers at me again, or else I'll really abandon you." Han Fei felt bitter and didn't dare say anything more. In fact, with her Saint Realm cultivation, she could easily suppress Yang Kai here and force him to obey her orders, but after all, Yang Kai had just rescued her and she was now begging him for help. Han Fei really couldn't bring herself to bite the hand that fed her. From this point of view, this woman could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges, so Yang Kai didn't hate her as much. "HM?" Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed in surprise, picking up an unusual crystal stone from the ground in front of him. This crystal stone wasn't very big, at least compared to the ones Yang Kai had collected before, only about the size of a longan fruit, but Yang Kai keenly noticed that the energy contained in this crystal stone was countless times richer than the one he had collected before. The moment he picked it up, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help changing. "Saint Crystal!" Han Fei also exclaimed, covering her mouth as she stared at the crystal stone in Yang Kai's hand. "Saint Crystal!" Yang Kai's brow rose. Isn't that a legendary existence even higher than crystal stones? Chapter 657. When he was in Bold Independent Union, Yang Kai had learned a lot about the mysteries of crystal stones, so naturally he had heard of Saint Crystals. A piece of Saint Crystal and a piece of crystal stone of the same volume would contain vastly different amounts of energy. The value of the former was more than 100 times greater than that of the latter. This was just a simple comparison of energy. In terms of true value, the value of a piece of Saint Crystal was simply incomparable to that of a crystal stone, because while crystal stones could be found everywhere, Saint Crystals were extremely rare. Things were always precious when they were rare. There's actually a Saint Crystal here? Han Fei couldn't sit still anymore. Watching Yang Kai mine crystal stones while she had no storage ability was a kind of torture, but now he had actually obtained a piece of Saint Crystal. This was a treasure that was of great help even to a Saint Realm master. With a piece of Saint Crystal in hand, even she could rapidly improve her strength. Such a harvest made Han Fei both envious and jealous. Whether or not she had a storage ability was no longer a consideration for Han Fei, so she quickly rushed over to the cave wall and began bombarding it. Yang Kai was not willing to be outdone and his speed suddenly increased. Stone fragments flew out, mixed with some crystal stones that had been bombarded. Han Fei's divine sense was highly concentrated and swept these crystal stones, but after discovering that they were just ordinary crystal stones, she simply ignored them. The Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body burst out fiercely and under the control of his divine sense transformed into an invisible force that collected all the crystal stones Han Fei ignored, and stuffed them into his black book space. Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out as Han Fei's eyes flashed and her hands moved faster than Yang Kai's. Grabbing a seemingly unique crystal stone in her hand and inspecting it, her face filled with joy as she hurriedly grasped it in her palm, a look of excitement filling her face. She had also obtained a piece of Saint Crystal, but in the next moment, she ground her teeth because Yang Kai had actually obtained another piece of Saint Crystal, and was currently holding it between his fingers, waving it at her. "Just wait and see." Han Fei secretly swore, her hands moving even faster. For a moment, the two of them seemed to be possessed as they worked hard to gather the herbs. Saint Crystals were extremely rare, only occasionally appearing once or twice. Even so, after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai had collected more than a dozen pieces while Han Fei's harvest was even greater. After all, her cultivation was higher and her speed faster, so every time a Saint Crystal appeared, she would be the first to grab it. However, there was no way for her to take away the ordinary crystal stones that she had mined. They were all given to Yang Kai. Therefore, in terms of gains, the two of them were basically on par. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the wall in front of him suddenly collapsed, revealing a vacuum passage. And in that passage, waves of energy that made one's heart palpitate were surging out. It seemed that because the two of them had opened up the passage below, the energy here had reacted greatly. Kacha, a series of cracking sounds came from all directions. Yang Kai and Han Fei's expressions changed at the same time, both of them stopping what they were doing and standing there quietly, not even daring to breathe. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sound became louder and more violent, and above the two of them, stone fragments began to fall. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, his expression gloomy as he muttered, "Something's not right. I think we should go." Han Fei gently nodded. "Let's go." Yang Kai roared, no longer caring about anything else, quickly turning around and retracing his steps like a bolt of lightning. Han Fei followed closely behind, not leaving his side even a single step. The ground suddenly shook, and the energy of heaven and earth in the tunnel became extremely chaotic and unstable. Stone fragments and dust continued to fall from above as the cracks in the ground grew larger and larger. While observing his surroundings, Kai Yang continued to rush forward with all his might. Yang Kai knew that this place was already an unstable volcano. Him and Han Fei having wandered around down here for so many days had likely triggered some kind of unforeseen event, causing the entire volcano to erupt. As for the cave beneath the volcano, it was likely that it would no longer be safe. At this critical juncture of life and death, the two of them moved faster than the other. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the huge karst cave where they had rested before. Following the tunnel that they had walked through before, the scorching magma soon came into view. "Come here," Yang Kai shouted as he wrapped his arms around Han Fei's waist, unfurling his flaming yang wings and wrapping himself around her as he dove into the magma, following the direction of the magma eruption and flying upwards at full speed. Driven by the violent eruption of magma, the speed at which they returned was several times faster than when they had entered. Hong hong hong. A series of deafening explosions rang out, and feeling the massive destructive aura around them, Yang Kai and Han Fei's expressions became extremely dignified. At the same time, outside the volcano's mouth, several figures were floating mid-air, each of these figures exuding a powerful aura. At this moment, these people were divided into two groups, each of them facing off against the other. The group on the left was led by Chu Jian and those from the ancient demon race, while the group on the right was led by Li Rong and Hua Mo. Just as Yang Kai had expected, Li Rong had been paying attention to Chu Jian's movements. When she learned that he had actually led a large number of masters out of his territory, Li Rong immediately realized what he was planning to do. She immediately sent a message to Hua Mo, ordering him to lead the people from Demon God Citadel to come to his aid, but unfortunately, they were still too late. By the time she and Hua Mo arrived, Yang Kai and Han Fei had already been forced into the volcano by Chu Jian, their fate unknown. Li Rong, who had always been kind and tolerant, now felt murderous intent towards Chu Jian for the first time. However, before determining the whereabouts of Yang Kai and Han Fei, Li Rong endured and ordered Chu Jian to help her find them. These days, the masters of the ancient demon clan had all sneaked into the volcano to search for traces of Yang Kai and Han Fei, Li Rong even personally taking action, but still finding nothing. By now, most of the ancient demon race members were convinced that the human and Han Fei had died inside this volcano. Chu Jian's expression was gloomy, but there was no trace of guilt on his face. Instead, there was a thick sense of excitement as he stared towards Li Rong from some distance away, wondering what her next step would be. Now that things had become so big, Chu Jian had no reason to avoid it. Over the years, he had been testing Li Rong's bottom line while also increasing his own strength, so he knew Li Rong very well. If they really had to fight here, Chu Jian wasn't the slightest bit afraid and was even somewhat eager to give it a try. After being imprisoned for so long, the ancient demon clan's sharp fangs had almost been worn out. Now was the time to awaken their clansmen's true nature, and let them know that they should crave a baptism of blood. Master Li. Hua Mo's expression was also ugly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Commander Han Fei has probably really fallen." Li Rong closed her eyes tightly, her tyrannical divine sense not fearing Yang Qi's burning flames as she probed the interior of the volcano. But unfortunately, she found nothing. Hearing Hua Mo's words, Li Rong suddenly opened her eyes, her always dignified and mature pretty face suddenly becoming gloomy. Grinding her teeth, her tender body trembling slightly as she glared at Chu Jian with hatred. "Chu Jian, do you know what you've done?" Chu Jian grinned wickedly and nodded. "Naturally I know. There's no need for Master Li to remind me." Li Rong's expression was indescribably fierce as she slowly shook her head and said in a low voice, "You don't know. If that human is fine, I can spare your life. But if something happens to him, you'll be buried with him." This shout carried with it an invisible force, causing Chu Jian's complexion to change greatly as he hurriedly retreated a few steps, waving his hand to block the attack. A series of ripples spread out and the sleeve Chu Jian had stretched out was suddenly torn to shreds and dissipated with the wind. Chu Jian's eyes couldn't help widening as he realized that this woman who had always been quite benevolent and tolerant was actually stronger than him. However, he was still a second-order saint, so he quickly stabilized himself and shouted, "Master Li, you don't care about Commander Han Fei's life or death but actually care about that human brat. Why is that?" To the side, Hua Mo also couldn't help frowning, a look of suspicion filling his face. Li Rong's words were indeed suspicious. She didn't mention Han Fei's life or death but instead cared about Yang Kai, making Hua Mo unable to understand why. "You don't need to know why. Li Rong wasn't in the mood to explain, taking a deep breath as she stared up at the chaotic sky, her eyes blurring as she whispered, "You only need to know that I can tolerate any mistake you make, even allow you to point your blade at me and usurp my position. But I will never allow you to kill that human. If he dies, you die." Chu Jian's breath stagnated. Li Rong's words were spoken so decisively that he naturally knew she wasn't trying to be mysterious. This time he seemed to have violated some kind of taboo. Chu Jian secretly shook his head, wondering if Li Rong had lost her mind. In front of so many clansmen, daring to say such a thing, wasn't she afraid her prestige would be questioned? Even Hua Mo had a confused look on his face at this moment, let alone the other clansmen. "I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you're alive, I want to see you. If you're dead, I want to see your corpse. If you can't do that, I will personally eradicate you." Li Rong looked at Chu Jian coldly and issued her final ultimatum. Chu Jian's heart couldn't help feeling panic, but his face was filled with excitement, licking his lips as his fighting spirit soared. He wasn't prepared to accept Li Rong's orders, but now that things had developed to this point, no matter what, he had to act. But before he could act, a violent humming sound came from the volcano below, and immediately, the world energy fluctuations became extremely dangerous as a deadly aura rushed out from below. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they looked down and saw that the magma in the volcano below had become quite unstable. Xiao. A jet of magma shot up 1,000 meters into the air, turning into a rain of magma that rained down on the ground below. Xiao. Soon, more and more magma rushed out of the volcano like arrows, each of them filled with destructive power. "Master Li, quickly run." Hua Mo paled and quickly shouted, at the same time retreating, trying to escape from the volcano's crater. Chapter 658. The volcano that had been dormant for many years suddenly erupted. As the crater spewed out streams of magma that made one's heart palpitate, dazzling lightning suddenly flashed in the sky. Those lightning bolts bombarded down like spirit serpents, densely packed and innumerable. One by one, the ancient demon race cultivators who were trying to avoid the magma were struck by these bolts of lightning before they could even react, instantly exploding into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a single bone, dying a miserable death. Many of the ancient demon race cultivators were shocked, their eyes filled with fear as they hurriedly released their strength and fled in all directions. Kacha, the magma and lightning struck simultaneously, turning the entire territory of the volcano into a dead territory. Heavenly might. Li Rong, Hua Mo, and Chu Jian's expressions became extremely dignified, not daring to remain here for long, quickly retreating. They didn't know what had happened here, but this kind of heavenly might was something even the three of them didn't dare touch lightly. High up in the sky, heavenly thunder rumbled, and below the volcano magma burst forth. This kind of heavenly might shocked every ancient demon master, causing their hearts to tremble. In this mysterious small world, they had never encountered much danger, but today they had experienced it. A short time later, Chu Jian, Li Rong, and Hua Mo's groups had moved a few dozen kilometers away from the crater of the volcano and arrived at a relatively safe position. Separated by a few dozen kilometers, the two sides stared at the crater in silence. Li Rong's face was ashen. If she had held a glimmer of hope that Yang Kai and Han Fei were still alive a moment ago, that hope had now been ruthlessly extinguished by reality. Under such heavenly might, Li Rong felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai and Han Fei to survive. At that moment, two figures suddenly rushed out from the chaotic crater of the volcano. Under the interference of the magma and lightning, no one noticed the existence of these two figures as everyone's attention had been attracted by the vast heavenly might. The moment they left the volcanic crater, Yang Kai and Han Fei's expressions also changed greatly. They did not expect that after trying so hard to escape from the volcano, they would actually usher in such a doomsday-like scene. Everywhere was filled with the aura of death, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of fear. "Let's go," Han Fei shouted. Now that they were here, she no longer needed Yang Kai's protection. Instead, she circulated her yuan qi and wrapped Yang Kai in it before flying off in a certain direction. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He quickly raised his bone shield and infused his yuan qi into it, The mouth of the bone shield opened ferociously and was held up by him. It became a barrier for the two of them to block the fatal attack. Boom boom boom, bolts of lightning fell one after another, all of which were absorbed by the bone shield. But after only 3 or 5 bolts, Yang Kai discovered that this defensive artifact, which had been refined to mysterious grade top rank, was showing signs of collapsing. Fortunately, Han Fei's figure was extremely flexible, constantly bringing Yang Kai through the magma and lightning, always managing to avoid the most dangerous areas. A moment later, the two of them finally left the most dangerous territory. "There's someone up ahead." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he coldly shouted, his expression changing slightly. "It's Chu Jian. This is bad." Han Fei also felt a chill run down her spine. She had not expected Chu Jian to have been waiting outside for so long. She and Yang Kai had stayed inside the volcano for at least half a month, so Chu Jian actually being so patient was beyond her expectations. "Prepare to run." Yang Kai's expression was gloomy as he whispered to Han Fei. Han Fei nodded lightly. Just as the two of them discovered Chu Jian, the other party also noticed them. After seeing Yang Kai and Han Fei's figures, Chu Jian couldn't help grinning. "They're actually still alive, ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me." Saying so, he stared towards the other side of the volcano, unable to see Li Rong and Hua Mo's situation. Chu Jian's heart sank. Since he couldn't see the situation over there, the people over there definitely couldn't see the situation over here either. In other words, he had a chance to capture Yang Kai and Han Fei before Li Rong could react. As long as he captured these two, Chu Jian would have a bargaining chip to oppose Li Rong. Li Rong seemed to care more about this human than she did about Han Fei. So Chu Jian really wanted to know if there was some kind of deeper meaning to this. Not far away, the human and Han Fei, after escaping from the most dangerous territory, had changed directions and were now heading towards the side, apparently wanting to escape from his field of vision. Chu Jian sneered and without hesitation, directly displayed his demon god transformation. His ferocious face was quickly covered by dark demon crests, making him appear even more terrifying. His peak second-order transcendent cultivation was greatly improved, and his vitality and combat effectiveness also soared. His figure flickered and Chu Jian appeared in front of Han Fei and Yang Kai, coldly shouting, "You're quite lucky, but this time you won't be so lucky." Han Fei, hand him over. Saying so, his big hand reached out towards Han Fei. Han Fei coldly snorted and casually threw Yang Kai into the distance, quickly using her demon god transformation to block Chu Jian's attack. Although there was a minor realm gap between the two of them, Han Fei was still able to buy some time with her full strength. The last time she had been severely injured by Chu Jian, it was only because he had suddenly displayed his hidden strength that Han Fei had been caught off guard. Yang Kai naturally understood Han Fei's intentions and used the force of her throw to escape, but in the next moment, he was surrounded by more than a dozen ancient demon clan masters. These people were all Chu Jian's subordinates, and even the weakest of them was a peak immortal ascension boundary master, with 2 or 3 of them being transcendents. Yang Kai stood mid-air, frowning as he stared at the enemies around him, his heart heavy as he felt a huge pressure from these people. "Human, come with us, Master Chu Jian needs your help." A third-order transcendent stared coldly at Yang Kai and shouted, "And if I say no?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a light flashing across his eyes. "Then you'll have to suffer a bit." The brawny man sneered as he floated over towards Yang Kai and reached out to grab him. His big hand moved erratically and entered Yang Kai's eyes, but Yang Kai couldn't see the trajectory of his hand at all, only seeing a series of afterimages flash past his eyes, causing him to feel a sense of crisis. The bone shield that Yang Kai had been holding suddenly appeared in front of him, and the several bolts of lightning that had just been swallowed by the bone shield suddenly shot out. Xiao. A shocking bolt of lightning shot out from the bone shield's mouth, instantly shattering the afterimages in front of him. The third-order transcendent realm brawny man retreated a few steps before opening his hand and sending out a burst of evil energy from his fingertips. With a loud bang, the 2 bursts of energy collided and dissipated. Yang Kai decided to go all out and condensed all of his spiritual energy into the small soul-type sword in his knowledge sea, transforming it into a fiery red light that shot towards the brawny man. What a hateful aura! Perceiving the attribute of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, the brawny man's face filled with disgust as his murderous intent soared. At the same time, he also sent out his own spiritual energy to collide head-on. The invisible confrontation lasted only a moment before Yang Kai's face went pale and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his figure staggering slightly. Even though his spiritual energy was comparable to an ordinary transcendent realm master, there was still a gap between him and a third-order transcendent. If it weren't for his special spiritual energy, this collision alone would have been enough to shatter his soul. As for the brawny man, he seemed to have suffered a small loss. He had underestimated the offensive power of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea, so after the collision, he clutched his head with both hands and howled in pain. A conflagrated knowledge sea, when cultivated to the extreme, could burn down anything in the world. Although Yang Kai had only begun cultivating his conflagrated knowledge sea in the past year, after swallowing more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas, his attacks could not be ignored. "Catch him for me. I want to crush every bone in his body." The brawny man howled as he issued an order to his clansmen. Yang Kai waved his hands like a dancing butterfly, summoning several dozen drops of yang liquid around his body, transforming them into sharp spears that he aimed at the demon race cultivators. Xio xio xio. The yang liquid spears shot out like lightning bolts. The ancient demon cultivator hurriedly used various means to block, but under this attack, which was the most effective counter to demonic chi, some of them were inevitably hit. Their powerful physiques, which they were so proud of, were like paper under the sharpness of the yang liquid spear, directly pierced through. A piercing sound rang out as the demonic chi and yang chi clashed violently, purifying and dissolving each other. 2 or 3 ancient demon clan masters were instantly wounded. If it were any other kind of injury, they could simply ignore it. With their powerful physiques, it would only take a few days for them to recover. However, this was an attack from yang liquid, their nemesis. The holes in their bodies could never be repaired, unless they resolved the yang yuan qi that had seeped into their bodies. Blood flowed out like a fountain. The remaining ancient demon cultivator became more and more violent, not caring about the life or death of their companions as they rushed to Yang Kai's side, sending a barrage of punches towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai only had time to condense 2 more layers of yang liquid shields before he was struck by the barrage of attacks. The 2 layers of yang liquid shields instantly collapsed. Under the joint attack of 2 or 3 transcendent realm masters and 7 or 8 peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, he couldn't even last a moment. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai's body was sent flying like a paper kite before plummeting to the ground. "We need him alive." The brawny man, whose divine sense had been slightly damaged, shouted. The others quickly followed his orders and chased after Yang Kai. At this moment, on the other side of the volcano, Li Rong and Hua Mo finally noticed the abnormality. "Master Li, there seems to be a battle going on over there." Hua Mo wore a strange expression as he listened carefully and said with certainty, "This aura." Li Rong probed with difficulty. Because of the volcanic eruption and lightning in the sky, she couldn't see the situation on the other side, so her divine sense was also quite blurry. However, she was still keenly aware of a familiar energy fluctuation, and her pretty face lit up with joy. "It's Han Fei. Great Commander Han Fei didn't die?" Hua Mo also became excited. "If she's fine, that strange raceman should also be fine," Li Rong said, her tender body transforming into a stream of light as she rushed over. Chapter 659. Ever since that day she saw the solitary golden eye in Yang Kai's sea of consciousness and was struck by that golden light, Li Rong had become suspicious. She found that the feeling this solitary golden eye gave her was very similar to some of the ancient records recorded by her ancestors. So after leaving Yang Kai's place, Li Rong immediately checked the ancient records and found that, just as she thought, the solitary golden eye really had a great origin. Sending out the third-order transcendent Duanya to protect Yang Kai's safety, even going so far as to ask Han Fei to personally escort him to this volcano, was all for the sake of protecting him. Before the truth came to light, she didn't want to see any harm come to this human boy. However, she didn't tell anyone about the speculations in her heart, including Han Fei and Hua Mo, who were the 4 great commanders. Because she wasn't sure yet, she needed time to observe Yang Kai and verify whether her guess was correct. However, Chu Jian's actions had shattered her hopes and angered her greatly. Now that she learned that Han Fei and Yang Kai were actually fine, Li Rong was naturally overjoyed and rushed over without hesitation, using her powerful cultivation to break through the territory of the volcano's crater in order to arrive as soon as possible and provide assistance. Hua Mo followed behind her, trembling with fear. He found that Master Li's actions this time were a bit out of line. For the sake of a human boy, she actually didn't care about her own safety. On the other side of the volcano, Yang Kai fell from a high altitude and crashed to the ground, rolling several times before he finally managed to stand up and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with vigilance. The people from the ancient demon race who had chased after him all stared at him in amazement, one of them nodding and saying, "This alien's physique isn't any worse than our race's. Falling from such a high altitude didn't hurt him at all. I heard that in Demon God's Citadel, he seriously injured Pan Lang and several of his subordinates." "Really? That's interesting." Everyone was talking at once, but they were not in a hurry to attack Yang Kai. Instead, they were all amazed. A figure strangely appeared in midair, looking down at Kai Yang condescendingly, a powerful aura exuding from his body that made one despair. "See you." Yang Kai's expression sank as he turned his head towards a spot not far away, quickly discovering that Han Fei, who had been entangled with him to buy time, was lying in a pool of her own blood, her pair of beautiful eyes slowly opening and closing, her face pale, her lips trembling slightly. Because they were too far apart, Yang Kai couldn't hear what she was saying, but from the shape of her lips, he could tell that she was telling him to run away. "Master!" Many people from the ancient demon race bowed. Chu Jian gently nodded, turning to Yang Kai and grinning. "You humans have a saying that a wise man submits to circumstances. I hope you don't resist. Han Fei can't protect you, and neither can Li Rong." In this desperate situation, Yang Kai laughed. "What are you so proud of?" Chu Jian coldly snorted, his face filled with displeasure. Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand and pointed behind Chu Jian. "Li Rong seems to be coming. You should tell her that yourself." Chu Jian's expression changed as he turned his head and sure enough saw a beautiful figure rapidly approaching. Li Rong's face was filled with anxiety, but before she could speak, she shouted, "Chu Jian, don't attack that human. If you listen to me this time, I'll forgive all your previous mistakes, but if he loses a single hair, I won't let you off lightly." "Master Li!" Chu Jian coldly snorted and shouted, "I, Chu Jian, have already taken this step. There is no turning back. Today either you die or I die." Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Li Rong, and instead turned to stare coldly at Yang Kai. Li Rong's words just now made Chu Jian feel that this human held an extraordinary position in her heart. He didn't need to fight with Li Rong. As long as he could capture this human, he would definitely win. Chu Jian could already see Li Rong bowing down in front of him, while he took control of Demon God's Citadel, and ruled over this mysterious small world. This beautiful future made him feel excited and excited. As long as he unified this mysterious small world, he could restore his clansmen to their original natures, and when he left this place, he would shock the world. A dreamy whisper suddenly rang out between the heavens and earth. "Become the demon race." Yang Kai's voice was low and deep as he tapped his forehead with the middle finger of his right hand. His voice was as cold as the cold wind blowing from the depths of hell, causing those who heard him to feel their blood run cold. The heavens and earth trembled, and everyone had the illusion that their minds were unstable. In the chaotic sky, a huge vortex suddenly appeared, one that contained an aura of destruction. A storm surged and a feeling more terrifying than a volcanic eruption suddenly descended. On Yang Kai's naked upper body, a series of dark and mysterious runes suddenly appeared. These runes crawled over his body like snakes and burned themselves into his skin. In an instant, Yang Kai's aura changed, becoming extremely cruel, bloodthirsty, and evil. He had to use his final trump card in order to buy himself a little time to escape before Li Rong arrived. As long as he could hold on until Li Rong arrived, he would no longer be in danger of being captured by Chu Jian. If possible, Yang Kai didn't want to use Become the Demon race in front of the ancient demon clan because this method was very similar to their demon god transformation. Yang Kai didn't know what the origin of this was, but he instinctively felt that if he used Become the Demon race, he would be in trouble. If things went wrong, they would mistakenly think he had secretly learned the demon god transformation. For the ancient demon clan, this was an untouchable taboo. But right now he couldn't care less. However, young Kai soon discovered that after become the demon race this time there was a big difference. Streams of energy poured out from the surrounding ancient demon race cultivators and into young Kai's body. Even Chu Jian, a second-order saint, was unable to avoid this situation. Even Han Fei, who was several dozen meters away, was the same. She was already severely injured, and with a large portion of her energy being drained away, she immediately fainted. In an instant, the ancient demon race cultivators gathered around Yang Kai, felt that their strength had dropped significantly. On the other hand, Yang Kai felt a huge amount of power surge out from his body and couldn't help feeling excited. Gently clenching his fists, it was as if he could control the entire world in the palm of his hand. At this moment he felt like he was omnipotent. Demon God transformation? Chu Jian exclaimed again and again, his eyes trembling as he stared at Yang Kai. At this moment all of this human's exposed skin, except for his face, was covered in demon crests. This was the most standard form of the demon god transformation. Moreover, this human's demon crests were several times more profound than his own. How is this possible? Chu Jian was dumbfounded. The demon god transformation was a martial skill that only the ancient demon clan could display. This was something that even the other ancient demon race cultivators couldn't imitate. After all, demon crests were innate. Other demon race cultivators didn't have demon crests, so naturally they couldn't display the demon god transformation. But how did this human do it? On top of that, his demon god transformation seemed to be more powerful and profound than anyone else's. Faintly, Chu Jian felt like this human was suppressing his own strength. Chu Jian was shocked to discover that the demon crests on his face were like snow under the scorching sun, quickly disappearing and disappearing. His vitality fell, his combat strength fell, and his mood plummeted. Chu Jian was shocked, and so was Li Rong. But even more than that, she was pleasantly surprised. The beautiful woman who was rapidly flying over stared at Yang Kai with a strange light flashing across her eyes, her chest heaving up and down violently, as if she had just seen the scene she had been looking forward to for a long time, a look of excitement filling her face. Behind her, Hua Mo's eyes bulged as he stared dumbfoundedly. When they were about 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai, Li Rong, Hua Mo, and the others suddenly let out a muffled groan, and all of them involuntarily fell to the ground. Because from that direction, there was an extremely suppressive force that suppressed them, making it impossible for them to even think about continuing forward. Every one of the ancient demon race cultivators trembled slightly as they stared at Yang Kai like he was their natural enemy, fear filling their hearts. Sure enough, I wasn't mistaken. Li Rong muttered, some tears leaking from the corners of her eyes, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Master Li, what's going on? Why is he able to use his demon god transformation? And why does his demon god transformation restrain us so much? Hua Mo was shocked and quickly asked. This is a gift great demon god bestowed upon my ancient demon clan. The prayers of our ancestors must have been answered. So great demon god sent him here to save my clan. Li Rong said with a sincere and respectful expression. Great demon god? Hua Mo heard this and his expression changed slightly. Great demon god, in the hearts of the ancient demon clan. His position was supreme. But Master Li, I can't condense my strength right now, Hua Mo said solemnly. Not only can you not condense your strength, but all the ancient demon race cultivators in front of him also can't condense their strength. Great demon god's pressure is inviolable. Li Rong tried to straighten her tender body as she stood facing the wind, staring towards Yang Kai with a respectful expression. Then Chu Jian. Hua Mo's expression changed slightly. He's no exception, Li Rong sneered, no longer saying anything, simply waiting to see how the situation developed. On the other side, Yang Kai suddenly let out a roar. At this moment he experienced a kind of carefreeness he had never experienced before. He didn't know why, but after become the demon race this time, his mood had become somewhat different. He felt like he was standing high above the clouds, indifferently looking down at all the living beings below. Chu Jian and the ancient demon race cultivators who had given him so much pressure and despair before were now nothing more than ants in his eyes, their life and death in his hands. He didn't understand why he felt this way. The reason he had become the demon race was to use all his strength to delay until Li Rong arrived, but now this kind of unforeseen event had occurred. All the ancient demon race cultivators were trembling. Yang Kai calmed himself down and glanced over at Li Rong, Hua Mo, and the others 1,000 meters away, but strangely found that they were still standing there, not showing any intention of approaching. However, the look in Li Rong's eyes when she looked at him was somewhat different from before. Chapter 660. If Yang Kai wasn't mistaken, when this beautiful woman looked at him, her expression was quite respectful. This made him feel a little confused. Are you a human or a demon? Chu Jian's eyes trembled violently, his face pale as he angrily asked. Who knows? Yang Kai took a deep breath and grinned at Chu Jian. Why do you know the demon god transformation? Where did you get your demon crest? Why is your demonic qi even purer and more powerful than mine? Chu Jian couldn't figure it out no matter what and asked in grief and indignation. I can't tell you that. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and walked towards him step by step, sneering as he said, speaking of which, we have no grievances, but since you've made things difficult for me and even tried to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. You dare? Chu Jian roared, his eyes filled with anger. Looking at this human approaching him step by step and feeling the murderous intent surging from his heart, Chu Jian naturally knew what he wanted to do to him. His bones creaked and the demon crests on his face flickered, but no matter how hard Chu Jian tried, he couldn't summon the slightest bit of strength. It was as if under the influence of this human, all his strength had been sealed away in his body and was no longer under his control. This discovery made Chu Jian both shocked and angry, glaring fiercely at Yang Kai and asking in a deep voice, "You despicable human, what did you do to me? Why can't I summon my strength?" You really can't summon your strength. I thought it was just an illusion, but it turns out it's the truth. Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression calm. The reason why he had approached so slowly was to put pressure on Chu Jian, to test his reaction and see if his intuition was correct. Now it seemed that all of this was true and there was no need for him to fear them. Kill him for me. Chu Jian's tone was cold as he shouted to his subordinates. He felt that if he didn't kill this human right here, he would likely be unable to control his strength forever. Even until now, Ji Jian still did not understand what method this human used to seal his power. Master, we also. To Chu Jian's despair, all of his subordinates, whether they were peak immortal ascension boundary masters or transcendent realm masters, were rooted to the spot like wooden stakes, unable to move, only able to watch as Yang Kai acted arrogantly and recklessly. No one can save you. Yang Kai shouted and his speed increased a lot. A moment later he arrived in front of Yu Jian. With a ruthless expression, he said coldly, "Today you must die." Saying so, Yang Kai didn't hesitate as a thick demonic qi appeared behind him, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. A giant black flood dragon slowly appeared, circling above Yang Kai's head as it glared down at Chu Jian. You can't kill me, I am a saint, my body is 10,000 times harder than a rock. You think you can? Whoosh! A jet of black energy shot towards Chu Jian like a serpent, easily piercing a hole in his shoulder. Chu Jian's voice came to an abrupt halt as he felt the sharp pain in his shoulder, his eyes bulging as he stared at Yang Kai, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Xiao xiao xiao. Wave after wave of energy bombarded Chu Jian's body, and soon his sturdy body was riddled with holes, blood gushing out from his wounds, dyeing his entire body red. However, the ancient demon clan's intrepid physique allowed Chu Jian to remain standing even after suffering such serious injuries. Saint Realm. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a grin as he stared at Chu Jian sarcastically. Speaking of which, I haven't swallowed the soul of a Saint Realm master yet, so I don't know how it tastes. You're lucky to be the first. I'll make good use of your insights. What do you want to do? Chu Jian's expression changed greatly. At his level of strength, even if his physical body was destroyed, his soul could escape from his body and find another place to settle down. Just like how the old demon had tried to seize Yang Kai's body, Chu Jian had also planned to do the same. The surrounding clansmen were his targets. As long as he quietly hid inside one of them, he might be able to make a comeback. As long as he could figure out the mysteries of Yang Kai's body and was no longer restrained by him, it would be easy for him to kill an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage brat. However, Yang Kai's words made him realize that something was wrong. What he meant was that he wouldn't even let go of Chu Jian's soul. At this moment, Chu Jian felt a sense of despair. You'll understand soon enough. Yang Kai grinned, and the black flood dragon that had been hovering above his head let out a loud roar, opened its bloody maw, and swallowed Chu Jian into its belly. It was obvious that Chu Jian was struggling inside the black dragon's belly, but with his strength sealed, he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Gradually, Chu Jian stopped moving and the black dragon collapsed, disappearing into thin air as a bloody corpse fell from the sky. Master! Chu Jian's subordinates called out in alarm as they stared at this scene in disbelief. A second-order Saint Realm Master had been mercilessly killed without even being able to put up any resistance. Yang Kai's tyrannical strength caused all of them to go cold. From the corpse, a huge amount of spiritual energy secretly emerged. It was Chu Jian's soul. He wanted to take advantage of the moment Yang Kai succeeded to escape into the body of one of his subordinates. However, as soon as his soul left his knowledge sea, he felt an extremely powerful suction force coming from not far away. This suction force was attracting his soul. Just like before, he had no room to resist. At this moment, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. In the darkness, many people seemed to hear Chu Jian's screams. Yang Kai felt that inside his knowledge sea, there was now a huge mass of spiritual energy. Inside his knowledge sea, Chu Jian's soul avatar appeared and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. A sea of flames. This human's knowledge sea contained a rich fire attribute that burned Chu Jian's soul, causing him unbearable pain. At the center of this sea of flames, there was a 5-colored island that was as beautiful as a paradise. High up in the sky there was a single closed eye. The moment he saw this eye, Chu Jian instinctively felt a sense of fear and submission, but before he could stabilize his mind, the closed eye slowly opened. This golden and narrow pupil was filled with endless majesty. A golden light shot out from this single eye and struck Chu Jian's soul avatar. An unimaginable pain spread through his body as his soul was purified, causing Chu Jian to scream miserably. Suddenly, some records he had read many years ago flashed across his mind. Chu Jian's eyes widened as he stared at the single eye in the sky and muttered in horror, "Demon Eye of Annihilation? So that's how it is." At this moment, he finally understood why this human was able to use his demon god transformation. Just like the nemesis of the ancient demon clan, none of his clansmen were able to exert any strength in front of him. It turns out that he possesses the demon eye of annihilation. The majesty of the great demon god could not be violated. Before his consciousness completely disappeared, Chu Jian saw and understood everything, but it was already too late. Outside, watching Yang Kai kill Chu Jian, the ancient demon race members couldn't help trembling. They were indeed warlike and did not fear death, but for some unknown reason, a second-order Saint Realm commander had just died. The fear of the unknown caused them to stare at Yang Kai again, their eyes filled with fear and horror. Yang Kai stood in place, feeling the situation inside his knowledge sea. After Chu Jian's consciousness was completely purified, he nodded with satisfaction and swept his eyes around. His gaze was like a butcher staring at a sheep in a pen, causing all the ancient demon race members to involuntarily avert their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. Yang Kai was considering whether or not to kill all of Chu Jian's subordinates. It wasn't that he was worried they would retaliate. Although these people had always followed Chu Jian and opposed Li Rong, in the world of the ancient demon clan, the strong were always respected. Even the clan's cultivator had the freedom to change who they followed. If Li Rong's means were good enough, she might be able to subdue these people and make them obedient. Moreover, after witnessing today's events, they probably wouldn't dare to find trouble with Yang Kai again. So, whether he killed them or not, they wouldn't retaliate against him. Yang Kai was certain of this. Over the past year, he had also learned a lot about the habits and characteristics of the ancient demon clan from Guan. It was best to ask Li Rong. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before leaving these people behind and walking towards Li Rong, his steps steady. "He's coming!" Hua Mo shouted in horror. As Yang Kai approached, he could feel the pressure suppressing him grow stronger and stronger. Just now, he had been able to muster up some strength, but when Yang Kai approached within 500 meters, Hua Mo found it difficult to even move a finger. "I'll negotiate with him, don't make a sound," Li Rong hurriedly exhorted before turning back to the clansmen she had brought with her. "Don't show any hostility towards him." She didn't know what Yang Kai was planning to do now, so naturally she didn't dare provoke him. Her clansman nodded solemnly. Master Li. To Li Rong's relief, Yang Kai stood 10 meters away from her and greeted her warmly. Don't call me master, just call me Li Rong. Li Rong squeezed out a smile and carefully observed Yang Kai's various reactions. Yang Kai paused for a moment before nodding. I accidentally killed one of your clan's Saint Realm masters. What do you mean by that? His death is not to be regretted, Li Rong quickly replied. A look of satisfaction appeared on Yang Kai's face. He could feel that Li Rong's words weren't just spoken out of her own accord, but rather from the bottom of her heart. Smiling lightly, he asked, so you don't intend to blame me? Why would I blame you? Yang Kai chuckled, his eyes narrowing. No matter how you and Chu Jian fight, it's still an internal struggle, while I'm an outsider. Now that Chu Jian died at my hands, it's hard to say if any of our clansmen won't seek revenge for him. I'm the kind of person who would like to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Li Rong's expression changed slightly as she quickly said, I can guarantee that no one will embarrass you over this matter. Hearing Kai Yang's words, it was obvious that even she was suspicious. Oh, Yang Kai raised his brow. Before today you may have been an outsider to my clan, but from today onwards you are no longer an outsider. Chapter 661. In front of Yang Kai, who had become the demon race's new leader, this beautiful woman from the ancient demon clan, although she couldn't summon up any strength like the others, she still remained calm and composed. I'm not an outsider? Yang Kai pointed to himself, a stunned look appearing on his face. Li Rong gently nodded. As for the specific reason, I'll explain it to you later. This is not the place to talk. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. The eruption of the volcano and the raging lightning in the sky seemed to be even more violent than before. After a while, it was likely that even the place where Li Rong and the others were standing would be affected. You're a smart person, you should know that from beginning to end, I had no malicious intent towards you. Li Rong said softly, now, can you release your demon god transformation and let us escape from here? Saying so, she stared at him with her beautiful eyes. The ancient demon race masters behind Li Rong also stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his answer. It could be said that their lives were now completely in Yang Kai's hands. As long as Yang Kai said no, they would all die. Staring deeply at the beautiful woman in front of him, Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. I believe you. Li Rong let out a heavy breath, her expression relaxing as she smiled. In the future, you'll be glad you made a wise decision. Yang Kai didn't comment, instead restraining his own demonic aura, and the demon crests that had been crawling all over his body quickly disappeared. All the ancient demon race masters regained control of their own strength and bodies. Huamo, protect him, we're leaving this place. Li Rong whispered, her tender body flickering as she rushed over to the unconscious Han Fei and picked her up before turning to Chu Jian's subordinates and shouting, Chu Jian is dead. If you want to follow him, I won't stop you, but if you choose this path, there will be no place for you in this mysterious small world in the future. If you choose to follow me, as long as you're sincere, I won't hold you responsible. Chu Jian's subordinates glanced at each other before kneeling down and shouting in unison, we are willing to obey Master Li's orders. Chu Jian was already dead, so there was no point in them following him. At this time their lives were more important. Li Rong nodded with satisfaction, holding Han Fei, and quickly flew out. The large group of people quickly left the volcano. Huamo's expression was complicated, and even a trace of panic on his face as he stood by Yang Kai's side. Half an hour later the group says as they were. Looking back, the sky over there had already turned fiery red. The aftermath of the volcanic eruption had reached here, causing the earth to shake violently. Everyone wore a look of lingering fear. After briefly treating Han Fei's injuries, the group set off for Demon God Citadel. Along the way, Yang Kai carefully observed everyone's expressions and found that everyone from the ancient demon race was unconsciously distancing themselves from him, seemingly afraid of him. Only Li Rong had a big smile on her face, as if she had encountered something very happy, holding Han Fei in her arms as she gently chatted with Yang Kai. Most of what she told him was about the great demon god recorded in ancient books, some of which even Huamo didn't know much about, let alone the ordinary clansman. Everyone treated it as if they were listening to a story and listened with great interest. A day later, Han Fei woke up, and although her injuries had not yet healed, they were no longer serious. When she was unconscious, Yang Kai had become the demon race, so she didn't know what happened next. Now that she saw Li Rong holding her in her arms, she only thought that Li Rong had taken action to deal with Chu Jian, so she didn't ask any questions and simply sat down to rest. 2 days later, everyone returned to Demon God Citadel. Yang Kai still came to the stone room and waited for Li Rong to arrive. There were many things he didn't understand and wanted this beautiful woman to answer for him, but she also said that the volcano wasn't a good place to talk, and that she would explain everything in detail later. Demon God Citadel was calm, no one knowing that one of the 4 great commanders had fallen. Yang Kai was quite satisfied with the results of this trip. Dantian had stored a lot of yang liquid, so as long as he didn't squander it too much, he wouldn't have to worry about it for at least 10 years. On top of that, he had also obtained an unimaginable amount of crystal stones, a huge fortune. What made Yang Kai most gratified though was that he now knew that his ability to become the demon race could restrain the ancient demon clan. He had been here for more than a year now, and during this time Li Rong had been very good to him. Unlike the previous alchemists, she had not imprisoned him or relaxed her guard around him, and had even sent a third-order transcendent to protect him. However, Yang Kai had always felt like he was under house arrest, a feeling that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. But now this feeling was gone. Yang Kai now had the confidence to stand on equal footing with the ancient demon clan, and could even make them act according to his whims. The feeling in his heart was different, and his whole body relaxed. The next few days passed peacefully. Li Rong didn't come, but Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He knew that with Chu Jian's death, Li Rong would definitely have a lot of things to deal with, so he continued to perform alchemy while waiting patiently. Suddenly, the door to the stone room was pushed open and Guan rushed in with a look of excitement on her face. Rushing over to Yang Kai, her pair of beautiful eyes filled with excitement as she hurriedly asked, "Yang Kai, I heard you killed Chu Jian? Is there such a thing? Who did you hear that from? What Li Darren said, is it true or not? What do you think?" Yang Kai chuckled. "What do I think?" Guan blinked her eyes and curled her lips. "If it were up to me, with your insignificant cultivation, it would be impossible for you to kill that person. But since Master Li said so, you must have done it." Saying so, she became excited again and rushed up to hug Yang Kai's arm. Shaking it as she asked coquettishly, "Tell me, how did you kill that bastard? Master Li has always had a headache over him." As she shook him, Yang Kai obviously felt his elbow come into contact with an amazingly soft and supple bosom. Glancing towards those soft peaks, Guan suddenly became vigilant and crossed her arms in front of her chest, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "You rogue, where are you looking?" Yang Kai's face went black. "It's your own problem, okay?" Guan snorted, "You humans really aren't anything good. I'm going to tell Master Li that you tried to molest me. Don't slander me." Yang Kai shouted angrily. Guan rolled her eyes and slyly said, "Then tell me obediently, how did you kill Chu Jian? I'm very curious." "Why don't you ask Master Li yourself?" Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Master Li has been busy taking care of Commander Han Fei these past few days, as well as integrating the people on Chu Jian's side. She's very busy, how could I disturb her? Guan pursed her lips, her bright red cheeks extremely attractive. "I'm also very busy," Yang Kai said seriously. "How are you busy?" Guan looked him over and snorted, "Good. I'll go find Master Li right now and tell her you're a pervert with bad intentions, coveting my beauty and trying to take advantage of me." "Guan, don't be rude." From the void, a soft voice suddenly called out. The air distorted as Li Rong, Han Fei, and Hua Mo appeared. Guan panicked and quickly waved her hands. "Master Li, I was just joking with him. He didn't do anything to me." She was defending Yang Kai like this obviously because she was afraid Li Rong would really believe her and punish Yang Kai. "I know." Li Rong gently nodded. "But don't say he didn't do anything to you. Even if he did, it's your honor." Guan couldn't help opening her mouth wide as she carefully digested Master Li's words. Although she was just an ordinary clansman, because she had always been with Li Rong, her status in Demon God Citadel wasn't low. Coupled with her beauty and good aptitude, many young men in Demon God Citadel had a good impression of her. For example, Pan Lang, who had been injured by Yang Kai last time, was one of them. However, no matter how these people begged, Li Rong never had any intention of betrothing Guan to anyone, because Li Rong felt that none of these clansmen were worthy of Guan. She wanted to find a suitable candidate for Guan or wait until she found someone of her own. But now that Li Rong had actually said such a thing, how could Guan not be shocked? How could it be an honor to be taken advantage of by a human? Sorry for making you wait so long, I really couldn't get away. Li Rong nodded gently to Yang Kai. It's fine, I have nothing to do anyway, Yang Kai chuckled. Guan frowned slightly. She noticed that Master Li's attitude towards this human was somewhat different this time. She couldn't explain why, but Guan felt that when Master Li was facing this human, her expression was a bit more reserved and respectful. This sudden thought gave her quite a fright. Not only her, but Han Fei and Hua Mo also couldn't understand. Their faces filled with suspicion. Even if this human could display his demon god transformation and restrain the ancient demon clan, was there any need to be so polite? Secretly learning the demon god transformation with his human body, not killing him was already being merciful. Han Fei, Hua Mo, I know you have the same doubts in your hearts as this master. Master. With the exception of Li Rong, everyone in the room called out in unison as they stared towards Yang Kai. What are you looking at me for? I'm also confused right now. Yang Kai was speechless. Now it's time to answer your questions. Li Rong smiled lightly. Sit down. Saying so, she sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. Han Fei and Hua Mo glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, only able to follow Li Rong and sit next to Yang Kai. Li Rong looked at Yang Kai gently and said, I'll have to trouble you to lower your soul's defenses. We need to enter your knowledge sea. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Enter my knowledge sea? And only there will I be able to explain myself clearly and convince Han Fei and Hua Mo, the two great commanders, to believe me. Aren't you afraid? Yang Kai stared at Li Rong meaningfully. Li Rong slowly shook her head. As long as it has no malicious intent towards you, it won't hurt us. Didn't I come out unscathed last time? Han Fei and Hua Mo both wore confused expressions, not understanding what Yang Kai and Li Rong were talking about or who they were referring to. Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, You can enter my knowledge sea, but don't look through my memories. If anyone dares do so, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 662. Today the two of them were even stronger. Naturally, Li Rong nodded firmly. We wouldn't be so bored. Who cares? Han Fei spat disdainfully. Hua Mo also smiled. This old master has no such vile interests. Then come in. Yang Kai nodded, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense into his knowledge sea, transforming into his soul avatar and releasing his knowledge sea's defenses. In the next moment he noticed 3 streaks of energy pouring into his knowledge sea. Immediately, the soul avatars of the 3 great commanders of the ancient demon clan appeared in front of him. For a time no one in the stone room moved. Guan stood to the side, pursing her lips anxiously as she glanced back and forth between the two of them. Eventually, she couldn't help waving her fist towards Yang Kai and snorting lightly. She also knew that what the 3 great commanders were discussing with this human at this moment was definitely confidential. With her status, she wasn't qualified to intervene, so naturally, she didn't dare to break into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and could only sit outside and wait. Inside his knowledge sea, a scorching hot aura enveloped him. Whether it was Li Rong, Han Fei, or Hua Mo, all of them couldn't help releasing their spiritual energy to resist this heat. Their brow furrowed. Their ancient demon clan hated this kind of aura the most. However, Li Rong was more surprised. The last time she came here, Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea had not been as strong as it was now, but at this moment, the scorching heat here gave her some pressure. She understood that after Yang Kai swallowed the dozen or so conflagrated knowledge seas of others, his divine sense had greatly improved. Can you clear this place so we can talk in peace? Li Rong proposed. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and knew what they were afraid of, so he pointed to the distance and said, Let's go there. There's no conflagrated knowledge sea there. Following the direction he pointed, the 3 of them saw a 5-colored island standing in the middle of the sea of flames. Eyes lighting up, they all followed Yang Kai to the island. As soon as their soul avatars set foot on this five-colored island, the three great commanders of the ancient demon clan were shocked. How is it that my soul can absorb energy from your knowledge sea? Han Fei looked at Yang Kai in surprise. I can also absorb energy. Hua Mo also looked over in shock. What is this five-colored treasure island? Li Rong asked with a smile on her face. She naturally felt that the reason the three of them were able to absorb spiritual energy from Yang Kai's knowledge sea because of this island. What Yang Kai's is Yang Kai Yang Yang. The five-colored soul-warming lotus was constantly nourishing one's soul, so when the three of them set foot here, of course they would obtain some benefits, but these benefits were very small. However, Yang Kai, as the owner of the five-colored soul-warming lotus, was different. Over the years, even this small amount of energy would accumulate to a point that would make one's eyes go red with envy. I spoke too much, Li Rong gently nodded, but I found that you have a lot of good things on you. Every man has his own secrets. Yang Kai said lightly, it's time for me to figure it out. I'm very curious about your attitude, and I think Hua Mo and Han Fei are the same. Hearing him say this, Hua Mo and Han Fei also quickly turned their eyes to Li Rong. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled, stretching out her jade white hand and pointing towards the sky. Look over there. Following the direction she was pointing, Hua Mo and Han Fei both stared. High up in the sky, a pair of closed eyes floated there. The moment they looked towards this pair of eyes, Hua Mo and Han Fei couldn't help feeling a sense of unease and subservience. Without knowing why, the two of them felt their soul avatars tremble slightly. Can you make it open like last time? Li Rong turned to Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai nodded lightly and passed on a message. The tightly shut eye slowly opened, and a long and majestic golden pupil entered the eyes of the three people. It was as if a supreme master was looking down coldly at them with an indifferent gaze. Under such a gaze, no matter who it was, they couldn't help feeling extremely small, as if they would crumble into dust and disappear from this world. Hua Mo and Han Fei trembled even more, and even Li Rong's tender body couldn't help trembling slightly. You should recognize what this is, right? Li Rong asked excitedly, gasping for breath as she stared at the single eye. Even if she felt uncomfortable, even if she wanted to kneel down and worship it, she still refused to look away. The demon eye of annihilation? After a dozen breaths of silence, Hua Mo suddenly exclaimed. Han Fei trembled, her expression becoming as excited as Li Rong as she hurriedly asked, is this really the demon eye of annihilation? There's no mistake, it's exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient records left behind by our ancestors. Last time when it hit me with that golden light, I could feel that kind of destructive power. Besides the demon eye of annihilation, there is no other explanation for it. Li Rong's chest heaved violently, showing just how restless her heart was. The heavens have eyes. This old master was actually able to see the demon eye of annihilation in his lifetime. Hua Mo sobbed and fell to his knees, kowtowing towards the single eye in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Li Rong did the same. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he stared blankly, speechless for a moment. All of a sudden, three golden lights shot out from the single eye and hit the soul avatars of the trio with unparalleled accuracy. Yang Kai's expression changed, but he quickly stabilized his mind, because he found that after being hit by this golden light, not only did the three soul avatars not disappear, but they also showed no signs of damage. Instead, they all closed their eyes in ecstasy, as if they had been enlightened. Yang Kai secretly observed them and knew that they must have obtained something from this golden light, but he didn't interrupt them and simply waited quietly. The solitary golden eye slowly closed. After waiting for a long time, the three great commanders opened their eyes one after another. At this moment, Yang Kai clearly noticed that their soul avatars were much stronger than before. It seemed that the benefits they had obtained were not small. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. At this moment, he also understood that this solitary golden eye had a deep relationship with the ancient demon clan, but he still didn't know what kind of relationship there was between them. The three soul avatars all noticed the changes in their bodies, and their expressions filled with excitement and joy. Glancing at each other, they all respectfully turned to Yang Kai and cupped their fists. Greetings, master. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he forced a smile. Hey, what's going on here? Are you sure you're not mistaken? There's no mistake, from today onwards, you are the leader of my ancient demon clan. Li Rong stared at Yang Kai with a scorching gaze. Surprisingly, Hua Mo and Han Fei didn't try to refute this and instead both nodded solemnly. Isn't this a bit too much? Yang Kai's brow furrowed even deeper. I am a human, you belong to the demon race. The blood flowing in our bodies is fundamentally different. How could I be the leader of your ancient demon clan? Master, please calm down, I will explain in detail. Li Rong smiled lightly and pointed to the sky. May I ask, where did Master obtain this demon eye of annihilation? Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before shaking his head. It's not convenient to say. Although he could casually fabricate a reason, playing such a trick in front of 3 Saint Realm Masters was a bit naive. Since they were so sincere to him, Yang Kai didn't want to deceive them. Then I won't ask any more questions. Li Rong didn't mind, chuckling lightly. Master still has some doubts about us, that's only natural, but if you really want to reveal everything, then we'll have to consider whether or not we should hand over the ancient demon clan to someone with no ulterior motives. Your performance is truly worthy of Great Demon God's choice. Great Demon God? Yang Kai raised his brow. What does this have to do with him? Because the demon eye of annihilation is the eye of Great Demon God. Li Rong replied. Yang Kai froze on the spot. Master, you've lived in Demon God Citadel for more than a year now, so you should have heard a lot of rumors about Great Demon God. Yang Kai nodded lightly. On the way back from the volcano, Li Rong had also told him more about Great Demon God. It turned out she hadn't just casually mentioned him, she had deliberately wanted him to know more about Great Demon God. Then it'll be easier for me to explain. Li Rong took a deep breath and continued. Great Demon God was a master whose name shook the ancient times. In all of Tongxian realm, of all the recorded masters, no one was able to compare with Great Demon God. In his era, the demon race was the most powerful race, and all other races were vassals of the demon race. In the demon race, my ancient demon clan had the noblest bloodline, and was the servant of Great Demon God. When Li Rong said this, her face filled with pride. Even Han Fei and Hua Mo showed a look of reminiscence. Great Demon God's cultivation was extremely tyrannical. No one was his opponent. It was precisely because his strength was so tyrannical that no one could match him that he wanted to escape from this world and see if there was a higher realm. There are ancient records that state that he successfully left this world and went to a place we do not know of. However, there are also ancient records that state that he failed and his soul was destroyed. Since his last appearance, no one knows where he went. But now it seems that Great Demon God really failed, otherwise, he would not have left behind the demon eye of annihilation. Li Rong said with a sad look on her face. Before Great Demon God left, he sealed my clan in this mysterious small world because he knew that once he left, the demon race would weaken and the other races would retaliate. As servants of Great Demon God, we would face the threat of extinction. This is why my clan chose to live in this mysterious small world. Great Demon God did not intend to imprison us here forever, and deliberately left behind a solution. By the time we successfully leave this mysterious small world, the world may have already forgotten about the ancient demon clan and the loyal servants of Great Demon God. Although Great Demon God is no longer here, even one of his eyes is not something that anyone can obtain casually. You being able to obtain the demon eye of annihilation means that Great Demon God has approved of you. Since Great Demon God has approved of you, as his servant, my ancient demon clan will naturally also approve of you. Therefore, from now on, you are the master of my ancient demon clan. We will serve you just as our ancestors served Great Demon God. You must have been sent here by Great Demon God to save my clan from this world, Li Rong said solemnly. Chapter 663. After listening to Li Rong's explanation, Yang Kai remained silent for a long time. If what this woman said was true, Yang Kai could understand why her attitude towards him had suddenly changed. It was because she had recognized the demon eye of annihilation of Great Demon God. However, her one-sided statement was not enough to convince him. That's really a coincidence. The reason I appeared here was entirely because I was accidentally captured by the coffin-carrying man. Are you sure this thing in my knowledge sea is the demon eye of annihilation? I'm sure. This time, not only did Li Rong nod, but even Hua Mo and Han Fei also showed a look of affirmation. We have the blood of the ancient demons flowing through our veins. Our ancestors were servants who served great demon god. This is something we can't be mistaken about. Besides, who can be sure this isn't the result of great demon god's guidance? Even so, there's no need for you to follow the practices of your ancestors and serve me as your master. That kind of thing, haha. With all due respect, I'm not very interested. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Li Rong was surprised, but after thinking about it, she suddenly understood what Yang Kai was afraid of. Although his demon god transformation could restrain all the members of the ancient demon race, his cultivation was still only at the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage. Without the demon god transformation, many of her clansmen could easily kill him. If one wanted an entire race to submit, it was impossible to do so without absolute strength. If Master is worried about your own strength, then there's no need for you to worry. The three of us are not optimistic about your current strength, but rather about your future. I believe that since the demon eye of annihilation has chosen you, your future achievements will not be worse than great demon gods. You think too highly of me. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly, his expression becoming solemn as he said, "Let's not talk about this for now. I'm actually more interested in something else." "Please speak, Master." Li Rong didn't have any intention of forcing Yang Kai to agree right now. She knew that if she pushed him too hard, it would only be counterproductive. Right now, this human was still suspicious of her ancient demon clan. "I heard that in the demon god fortress, there are some martial skills that specialize in cultivating the demon god transformation?" Li Rong smiled brightly and said, "Even if Master didn't ask, I would have opened these secret books to you. Master's demon god transformation should have been obtained from the demon eye of annihilation, right? Since that's the case, then this is the most orthodox form of the demon god transformation. Master has the power of the great demon god flowing within his body, so he should have some understanding of this." Yang Kai remained silent. Li Rong's guess was wrong. Before coming to this small sealed world, he didn't even know what the demon god transformation was. Moreover, the method he used to become the demon race was not obtained from the demon eye of annihilation, but from the unyielding golden skeleton. "Master, I'll be honest with you. Please don't be angry." Li Rong covered her mouth and chuckled as she observed Yang Kai's expression. Yang Kai simply shrugged his shoulders. "Although your demon god transformation is overbearing and possesses enough power to restrain all of my clan's strength, your understanding of it seems to be quite shallow and you can't display its full power. Let me put it simply, your demon god transformation is still stuck in its most basic stage." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before quickly reacting. "You mean my demon god transformation can still give me more power?" Li Rong nodded. "If you continue to be like this in the future, how can my ancient demon clan protect you and fight alongside you?" When Yang Kai used his demon god transformation, all of the ancient demon clan's members were turned into wooden dummies. If they really encountered an enemy, they would likely die in vain. Even a character as strong as Li Rong couldn't move. Any cultivator could easily kill her. At the very least, you need to cultivate your demon god transformation to the second stage. Only by reaching the second stage will you be able to restrain the power of my clan. When that time comes, we can fight side by side." Li Rong said solemnly. "That's quite interesting." Yang Kai smiled. Before he had absolute strength to subdue the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai wasn't interested in Li Rong and the others declaring their willingness to serve him because his own strength wasn't enough to convince them. Even if he agreed, if he couldn't achieve anything, it would only cause them to slowly despise him. After experiencing the Yang family's inheritance war, Yang Kai had some understanding of the methods of his subordinates. But regarding the demon god transformation, he really cared about it. Anything that could increase his strength, Yang Kai would never let go of. "You can find me at any time and ask for those secret scriptures." Li Rong gently nodded. "Tomorrow, you've told me so much today, I need to think about it." Yang Kai said. "Very well, subordinate will wait for Master's arrival." "There's no need to call me that, I feel a bit awkward." Yang Kai frowned. The more he thought about the word master, the more uncomfortable he felt. "Then what do you want to call me?" "Will do as you wish." "Just like before." Yang Kai smiled. "If your clansmen hear you call me master, I'm afraid they'll think differently and will likely cause some unnecessary disputes." Li Rong couldn't help laughing. "You worry too much. The ancient demon clan has always followed the orders of its great commanders. As long as the three of us agree, everyone will agree, but since you insist, I won't force you. What needs to be said has been said, you can rest now, we'll take our leave. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Li Rong and Hua Mo nodded to Yang Kai before quickly withdrawing. Han Fei didn't leave, her expression slightly complicated as she stood in place. What's the matter? Yang Kai raised his brow. Nothing, I just want to thank you for saving me under the volcano. You also saved me, no one owes anyone anything. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Good, in a few days I'll send you something, it may be of some help to you. What is it? You'll know when the time comes, Han Fei said, quickly withdrawing from Yang Kai's knowledge sea. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he found that the three great commanders had not left and were still standing in front of him. Li Rong smiled and said, I forgot to ask, do you want to change your residence? You can use this place as a pill room for alchemy. Before, when she was unable to determine Yang Kai's mysteries, even though Li Rong cared about him, she hadn't provided him with good conditions so as not to arouse suspicion among her subordinates. Now that she had determined this, she naturally wanted to give Yang Kai a more comfortable environment. No need, this place is quite convenient. If I want to perform alchemy, I can start at any time. Yang Kai shook his head faintly. About alchemy. Li Rong's expression became a little awkward. Before, it was a cooperative transaction between you and my clan, but now it is my clan's request. If you don't want to, you don't have to worry about that. I originally wanted to study alchemy, so I must thank you for providing me with such a good opportunity. Hearing this, Li Rong couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as she turned a grateful look towards Yang Kai. Now that their identities were different, Li Rong naturally couldn't ask Yang Kai to continue studying the alchemic way. If he refused, Li Rong couldn't do anything about it. Do you want me to send a few maidservants to serve you? My clan's girls, whether it's in terms of appearance or temperament, are no worse than humans. Li Rong bit her thin lip and asked with a slight blush. Hua Mo's expression remained indifferent, as if he felt that it was only natural for humans to be lustful. On the other hand, Han Fei couldn't help coughing lightly, her expression unnatural as she averted her gaze. Guan is enough, there's no need for anyone else. Yang Kai knew what Li Rong was referring to. As a young man, it was only natural for him to have such needs. After coming here for more than a year, Yang Kai hadn't even touched a single woman. Li Rong was obviously considering his feelings, perhaps she had some deeper thoughts and arrangements. If Yang Kai could develop feelings for one of the clan's girls, it would be easier for them to tie her and Yang Kai together. Good. Li Rong gently nodded, a look of satisfaction flashing across the depths of her eyes, turning to Guan and saying, just like before, take care of him and satisfy any request he makes. Any request? What about excessive requests? Guan was stunned. That's still enough, his words are orders. Li Rong shouted. Guan was dumbfounded. The last time she had been sent here to take care of Yang Kai, Li Rong had told her that as long as this human's request wasn't excessive, she should try her best to satisfy him. But now she was actually telling her to satisfy any request he made. Master Li's attitude towards this human was really different. While Guan was in a daze, Li Rong and the others had already left. By the time she recovered, only Yang Kai and her were left in the stone room. Unable to stop herself from snorting, Guan walked over like a little tiger and grit her teeth. You bastard, what did you say to my master? Why is master taking care of you so much now? We didn't say anything, we were just chatting. Humans really are insidious and cunning. Guan stared at him in disbelief before snorting. Master said to satisfy any request you make. You wouldn't make any shameless request, would you? I wouldn't. You really wouldn't? I don't believe you, swear you'll show me. Yang Kai took a deep breath, feeling a headache coming on from this young girl's constant chatter. Thinking about it for a moment, he took out a crystal stone and handed it to Guan. Go play by yourself, don't bother me. Guan face filled with disdain as she spat. You want to buy me with a single crystal stone? Are you looking down on me too much? Yang Kai handed her another crystal stone. Guan happily took it and disappeared into the distance. The stone room suddenly became quiet again. Recalling the conversation he had with the three great commanders in his knowledge sea just now, Yang Kai still couldn't quite wrap his head around it. This past year, although he had been concentrating on studying alchemy, he had also been considering his future plans. He couldn't be imprisoned here by the ancient demon clan for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, an unexpected turn of events had allowed him to completely grasp the initiative. Now he no longer had to worry about whether he would be imprisoned or not. How much of Li Rong's words could be trusted, Yang Kai didn't know. But Yang Kai felt that this woman had no need to deceive him, because her showing weakness and goodwill wouldn't do her any good. Yang Kai still subconsciously trusted her. However, because of this conversation, Yang Kai understood many of the questions he had been wondering about for many years. At the very least, he understood that the original owner of the wordless black book was Great Demon God. Chapter 664. The wordless black book was obtained by Yang Kai by accident. First it was just shaped like a pillow, but when he refused to surrender in his sleep, he unlocked the mysteries of the wordless black book. The reason why Yang Kai was able to determine that the original owner of this wordless black book was Great Demon God was because Han Fei had told him a few days ago. She said that in the past, the great demonic god had obtained a large piece of soul-subduing stone from somewhere. No one knew what he had used it for, but he had left behind some scraps. Those scraps had been combined with other precious materials to create 4 void rings, which were kept by the 4 great commanders. Now it seemed that the large piece of tranquil soul stone that Great Demon God had obtained was used to make this wordless black book. The materials used to make this wordless black book and the void rings of the 4 great commanders were the same. In other words, the owner of the unyielding golden skeleton was also Great Demon God. He wanted to escape from this world and go to a higher dimension, but in the end he failed. His physical body was destroyed, but his bone body was preserved, because it was the bone body of the Great Demon God. The unyielding golden skeleton was filled with evil power. The unyielding golden skeleton's secret art, incense burner, true yang secret art, myriad drug milk, and demon eye of annihilation were all arranged by Great Demon God. However, Yang Kai's path of growth had somewhat deviated from his plans. When he was in Medicine King's Valley, he obtained the true alchemic way, but this was not what Great Demon God wanted to give him. Perhaps the Great Demon God hoped that his successor could wholeheartedly walk to the peak of the martial Tao and not be distracted by alchemy. Thinking about this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly recalled something. Guaner had once told him that their ancient demon clan had once produced a top alchemist, an existence that no alchemy grandmaster could compare to. So it seemed that this alchemist was also Great Demon God? Otherwise, where would he obtain the true alchemic way? Although it was only a guess, there was a high possibility it was the case. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as his thoughts raced, carefully sorting out the information he had grasped, his mind gradually becoming clear. Oh, Master Li, although he possesses the demon eye of annihilation, isn't it a bit too hasty to hand my clan over to him just because of that? After leaving the stone room, Hua Mo suddenly said with a worried expression on his face. Although Hua Mo had been quite excited when he saw the demon eye of annihilation, after careful consideration, he still felt that Li Rong's decision was somewhat inappropriate. And there are many suspicious points about him. Just relying on his demon eye of annihilation won't be enough to determine anything, but the most important thing is that he is human. Han Fei also nodded gently, agreeing with Hua Mo's words. Li Rong smiled faintly. Since the demon eye of annihilation chose him, it is Great Demon God's decision. All we need to do is follow our ancestors' instructions. Furthermore, he is a human now, but in the future it's hard to say. Hua Mo and Han Fei heard this and fell silent. But his performance is still satisfactory. Hua Mo pondered for a moment before nodding. I thought that a young man like him, upon hearing that the ancient demon clan would pledge loyalty to him, would immediately agree, but I never expected he would actually refuse. Not only did he refuse, but from beginning to end, he didn't show much excitement. It was as if for him, the loyalty of the ancient demon clan didn't matter at all. If he wasn't too stupid or lacking in self-confidence, then he had experienced many trials and tribulations and had a deep understanding of himself. Such a person couldn't be stupid or lacking in self-confidence. The scene of him killing Chu Jian still flashed through Hua Mo's mind from time to time, causing him to shudder. Then there was only one explanation left. He knew himself very well, and before he had absolute confidence, he would not make rash decisions. Such a person often relied only on their own ability to do things and would not pin their hopes on help they could not control. That's why Great Demon God's vision isn't bad. Li Rong smiled happily. Just wait and see. In less than 5 years, my clan will be able to leave this mysterious small world and see the world our ancestors once lived in. Hua Mo and Han Fei's expression shook as their eyes filled with expectation. How many years had it been since they were sealed in this mysterious small world by Great Demon God? At least several thousand years had passed, and the world had long forgotten that there was once a clan that served Great Demon God as his most loyal servants. The sun, moon, stars, rivers, and oceans recorded in ancient books could only be imagined by their clansmen. None of them had ever seen such magical scenes. The lifelong dream of every clansman was to leave this place and see the outside world for themselves. I hope that there will be such a day in my lifetime. Hua Mo took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. Demon God Citadel, inside an octagonal building. This building wasn't very tall, but it had a unique style and was quite elegant. The 8 corners of the building were decorated with beautiful decorations, and the wooden windows were carved with many patterns of birds and beasts. Under the lead of Yang Kai walked into the octagonal building. After a night of contemplation, Yang Kai had finally sorted out his thoughts. No matter what the ancient demon clan wanted to do, Yang Kai's goal had always been to become stronger. This had never changed. Only by becoming stronger than anyone else could he survive in this world. Only by becoming stronger than anyone else could he do what he wanted to do and not be restrained by others. Therefore, the ancient demon clan's attitude towards him didn't matter. All he needed to do was stick to his own path. Master is inside, you can go in yourself. Guaner gestured and stood outside the door. Yang Kai nodded gently and stepped inside. Inside the building, Li Rong was sitting in a chair behind a table. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, she quickly stood up and walked over to greet him with a smile. You've come? I've already prepared everything for you. Li Rong pointed to the several books on the table. These are all about the demon god transformation. Feel free to read them. Many thanks. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled. I can comply with your request and not call you master. But you don't need to be so polite to us, it's a bit too formal. Yang Kai remained indifferent, hesitating for a moment before saying, Then we'll both be at ease. Li Rong smiled lightly. Yang Kai stepped forward, picked up the books, and sat down directly in the chair Li Rong had been sitting in before, flipping through them. These books were indeed all about the demon god transformation, teaching the ancient demon clan how to cultivate the demon god transformation, and how to control the deployment of their demon crests, in order to enhance their combat effectiveness. Each book was quite precious and not all of the clan members had access to them. Yang Kai only flipped through them for a moment before his eyes gradually brightened, a look of joy filling his face. These books contain profound insights into the demon god transformation, and without exception, they were all about the essence of the demon god transformation. Yang Kai acted as if he had obtained a priceless treasure and quickly immersed himself in reading these books, forgetting to eat and sleep. Seeing him enter this state so quickly, Li Rong smiled and walked over to pour a cup of tea for Yang Kai before sitting down quietly and waiting. Immersing one's consciousness into the demon crests, guiding them to spread throughout one's body, using one's own evil attribute to stimulate the latent power within these demon crests to enhance one's strength. In the initial stage, the demon crests would only spread throughout one's body, just like Yang Kai's current state after using the demon god transformation. In the second stage, the demon crests would be refined into one's physique. At that point, even if one used the demon god transformation, their appearance would not change. What Li Rong wanted Yang Kai to do was quickly cultivate to the second stage. At this stage, even if he used the demon god transformation in front of the ancient demon clan members, it would not affect them, rendering them unable to move and unable to use their strength. In the third stage, the demon crests would be completely integrated into one's bones, bringing about even greater and stronger improvements. Yang Kai stared at these books in a daze. Because he had experienced the demon god transformation many times before, he was able to quickly grasp the secrets contained in these books. The rest could only be obtained through cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai put down the last book in front of him and after a moment, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Li Rong, asking, Inside Demon God Citadel, Is there a suitable place for me to enter retreat and cultivate the demon god transformation? It's already been prepared. Li Rong smiled. Come with me. Saying so, she walked over to a nearby bookshelf and with a wave of her hand, the bookshelf opened and revealed a door leading underground. Li Rong stepped inside, Yang Kai following closely behind. There should be some kind of secret room down below as the passage was dotted with torches, making it not dark at all. After walking for a long time, a huge open secret room suddenly appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. This secret room was even larger than the stone room he used to perform alchemy. Near the edge of the room, there were a number of black stones. Faintly, Yang Kai perceived a faint energy from these stones. This is the place where I usually practice my martial skills. Here you can use the demon god transformation without worry. You don't have to worry about affecting my clansmen. Li Rong explained softly, pointing to the black stone pillars. Those are forbidden stones. They are innately capable of suppressing the transmission of energy. When you enter, I will use them to open a barrier. I understand, let's begin. Yang Kai couldn't wait any longer, and as soon as he finished speaking, he leapt forward and landed firmly in the middle of the room. Li Rong smiled and shook her head, muttering softly, so impatient. Saying so, she casually sent out streams of energy into the surrounding forbidden stones. Soon, a semicircular transparent barrier appeared, completely enveloping the area around the forbidden stones. Yang Kai looked at Li Rong and the latter nodded gently. Yang Kai took off his clothes and sat down cross-legged, stretching out his right hand and pointing to his forehead. Become the demon race. Heaven and earth trembled as ripples appeared on the barrier formed by the forbidden silent stone. On Yang Kai's naked upper body, pitch-black demon crests quickly appeared. These demon crests were like agile snakes, crawling all over his body, forming a complex pattern filled with a demonic aura. His vitality madly rose, his combat strength madly increasing. Yang Kai could clearly feel how powerful he was at this moment. In the distance, Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed with an unusual light as she stared blankly, muttering, "Sure enough, it's a little different." Chapter 665. Although Yang Kai's demon god transformation and the demon god transformation of the ancient demon clan looked similar, Li Rong still noticed the differences. It was impossible for an ordinary clansman's demon god transformation to cover such a large area. Even for someone as strong as Li Rong, when she displayed her demon god transformation, only her abdomen, chest, neck, and face would be covered by demon crests. However, this human had demon crests all over his back, and judging from the condition of his waist, there were definitely demon crests on his lower body as well. His demon crests were fully developed. This was the most orthodox form of the demon god transformation. This discovery made Li Rong feel very envious. Inside the barrier, Yang Kai carefully sensed the changes in his body, identifying the traces of his demon crests, immersing himself in controlling them, trying to integrate them into his body and brand them into his physique. Once he successfully branded his demon crests into his physique and integrated them into his bloodline, he would successfully reach the second stage, at which time his strength would increase even further. This was a very difficult task, but Yang Kai's demeanor remained meticulous and focused. Time passed by. 10 days later, a beautiful figure appeared in the underground chamber. Li Rong, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's progress, turned her head and saw that Han Fei had also come. Gently nodding, Li Rong turned her attention back to Yang Kai. "Why did you take off all your clothes?" Han Fei glanced over at Yang Kai inside the barrier and muttered discontentedly. Her face flushed red. "It's convenient for me to observe the progress of my demon crests, haha." Li Rong smiled. "What are you afraid of? There's an age gap between us. Even if he took off all his clothes, it wouldn't be a problem." Han Fei's expression became somewhat unnatural as she asked softly, "How is it progressing?" "Not bad." Li Rong nodded with satisfaction. At least he can integrate some of his demon crests into his physique. In another month, he should be able to reach the second stage. So fast? Han Fei was deeply shocked. That's why Great Demon God's vision isn't bad. If his aptitude wasn't good enough, how could Great Demon God have given him the demon eye of annihilation? It seems I underestimated him. Han Fei nodded solemnly. I used to think he just had good luck. then it's time to re-examine him. In the future, my clan will probably work under him. Li Rong chuckled, suddenly turning to look at the jade box in Han Fei's hand and asked curiously, "Great demon god, what did you bring him?" Han Fei nodded. "The thing I promised him a few days ago." Saying so, Han Fei reached out and opened the jade box before quickly closing it. Li Rong couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. "Isn't that the wind and thunder wings? Why are you giving him this? Demon god crests. He may be able to refine this thing." Han Fei smiled lightly. "God, why do you say that? Even we can't refine them?" Li Rong asked curiously. The wind and thunder wings were a pair of strange wings that contained heavenly Tao principles. Yang Kai didn't know which senior of the ancient demon clan had obtained them, nor did he know where they came from, but after passing through many hands, they eventually fell into Han Fei's hands. Han Fei had been trying to refine this pair of wind and thunder wings for many years, but every time she had failed. This pair of wind and thunder wings was extremely valuable, and was one of the few supreme treasures of the ancient demon clan. Li Rong had also tried to refine them many years ago, but like Han Fei, she was rejected by the wind and thunder wings and had no choice but to give up. But now Han Fei had actually taken them out and was about to give them to Yang Kai. Even if we can refine them, he won't necessarily be able to because he also has a pair of wings that contain heavenly Tao principles. He also has wings. Li Rong was stunned. And Han Fei nodded gently, immediately explaining what had happened under the volcano. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed as she listened, hesitating for a long time before asking, "If that's the case, he really might be able to refine them, but are you willing? You don't seem to be optimistic about his chances, do you?" Han Fei smiled lightly. "In any case, they're just sitting there. If he can't refine them, it's because he doesn't have the ability to do so. If he can refine them, I'll thank him for saving my life. On top of that, it was because of him that my clan was able to obtain so many crystal stones. Compared to the development of my clan, this pair of dusty wind and thunder wings is nothing." Li Rong nodded lightly. "Let's wait for him to come out. Looking at his posture, it seems he won't give up until he reaches the second stage." Han Fei smiled lightly and no longer said anything, standing in the distance with Li Rong and waiting quietly. One was mature and plump while the other was as cold as ice. These two beautiful women standing together were quite pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai, however, was completely unaware of this, his entire mind completely immersed in his demon crests, desperately trying to control them, wriggling his flesh and blood as he tried to brand his demon crests. The saying that there was no flowing time great emperor in cultivation was not a lie. Yang Kai was only paying attention to the progress of his demon god transformation, and had no idea how much time had passed. Little by little progress, although slow, Yang Kai was quite happy. He was finally able to effectively control his demon crests. A month passed by quickly, but Li Rong and Han Fei, who were waiting outside the barrier, didn't show the slightest anxiety. Instead, they were stunned by Yang Kai's performance. Using the demon god transformation could greatly increase the strength of the ancient demon clan's clansmen, but it also placed a heavy burden on their bodies. Only the powerful physiques of the ancient demon clan were able to withstand it. But for ordinary clansmen, after using the demon god transformation, they would only be able to maintain it for an hour before reaching their limit. Even someone as strong as Li Rong couldn't maintain it indefinitely, but Yang Kai was able to do it. Since he began using the demon god transformation a month and a half ago, he had not dispersed his demon crests. The strength of his physique seemed to have surpassed that of any other race. Even the ancient demon clan couldn't compare. "What a freak!" Han Fei slowly shook her head. Suddenly, a humming sound came from inside the barrier, and the last demon crests covering Yang Kai's body disappeared. His momentum and vitality not only did not fall but instead rose to a whole new level. Li Rong's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Success!" After a month and a half of continuous cultivation, Yang Kai had finally reached the second stage of the demon god transformation, branding his demon crests into his physique. Saying so, Li Rong waved her hand and dispelled the silent stone barrier. Facing this violent pressure head-on, Li Rong and Han Fei both couldn't help trying to resist. However, even though this pressure was tyrannical, it would no longer be able to restrain the ancient demon clan's power, unless Yang Kai once again displayed his demon crests. In other words, no matter what, he had the means to restrain the ancient demon clan. Perceiving that the barrier had disappeared, Yang Kai turned his head and looked towards the distance, seeing Li Rong and Han Fei grinning towards her. His figure flickered and in the blink of an eye appeared in front of them. "How do you feel?" Li Rong suppressed the discomfort in her heart and asked softly. "Very good, but I still can't control myself." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his demon crests faintly appearing on his exposed skin. "Being able to achieve this much in such a short time is already very good. You'll slowly become accustomed to it in the future." Li Rong smiled lightly. "Hold out your hand." Yang Kai frowned, and although he didn't know what she was going to do, he still stretched out his hand towards her. Li Rong's reflexes were quick, her jade-white hand swiping across Yang Kai's palm, leaving behind a long gash. Blood gushed out. Because he didn't notice any malicious intent from her, Yang Kai didn't try to dodge and instead just stared at her suspiciously. "Take a closer look at your blood. Isn't it a little different from before?" Hearing this, Yang Kai lowered his head to take a look and was immediately startled. He found that there was a faint golden glow in his blood, similar to the demon eye of Annihilation's pupil. However, this golden glow was very subtle, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. However, this golden glow contained a great deal of power. "Demon God Golden Blood?" Han Fei's eyes lit up as she exclaimed. "And it's Demon God Golden Blood." Li Rong nodded. This is the most obvious sign of someone who has cultivated the demon god transformation to the second stage. According to the ancient records, only the great demon god can possess such golden blood. It is the noblest of all bloodlines. Saying so, Li Rong also stretched out her hand and drew a line across her palm. Yang Kai stared closely and found that there was also a faint golden glow in her blood. This golden glow wasn't as brilliant as his own, but it was obviously more intense. "This is proof that my ancient demon clan possesses the demon god's bloodline," Li Rong said proudly. Yang Kai's expression became strange. "You mean to say that I'm also a member of your ancient demon clan? You could say that, although you were born human because of the great demon god, your bloodline has changed. Then am I a human or a demon in the future?" "That depends on what you think. In fact, whether you're a human or a demon isn't important." Li Rong smiled lightly. "However, as you cultivate, your demon god golden blood will become more and more abundant. When your blood becomes completely golden, that means you have thoroughly comprehended the second stage of the demon god transformation. When you reach the third stage, even your bones will become golden." Yang Kai frowned but didn't answer. Because of the unyielding golden skeleton, his bones were now golden. "Good, you've been cultivating for so long, you should relax for a while. Maintaining the demon god transformation for so long is too much of a burden on your body. You need to relax while cultivating," Li Rong said earnestly, her face filled with concern. Yang Kai nodded gently. He was also feeling a little tired. His body had never felt so sore before, so after dispelling the demon god transformation, he suddenly felt much more relaxed. "Commander Han Fei has something good to give you," Li Rong said with a smile. "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at Han Fei curiously. Han Fei stepped forward and handed over the jade box in her hand. "Take a look for yourself, perhaps it will be of help to you, or perhaps you won't be able to obtain it. Don't hold too much hope." Her words were so ambiguous that Yang Kai suddenly became curious. Taking the jade box and opening it, his eyes lit up. Inside the jade box was a pair of palm-sized wings. These wings were transparent and it was impossible to tell what material they were made of, nor did they appear to be an artifact. However, from time to time, a dazzling light would flash across these wings. Yang Kai could feel the power of wind and thunder radiating from them. Chapter 666. Holding the jade box, Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of pleasant surprise as he hurriedly asked, "What is this?" "The wind and thunder wings." Han Fei replied faintly, "It's a kind of exotic treasure. No one knows exactly what it was made of, but over the years, Li Rong and I have tried to refine it many times but have never succeeded. I saw that you also have a pair of wings that contain heavenly Tao principles, so I wanted you to give it a try." Yang Kai looked at her, a slightly hesitant expression appearing on his face. He wanted to refuse, but at that moment, an unusual numbness appeared on his back shoulder blade. as if something was trying to break free and rush out of his body. Young Kai's expression changed slightly. In a situation where he couldn't control them, the young inflammation wings actually wanted to unfurl on their own accord. Somehow the young inflammation wings and the wind and thunder wings seemed to have a subtle connection. Young Kai couldn't help gripping the jade box tightly as he stretched out his finger and tapped the wind and thunder wings. The beautiful wind and thunder wings suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew into Young Kai's body. At the same time, Young Kai's expression changed as he felt an unbearable pain spread from his back shoulder blade, as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. His face instantly turned white as large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his body began to tremble. Li Rong and Han Fei just stood by and watched, not intending to lend a helping hand, but their two pairs of beautiful eyes were filled with worry and expectation as they stared towards Young Kai. After a long time, Young Kai slowly stood up straight and took a deep breath, the pain still spreading from his back shoulder blade. But it wasn't as unbearable as before. Seeing this scene, Li Rong couldn't help patting his back and chuckling. It seems that you and these wind and thunder wings really have some kind of fate. I haven't refined them yet. Young Kai frowned. He could clearly feel that there were two extremely tyrannical energies hidden in his shoulder blades, constantly destroying his body. From time to time, they would erupt with the power of wind and thunder, causing him great pain. However, his perseverance and tenacity were incomparable to ordinary people, so he didn't show this pain on his face. I know. Li Rong smiled lightly, but Han Fei and I experimented many times before we were barely able to absorb them into our bodies, and without exception, within an hour we were forced to force them out, otherwise, the two of us would have died long ago. I don't know how long you'll be able to hold on, or how long it will accept you and completely refine it. I'll do my best. Young Kai's expression. He'd also noticed that refining the wind and thunder wings was like refining a secret treasure, and he had to constantly pour his true qi into it, in order to make it submit to him and be used by him. Until they were completely integrated into his body, it was nothing more than a foreign object that had entered his body. Not only could it not be used, but it was also constantly destroying his body, causing great harm to him. I'll send you back to rest. There are too many things you need to do, don't worry. Take it one step at a time. No one grows all at once, Li Rong softly comforted, stretching out her hand and grabbing Young Kai's arm before flying back up. Returning to the stone room, Young Kai didn't care about anything else and quickly walked over to his bed, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Inside the octagonal tower, Li Rong and Han Fei both sipped tea silently. After a long time, Li Rong suddenly asked seriously, Han Fei, what do you think of him? Han Fei put down the teacup in her hand and nodded. Aptitude, perseverance, courage, all of it is undeniable, far more outstanding than any of my clan's younger generation. Even when we were his age, we couldn't compare to him. If he doesn't die early, his future will certainly be bright. Li Rong also deeply agreed, tapping her jade hand lightly on the table, a look of loss appearing on her pretty face. Unfortunately, he was born human. If only the blood of our ancient demon clan flowed through his veins, how wonderful would that be? Han Fei's expression changed greatly. Li Rong laughed dumbly and shook her head. What are you thinking? I'm not that vicious, I was just lamenting. I'm not the kind of person who goes back on her word. Han Fei's expression relaxed. When she heard Li Rong's words just now, she had thought Li Rong was harboring some kind of devious thoughts. Li Rong suddenly smiled strangely. Why do you seem to care so much about him? He saved me under the volcano. If it weren't for his shelter, I would have died long ago, Han Fei said lightly. Li Rong smiled lightly. It's not that simple. You even gave him your wind and thunder wings. Saying so, she stared at Han Fei meaningfully. You're thinking too much, he's just a child. Han Fei turned her eyes away. He's not a child. Li Rong shook her head. Good. Let's not talk about this, I was just feeling a bit emotional. Even though we expressed our intentions to befriend him, he doesn't seem to have the slightest sense of belonging or dependence to my ancient demon clan. He's simply too self-confident. Naturally, he has the capital to back up his self-confidence. Moreover, he was captured by Coffin Slave Sr. and brought here. We haven't done anything to help him, so how could he feel a sense of belonging or dependence? Han Fei said bitterly. Both she and Li Rong understood that the only way out for the ancient demon clan now lay in Yang Kai's hands. But now, Yang Kai didn't have a sense of belonging to this place. If he didn't have a sense of belonging, he wouldn't care about the ancient demon clan and wouldn't be willing to sacrifice himself for it. At the very least, he wouldn't be sincere. If he could leave, Han Fei and Li Rong were almost certain that he would not hesitate to abandon the ancient demon clan and leave this place. Do you want him to feel sentimental attachment to our clan? Han Fei suddenly realized Li Rong's plan. I hope so, Li Rong didn't deny it, rubbing her forehead lightly. Unfortunately, he seems to be a bit stubborn. Didn't the ancient records of our ancestors say that young human men are all lustful? Why doesn't he seem to be like that? I've had Guan accompany him for more than a year now and he's been very well behaved, never showing any disrespect to her. Could it be that Guan isn't to his liking? Han Fei was also puzzled. She had lived her entire life in this mysterious small world, so her understanding of humans was limited to the ancient records of her ancestors. Her ancestors had said that humans were sinister and cunning, greedy for beauty and power. Then what kind of women does he like? There are many young women in my demon god citadel, all of them with different temperaments, but I've never seen him touch any of them. That's true, when he was with me under the volcano, he was also very well behaved. Han Fei nodded thoughtfully. How about you try to test him again? Li Rong looked at Han Fei with a smile. What are you talking about? Han Fei blushed. I'm serious, Li Rong said solemnly. We need to make him feel a little sentimental attachment to our clan, no matter what method we use, as long as we don't hurt him. Han Fei was stunned, staring at Li Rong in a daze, not seeing the slightest trace of a joking expression on her face. I won't go. Han Fei's brow furrowed deeply. Asking her to seduce Yang Kai was a bit too much for her to handle. Li Rong smiled bitterly and no longer tried to force her, only letting out a deep sigh as she felt a headache coming on. Under the current circumstances, she could only come up with such a clumsy method. This method made her feel a sense of shame. If she hadn't been forced to do so, she wouldn't have come up with such a method to trap Yang Kai. Oh. A burst of severe pain came from his back, but Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, seemingly accustomed to this kind of pain, meticulously pouring his yuan qi into the pill furnace in front of him to refine the pill. His demeanor was focused, his movements were skillful, and his skill was superb. After only half a day, a pill had been produced. Feeling the quality of the pill, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. A spirit-grade mid-rank pill. Now, without relying on a spirit array, Yang Kai could refine a spirit-grade mid-rank pill with his own skill and methods. If he supplemented this with a spirit array and added some myriad drug liquid to the herbs, it was very likely he would be able to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill, only one step away from reaching saint grade. Taking out a spirit stone, holding it in his palm, and meditating for a moment to restore himself. After restoring himself to his peak condition, Yang Kai walked out of the stone room and walked over to Li Rong's octagonal building. Going deep into the octagonal building, Yang Kai used his ability to become the demon race and advanced to the second stage of the demon god transformation. Several months had passed since Chu Jian's death. During these months, Yang Kai had been living like an ascetic monk, shuttling back and forth between the stone room and the secret room. Half a day was spent refining alchemy, while the other half was spent cultivating the demon god transformation. Every day, Yang Kai had plenty of time to spare, not wasting any of it. The wind and thunder wings hidden in his body were constantly being nourished and refined by yuan qi, making rapid progress. On top of that, his demon god transformation had also made great progress. The golden light in Yang Kai's blood had become more and more intense, at least a third of his blood having transformed into a golden color. This golden blood now contained a destructive power. After several months of hard work, Yang Kai's strength had now reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. His foundation was more solid than anyone else's, and even though his physical cultivation was at the peak immortal ascension boundary, his comprehension of the martial Tao was not inferior to a Saint Realm master. After all, he had swallowed the souls of many masters who had died and their insights into the heavenly way. Even though his life was extremely fulfilling, Yang Kai always felt like something was missing. What surprised him was that after breaking through to the peak immortal ascension boundary, his cultivation progress had become quite slow as a turtle's crawl. The transcendent realm was a huge chasm. In the central capital, the transcendent realm was the highest level of cultivation, but because of the constraints of the world principles, very few people could reach this level. Each of the 8 great families only had 3 or 4 transcendent realm masters, while first-class forces only had 1 or 2 at most. Most of them only had a single transcendent realm master. Even in Tongxian realm, where world energy was abundant, most cultivators were stuck at the peak immortal ascension boundary, unable to break through to the transcendent realm. But overall, there were still many transcendent realm masters here. Yang Kai had seen several dozen transcendents along the way and even more saints. Today Yang Kai was stuck at the door of the transcendent realm, unable to explore the mysteries behind it. Chapter 667. Inside the octagonal tower's underground chamber, Yang Kai maintained his demon god transformation, as he sensed the power and movement of his demon crests. In the distance, the 3 great commanders of the ancient demon clan were all paying attention to his movements, each of them nodding from time to time with a look of approval on their faces. These days, Yang Kai's growth had been observed by all 3 of them, giving them a sense of relief that this demon god's successor was no ordinary person. The only thing that gave Li Rong a headache was that until now, she had yet to come up with an effective and feasible method to make Yang Kai feel a sense of belonging to the ancient demon clan. Hong. With a loud bang, with Yang Kai as the center, a violent force suddenly erupted. The expressions of the 3 great commanders, who were watching from the sidelines, changed greatly, and they quickly took action, sending out a mysterious energy barrier that surrounded the secret room. The violent energy raged inside the barrier, and Yang Kai wore a difficult expression as he tried to control the rampaging power in his body, only gradually stabilizing it after a while. Li Rong and the others all glanced at each other, a trace of worry appearing on their faces as they quickly flew over and landed beside Yang Kai, asking softly, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed deeply for a moment before he shook his head and said, "I'm fine, just a bit impetuous." Impetuous? Li Rong was surprised. She hadn't expected that someone as calm and steady as Yang Kai would actually show such an impetuous side. "It's nothing serious, I'll go back first. Today's cultivation will end here," Yang Kai said before turning around and leaving. Looking at his disappearing back, the 3 great commanders were speechless for a while. He's not the kind of person who should grow up in a greenhouse. Hua Mo suddenly sighed deeply. "I'm afraid this place also gives him a sense of restraint." Han Fei nodded lightly. Han Fei gently nodded. Although after Chu Jian's death, the 3 great commanders had no intention of restricting Yang Kai's freedom, and had even arranged everything for him. In this mysterious small world, it was inevitable that he would feel like he was being imprisoned. The ancient demon clan had grown up here, so even if their clansmen longed to see the outside world, they would not reject this place. However, he was different. He was suddenly captured from a vast world and brought to this place. It was inevitable that he would not be able to adapt. The 3 great commanders were not fools. Naturally, they could tell what Yang Kai was worried about. "It seems that we won't be able to keep him for long." Li Rong smiled bitterly. "I'll go talk to him." Han Fei suddenly grit her teeth and said, "All right, let's see if there are other reasons. If we can help, tell him not to be polite." Li Rong urged. Han Fei gently nodded. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai held the herbs in his hand, unable to concentrate for a long time. He also had no interest in alchemy. A delicate fragrance suddenly lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, causing him to look up and see Han Fei standing in front of him in her usual cold outfit. "Do you have any troubles you want to talk to me about?" Han Fei asked softly. "Worries?" Yang Kai was stunned. He smiled and said, "What worries do I have? Then what are you worried about?" "I can't say." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, apparently unwilling to open up. "You don't want to talk about it?" Han Fei stared at him intently. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became playful. "What's wrong?" "Great Commander Han Fei is now responsible for enlightening others? If you really want to enlighten me, Li Rong is more suitable." "Why can't I do it?" Han Fei suddenly became unhappy. "You yourself have an unapproachable appearance. How can you make others open their hearts to you?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. Han Fei curled her lips disdainfully. "That's a different matter. It's normal for young people to have troubles. No matter what, I've lived many years longer than you, so my life experience is much richer than yours. I've also been around your age. If you're willing, you can speak with me. There's nothing I can't help you with. The matters between men and women, do you even understand them? Young Kai asked jokingly. Han Fei suddenly choked on her words, her tender body trembling slightly. She had never fallen in love with a man in her life, so naturally she didn't know what it felt like to be a woman. If Yang Kai was really worried about this, she was completely helpless. Do you really want to leave this small sealed world so badly? Han Fei suddenly asked coldly. When did I say that? Kai Yang was baffled by her words. Isn't that so? The reason you're so impetuous is because this world is restricting you. A little, Yang Kai admitted frankly. This place makes me feel uncomfortable. Even if we treat you so sincerely? It's not your fault. I just have some things I need to do. I need to find a few people. Yang Kai shook his head, not understanding what she was so angry about. I know. Han Fei took a deep breath, her full breasts rising and falling dramatically. But you don't have to worry, we won't be able to keep you here for long. After a while you'll be able to leave this place. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked happily. Han Fei stared at him coldly. Coffin Slave Sr. sent you here because you have a conflagrated knowledge. See, we need you to refine that Saint Grade pill. However, your alchemy speed is too fast, so the herbs stored in this small sealed world are almost all used up. Without these herbs, you can't continue to perform alchemy. If you want to improve your alchemy skills, you can only go outside and find your own way. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually lit up. The shackles that had been binding him seemed to shatter, giving him an illusion of freedom. Happy now? Han Fei looked at him contemptuously. Li Rongmi and Hua Mo didn't want to restrict you. If you said you wanted to leave, we would have immediately sent you away. It was you who doubted us, not daring to make such a request. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He really did have such concerns. The ancient demon clan had placed all their hopes on him, so he didn't dare to make a request to leave. Even if they were very respectful to him and obeyed his every word, Yang Kai didn't know if they would become hostile if he made such a request. But unexpectedly, Han Fei had seen through his thoughts and suspicions with a single glance. I just want to tell you that no matter what you think, no matter what you do, since you are the successor chosen by Great Demon God, my ancient demon clan will abide by our ancestors' teachings and forever serve you. Obey your orders. If you don't have this awareness, I'm afraid my clan will be buried at your hands. Han Fei coldly spat out these words before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable for a while. Recalling the attitude of Li Rong and the others towards him after Chu Jian's death, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little apologetic. They truly treated him with sincerity, but he had always maintained a distance from them. After an unknown amount of time, the air in front of him distorted and the three great commanders of the ancient demon clan appeared. Yang Kai looked up and found that the three of them seemed to have discussed something, all of them wearing firm expressions on their faces. Li Rong first smiled apologetically to Yang Kai and said, Han Fei's words just now were a bit too extreme, but she was also thinking about her clansmen. I hope you can understand. Han Fei appeared from behind her, a look of embarrassment on her face as she stammered, my apologies. I should be the one apologizing. Yang Kai said indifferently, I thought too much and failed to live up to your sincerity. We were also thinking about our clansmen. It can be considered a selfish thought. Li Rong smiled bitterly, but from now on, we will consider things from your perspective. And do you really want to leave here? As soon as this statement came out, the three great commanders all stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes. Yang Kai nodded. Han Fei couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed while Hua Mo's expression also became somewhat gloomy. Li Rong's expression remained unchanged as she smiled lightly. It's reasonable for you to want to leave. Good will send you away. You are not one of my clansmen, so you are not restricted by this mysterious small world, and can freely enter and leave. I didn't say I wanted to leave now. Yang Kai shook his head. The three great commanders couldn't help but light up as they waited for him to continue. Han Fei said that you don't have many herbs left, right? Li Rong nodded. Originally we should have run out long ago, but we managed to collect a lot from Chu Jian, allowing us to last until now. However, with your alchemy speed, I'm afraid you'll run out in less than a month. Then I'll use up all your herbs. The pills I refine will also be useful to you. When I run out of herbs, I'll leave. Very well. Li Rong smiled lightly. Thanks to your efforts this past year and a half, my clansmen have obtained a lot of good pills and their strength has improved greatly. Allow me to thank you on their behalf. No need to be so polite. In any case, you think you're an outsider, Han Fei said angrily. Although she had just apologized, when she heard that Yang Kai insisted on leaving, she still felt a little angry. If I run out of herbs, it's useless for me to stay. I can't wait a few dozen years or even 100 years for your herbs to be produced before continuing with my alchemy, right? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. That's too much of a waste of time. Once I leave, I can search for herbs on my own and improve my alchemy skills. I should soon be able to refine Saint-grade pills. His expression suddenly becoming serious, Yang Kai quickly declared, I promise, when my alchemy skills meet your requirements, I will definitely come back and take you away from here. The three great commanders couldn't help feeling shocked as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement, joy and excitement filling their faces. Are you serious? Li Rong asked anxiously. I'm serious. Yang Kai's expression became serious. I've never promised anyone anything. This is the first time. Li Rong stared at him blankly, realizing his sincerity. Her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help shedding some tears as she softly said, Thank you. Han Fei and Hua Mo also quickly thanked him, unable to suppress the relief in their hearts. You can rest assured, my clan is also a clan that values promises and the teachings of our ancestors. Even if we regain our freedom, we will still follow you. Li Rong quickly added, her expression firm. We'll talk about that later. Yang Kai chuckled. For now, bring me all the remaining herbs you have. I've brought them all. Li Rong said, reaching out and touching her void ring. A mountain of herbs appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. These are all the remaining herbs. I'll finish as soon as possible. Yang Kai nodded gently, relaxing both physically and mentally. Chapter 668. Beneath the towering snow mountain range was a thick layer of ice that had not melted since ancient times. Snow fluttered in the wind, making it impossible to see anything within 100 meters of the mountain range. The temperature here was extremely low. Even cultivators would not be willing to set foot here unless they had some special reason to do so. Looking down from above, one would see a vast expanse of white snow. Halfway up one of the snow mountain ranges, there was an extremely well-hidden cave that led directly to the heart of the mountain. The interior was covered in crystal-clear ice that gave off a frigid aura. A strange force suddenly filled the cave and immediately after, a red light burst forth, illuminating the entire cave, making everything inside appear extremely gloomy and strange. A figure emerged from the void and, seemingly not having figured out where he was, fell onto the ice with a bang. After standing firm, this figure immediately spread out his powerful divine sense, and after a moment, his expression relaxed and he gradually withdrew his divine sense. Sure enough, it's inside the snow mountain range. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate the surrounding terrain and muttered to himself. Before leaving the mysterious small world, Li Rong had told him that Coffin Slave Sr. was most likely hiding in an extremely cold place 10,000 kilometers away. Now it seemed that what she said was true. Because Coffin Slave had been dead for countless years, even if he was a Saint Realm Master and a member of the ancient demon clan with a powerful physique, after so many years, his body would have decayed and deteriorated. The only way to preserve his body was to find a remote and desolate place to hide. Inside the snow mountain range, there was no doubt that this condition was met. Li Rong had said that Coffin Slave Sr. would go out every 10 years to find a cultivator with a conflagrated knowledge sea, or when his body could no longer bear the strain, he would return to his hiding place to cultivate. After another 10 years, he would set out again. Coffin Slave Sr. had been doing this for countless years, and had brought back more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge sea cultivators for Li Rong. Turning his head to the side, Yang Kai immediately saw Coffin Slave Zhu sitting cross-legged in place. Coffin Slave Zhu's body exuded an unbearable putrid stench, and his exposed skin was covered in pustules and warts. Coffin Slave Sr.'s body would not last for many years. Yang Kai understood in his heart. Although he didn't know what kind of obsession it was that made such a master so loyal to him even after death, such a person was worthy of respect. Coffin Slave Sr. was still carrying the blood-red coffin on his back. No one knew what was hidden inside this coffin or what mysteries it held, but Yang Kai knew that inside Coffin Slave Sr. was the mysterious small world he had been teleported from. Since reaching an agreement with Li Rong and the others, it only took Yang Kai half a month to refine all the remaining herbs into pills. After some rest, the three great commanders worked together to break through the void of the small sealed world and send Yang Kai out. I wonder if they've discovered the gift I left for them. Yang Kai thought to himself, a slight smile appearing on his face as he slowly retreated and stared at Coffin Slave Sr. vigilantly. Yang Kai didn't want to wake this Saint Realm undead from his meditation. Although using the demon god transformation could eliminate this person's hostility, if there was a nearby master who detected his aura, it would only expose this place. Fortunately, Coffin Slave Sr. was still in a deep sleep and showed no signs of waking up. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew from the cave. A biting cold wind blew across his face and Yang Kai noticed this unusual cold, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Circulating his true Yang secret art involuntarily, Yang Kai dispelled the chill around him. After observing the snow for a while, Yang Kai gave up trying to find his bearings. Although it had been a year and a half since he arrived on Tongxian Realm, he had spent most of his time in the mysterious small world, so it could be said that he was still unfamiliar with this world. Even if he could find his bearings, he still wouldn't know where to go. Leaping out like a bolt of lightning, Yang Kai quickly disappeared into the snowstorm. Oh! Inside Demon God Citadel, the three great commanders stared blankly at the slowly closing crack in the sky, speechless for a long time. He's gone, Han Fei muttered. And Li Rong nodded, but he'll come back. Hua Mo hesitated for a moment before asking, it's not that I'm a petty person, but Master Li, why are you so sure he will fulfill his promise? It's just a feeling. Li Rong smiled lightly. His promise that day was very sincere, so I choose to believe him. Just watch, he will definitely come back, and as he promised, he will lead us out of this world. Hua Mo frowned but didn't say anything more. Although he also wanted to believe Yang Kai's promise, humans were notorious for their insidiousness and deceit. Who knew if he was just deceiving them? Master. At that moment Guan suddenly ran over. What's wrong? Li Rong turned her head and brushed her hair behind her ear, asking softly. Take a look at this, Guan said, stretching out her hand and showing the three great commanders what she was holding. Crystal stones. Li Rong was surprised. Where did you get these? Although Han Fei had brought back a lot of crystal stones last time, for the needs of the entire clan it was still a bit lacking. These crystal stones were now under the control of the three great commanders in batches. Only at certain times would some be distributed. Guan had also been given a few pieces last time, but she had quickly used them all up, so she shouldn't have any extra crystal stones on hand. I found them in the stone room Yang Kai used to perform alchemy. You should go and take a look, there's a lot more. Guan face filled with excitement as she gestured. Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes before quickly flying off. Soon, the three great commanders arrived at the stone room Yang Kai had been using for alchemy, and after seeing the situation inside, they were stunned. In a corner of the stone room, there was a mountain of crystals. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. This is... Li Rong was almost speechless, her tender body trembling as she stared at the pile of crystal stones. These should be the crystal stones he collected under the volcano last time, Han Fei explained. So many. Hua Mo almost bit off his tongue, his old face twitching. When they returned from the volcano last time, Han Fei had also told them about her and Yang Kai's encounter at the foot of the volcano. Everyone knew that Yang Kai had a huge amount of crystal stone resources in his hands, but no one had mentioned it, much less asked him for them. None of them had expected that before he left, he would actually leave behind such a large amount of wealth. These crystal stones were 4 times more than what Han Fei had brought back. Giving us so much, I'm afraid he doesn't have much left. Han Fei's pretty face couldn't help showing a look of gratitude, her eyes suddenly coming to rest on the dozen or so crystal stones in the most conspicuous position. He even left behind some saint crystals. Recalling the scene where she had fought with Yang Kai for crystal stones under the volcano, even tricking him into taking off his shirt so she could carry more crystal stones, Han Fei suddenly realized how naive she had been. Master Li. Huaimo took a deep breath and calmed his excitement, quickly saying, "This old man believes now. He will definitely come back." "Yes, he will come back." Li Rong smiled happily, tears of joy appearing at the corners of her eyes, tears of relief and joy. If Yang Kai had no intention of coming back, it would have been impossible for him to leave behind such a huge amount of wealth. But he had left them behind, which meant that he hoped these crystal stones would help the ancient demon clan improve their strength, so that when they left here and returned to the outside world, they would have more strength to protect themselves. I can't fail to live up to his expectations, Li Rong thought to herself. Inside Demon God Citadel, if they wanted pills, if they wanted crystal stones, they had crystal stones. Within a few years, there was no need to worry about their development. The next time he returned, the ancient demon clan would give him a big gift. Li Rong took a deep breath and made up her mind. Oh. Through the snowy mountain range, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth. The wind and snow were too strong and the chill was too great, making it impossible for him to maintain flight for long periods of time as it consumed too much of his physical strength and spiritual energy. Along the way, he couldn't see anyone at all, not even the slightest trace of a monster beast. In this entire world, it was as if he was the only one exuding vitality. The world energy aura here was quite extraordinary, but no one cultivated here. Even a cultivator proficient in ice attribute secret arts and martial skills would find it extremely difficult to endure such a harsh environment. Yang Kai didn't feel any sadness or joy as he continued forward through the snowy mountain range. Occasionally, a burst of unbearable pain would come from his shoulder blade, a sign of the wind and thunder wings' destructive power. It had been some time since he had absorbed the wind and thunder wings into his body, so his progress in refining them was quite sloppy. However, Yang Kai had a feeling that the wind and thunder wings wouldn't be so easily refined and would require some special methods. After shuttling through the snowy mountain range for more than 10 days, the wind and snow gradually weakened. Atop a tall mountain, Yang Kai stood at the top of a mountain and looked down, the long-awaited sunlight shining down on his body, making him feel comfortable both physically and mentally. He suddenly noticed that a few dozen kilometers away, there were several life auras that weren't weak. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling happily. Now that he didn't know where he was, he naturally wanted to find someone to inquire about his whereabouts, but after walking for so many days, he hadn't been able to find anyone, so now he finally saw them. Inferring from the strength of these life auras, there shouldn't be any transcendent realm masters here, allowing Yang Kai to relax a bit. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai flew down the mountain range and approached the source of these life auras. A few dozen kilometers away in the white snow, a group of 3 people was walking forward, 1 man and 2 women, all of them immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivators. The man was handsome while the woman was beautiful. All 3 of them wore golden robes, the dazzling golden light particularly conspicuous in the white snow. They should be from the same sect or family. At this moment, the 2 women were walking in front, their arms wrapped around each other's. Even in such a cold environment, one of the women was still wearing very thin clothes, showing off her impressive figure. She was tall and slender, with ample breasts and perky buttocks, causing the man behind her to constantly stare at her graceful waist and swaying hips. The other woman was slightly shorter, her pretty face showing a bit of ignorance, from time to time stretching out her hands and exhaling hot air from her mouth, giving her a lovely appearance. Chapter 669. The 3 of them continued forward while releasing their divine senses to investigate their surroundings. After a while, the woman wearing thin clothes suddenly smiled happily and pointed in a certain direction. There should be spirit medicines over there. Saying so, she hurriedly led the other 2 over. Dozens of zhang away, the 3 of them worked hard to push aside a few feet of deep snow. Under the snow, there was a crystal-clear plant growing. Under the sunlight, the stem and leaves reflected a blurry halo, like a crystal. It was quite beautiful. At the top of this plant, there were a few fingernail-sized snow-white fruits that emitted a faint fragrance. Elder Sister Ji is amazing. The white jade fruit was hidden so deeply yet you were able to find it. The younger woman looked excited and clapped her hands. Jimeng chuckled and glanced over at Zhu Yingyu affectionately, comforting her. Pay more attention, you'll also find it. Zhu Yingyu pouted, I've tried my best, but every time I can't compare to you, even big brother Qi can't compare. Hearing this, Qi Chao was a little unhappy. Am I weak? Zhu Yingyu snorted. You're much worse than elder sister Ji. Jimeng patted her head. When we go back, I'll share some with you, don't be discouraged. The latter nodded innocently. Qi Chao stepped forward and said, let's pick them first. Be careful not to damage the roots. After a dozen years or so, they'll bear more white jade fruits. Jimeng nodded, stretched out her jade white hands, and carefully picked up the few fruits, placing them into her universe bag. For spirit grasses and spirit medicines that could regenerate, a cultivator generally wouldn't damage their roots when harvesting them. Draining the pond to catch all the fish wasn't a good thing, and would also reduce the production of spirit grasses and spirit medicines. With such a harvest, the three of them were very happy. Suddenly, Qi Chao and Jimeng frowned and turned to look in a certain direction, their faces filled with vigilance. They felt that someone was quickly approaching from that direction. A moment later, a vague figure appeared in the snow and soon arrived a few dozen meters in front of the three of them. Yang Kai saw the expressions of the three of them but didn't pay them any mind. Suddenly encountering a stranger in the wilderness, no matter who it was, they would be vigilant. Before he came here, he had confirmed that their cultivation bases were not enough to threaten him. That was why he had shown himself so generously. If the other party had a second-order transcendent or above master, Yang Kai would have avoided them. The three of them weren't that old, so it shouldn't be hard to talk to them. Yang Kai nodded slightly, revealing a friendly smile. Who are you? Qi Chao took a step forward and stood in front of Jimeng and Zhu Yingyu, coldly asking, how did you appear in this snow mountain range? Just a traveler who accidentally lost his way. Yang Kai's expression was kind. A passerby? Qi Chao frowned and looked at Yang Kai from head to toe. His face was full of suspicion. It's not as simple as just passing by. Do you have some other purpose for entering this snowy mountain? The other party's expression was somewhat unfriendly, causing Yang Kai to scratch his head in confusion. Wondering where he had offended this man, he could only explain, I was really just passing by and noticed your aura, so I came to take a look. I don't have any other intentions, I just wanted to ask how to get out of here. I've been wandering around this snowy mountain range for many days now. As he spoke, Yang Kai suddenly noticed the white jade fruit tree behind them, its crystal clear appearance causing Yang Kai to take a second look. Qi Chao carefully observed Yang Kai's expression and became vigilant, staring deeply at Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, not showing the slightest discomfort. Yang Kai wasn't lying. Although he had been sent out from the mysterious small world, his current purpose was to find a clear direction and leave this boundless snow mountain range first. After a while, Qi Chao restrained his hostility and slowly nodded. I'll believe you for the time being, but this snow mountain range is not a place for outsiders to enter. If you want to leave, just go in that direction. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced over before cupping his fists. Many thanks, we'll meet again. As soon as his voice fell, he activated his movement skill and flew off in that direction. Wait! Qi Chao shouted coldly. What's wrong? Yang Kai stopped and frowned. You haven't collected any spirit grasses or spirit medicines in this snow mountain range, right? If you have, please hand them over. This is my spirit religion's territory. Everything here belongs to my spirit religion. Outsiders cannot take away even a blade of grass or a tree. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of ridicule on his face as he became a little impatient. Not to mention that he hadn't collected anything. Even if he had, with the other party using such a commanding tone, there was no way he would hand it over. This snow mountain range was so large that it was impossible for a single great force to occupy it all. Glancing at the two women behind him, Yang Kai was too lazy to make a fuss and simply said, I don't have any. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a divine sense sweep across his body unscrupulously. This person's courage is so big. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Wasn't this person afraid he would counterattack and instantly injure him? Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai didn't make any unnecessary movements and simply let this person investigate him. After a while, Chi Chao nodded with satisfaction. You can go? Yang Kai didn't say a word, turned around and flew off into the snow. After he left, Zhu Yingyu whispered, Brother Chi, that way. Shh. Chi Chao raised a finger and slowly shook his head, glancing around before leading the two women in a different direction. Zhu Yingyu followed behind them with a suspicious look on her face, from time to time glancing back in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, a worried look flashing across her eyes. After walking for a full hour, Zhu Yingyu finally couldn't help asking again, Brother Chi, why did you point him in the wrong direction? Ji Meng smiled and said, I also want to know, Chi Chao, what are you doing? That person is very suspicious, haven't you noticed? Chi Chao glanced at them and said firmly, his words can't be trusted. Ji Meng was speechless and slowly shook her head. Even if he's a bit suspicious, this isn't the way to harm others. You're trying to kill him. That's the monster beast's range of activity. If he went in alone, how could he possibly survive? His life or death has nothing to do with us, Chi Chao coldly snorted. When going out, one must always be on guard. His strength seems to be higher than ours. I'm just making plans for our safety. How do you know? I didn't even notice it, Zhu Yingyu asked innocently. Because he discovered us first, Chi Chao explained. He's not a disciple of the spirit religion, so he came to this snow mountain range either to collect herbs or for some other purpose. Didn't you notice that when he saw the white jade fruit tree, he showed an expression of interest? If I hadn't dragged him away, he might have killed me to steal the treasure. It doesn't matter if I die, but if you two fall into the hands of such a person, humph. Zhu Yingyu's pretty face paled as her tender body trembled slightly. Recalling Yang Kai's appearance, she faintly felt that this person really was a beast with a human face. Ji Meng's brow furrowed as she curled her lips. How can you think so badly of people? What if it's really as he said and he's just a traveler who lost his way? It's normal to get lost in this snow mountain range. Then you might as well go back and find him now and tell him that this is a dead end, Chi Chao snorted. Ji Meng angrily asked, where am I supposed to find him now? When I lied to him just now, didn't you not say anything? Now you're entangled with me, it's just an outsider, Chi Chao also said angrily. I'm just worried that you're from the same sect. I don't want you to lose face in front of outsiders. Don't argue. Zhu Yingyu saw the two of them arguing more and more fiercely and quickly tried to dissuade them. Fine, just this once, there won't be a next time. Really, good people don't have good karma, Chi Chao said disheartenedly as he strode forward. Ji Meng sighed helplessly and glanced back, hesitating for a moment before shaking her head and keeping up with Chi Chao's pace. Elder sister Ji, will he die? Zhu Yingyu asked softly. Maybe. Did Brother Chi make a mistake? No, he has his own reasons, Ji Meng smiled lightly. However, that person had released his divine sense before he appeared and deliberately notified the three of them, so obviously he didn't have any malicious intentions. If he really did have malicious intentions, he could have concealed himself and launched a sneak attack. Ji Meng couldn't understand why Chi Chao had pointed him in the wrong direction, making her feel very guilty towards this stranger. Oh. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he stared down at the seventh-order monster beast's corpse at his feet, breathing heavily. His body was covered in blood, so the battle just now had not been easy. A seventh-order monster beast was equivalent to a human transcendent realm cultivator. Fortunately, this seventh-order monster beast wasn't too difficult to deal with. Following the guidance of the yellow-robed man, Yang Kai had encountered 7 or 8 monster beast attacks in just 3 or 5 days. These monster beasts, without exception, had all been killed by him. If it had been any other peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, fighting a native ice attribute monster beast in such a harsh environment, they would have died countless times already. Moreover, as time passed, Yang Kai found that the nearby snowstorm was getting heavier and heavier. It seemed that he had returned to the same place. This discovery caused his expression to turn ugly. By now, he also realized that he had been deceived by the yellow-robed man. They had met by chance, and he had only asked for directions, showing that he had no malicious intentions. After getting the answer, Yang Kai naturally didn't have any suspicions. Who knew that the yellow-robed man would be so hateful? Taking out the monster beast's monster core and breaking off its 2 horns, Yang Kai turned around and returned to the original path with a cold expression. Climbing the towering snow-capped mountains along the way, Walking in the white and boundless world, Yang Kai's mood was very bad. 3 days later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. After listening for a while, he released his divine sense to investigate, and his expression suddenly became strange. More than 10 miles ahead, there were 2 familiar life auras. They were 2 of the 3 people he had met before, but at this moment their mental state was somewhat unstable, as if they were being chased by something. They were panicking and fleeing in his direction. Following closely behind them, Yang Kai also noticed a strong life aura, which belonged to a 7th-order monster beast. What a small world! Yang Kai showed a strange smile, stopped in place, and waited quietly. Chapter 670. A series of beast roars rang out, shaking the earth and sending snow into the air. Ji Meng and Zhu Yu desperately fled, no longer as calm and collected as when Yang Kai first saw them. Both of their clothes were tattered and blood-stained, revealing large patches of their snow-white skin as they fled. The cold wind blew, causing Zhu Yu to shiver. "Hurry!" Ji Meng shouted as she fled. "Brother Qi, Zhu Yu said as she looked back, but after seeing the fierce monster beast, her beautiful face couldn't help paling, fear flashing across her eyes. "He's dead, don't look back." Ji Meng's expression was calm, but her heart was a mess. She had never expected to encounter an ice crystal wolf here. The 7th-order ice crystal wolf's body was harder than steel, so even the power of artifacts and martial skills could only leave some shallow marks on its body. Its speed was extremely fast, and its 4 claws and fangs were incredibly sharp. The 3 of them had been beaten by this ice crystal wolf in the blink of an eye, and Qi Chao's stomach had been torn open by the ice crystal wolf right in front of the 2 women's eyes, dying a miserable death. They had come here many times already, and each time they had been safe, but this time they had encountered an accident. Compared with Ji Meng's calmness, Zhu Yu was more flustered. Under the threat of death, she couldn't even display half of her immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivation, and could only flee for her life. If it weren't for Ji Meng releasing her artifact from time to slow down the ice crystal wolf, Zhu Yu would have already been overtaken. "Elder sister Ji," Zhu Yu cried out. "If you don't want to die, don't cry," Ji Meng said solemnly. Zhu Yu nodded quickly. Amidst the snowstorm ahead, a figure stood tall. Ji Meng's beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly called out, "Who is this friend in front of us? Can you help us?" At this moment she seemed to see hope. The other party was simply waiting here without fear. Obviously, they weren't afraid of the ice crystal wolf. Perhaps this person was a senior or fellow disciple of the spirit religion. If that was the case, she and Zhu Yu could be saved. As soon as her words fell, a burst of energy shot out from the front. It accurately struck her feet. Perceiving the other party's hostility, Ji Meng quickly pulled Zhu Yu to stop. "What a coincidence!" A slightly mocking voice came from the front. That person was slowly approaching. Ji Meng's brow furrowed. She stared forward. A moment later Ji Meng was, of course, Yang. Zhu Yu couldn't help covering her mouth and exclaiming, "You're fine." Of Meng, of course, no, we didn't think so." Zhu Yu quickly waved her hand, her face filled with anxiety. "Where is that man?" Kai Yang turned his head and looked around, but didn't find Qi Chao's figure. "Dead." Ji Meng shielded Zhu Yu. "Meng of Qiying. Of Meng, of course of Meng. I admit we were wrong before. Qi Chao shouldn't have pointed you in the wrong direction, and I shouldn't have not reminded you, but can we talk about this later?" Ji Meng hurriedly said, "If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. The ice crystal wolf chasing us is a 7th-order monster beast. None of us can resist it." Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "It's already too late." As he spoke, suddenly a burst of whistling sounds rang out. A cold murderous intent lingered in the air, causing Ji Meng's complexion to change greatly. Quickly turning around, she waved her 10 fingers and sent out a burst of ice. She faced the icicles coming from behind her. Hong hong hong. Countless icicles shattered, filling the air with white mist. Ji Meng let out a grunt as her tender shoulder was grazed by an icicle, causing blood to gush out. A huge figure suddenly landed in front of the trio. A ferocious-looking ice crystal wolf baring its fangs and spitting out a putrid breath. Its pair of copper bell-sized eyes stared towards Ji Meng and Zhuing Yu as a string of saliva flowed out from the corners of its mouth. The moment the ice crystal wolf pounced, Yang Kai leapt up into the air and looked down, quickly discovering that this monster beast's body was also crystal clear, as if it was carved from jade. It was quite handsome and its fur was quite soft, and it exuded a violent aura that soared to the heavens. Ji Meng and Zhuing Yu both paled. They knew that after being delayed by Yang Kai, they would no longer be able to escape the ice crystal wolf's attack range. Unwilling to sit still and wait for death, Ji Meng quickly took out an artifact covered in arcs of lightning, poured her yuan qi into it, and fiercely attacked the ice crystal wolf. At the same time, Zhuing Yu also summoned her own artifact and waved her fan, sending out a wave of wind blades visible to the naked eye towards the ice crystal wolf. When the two of them joined forces, the power behind their attacks was quite good. However, for the ice crystal wolf, these attacks were tantamount to scratching an itch. A series of sparks burst out from its sturdy body, but the ice crystal wolf remained unscathed. Opening its mouth, it roared and sent out a barrage of icicles towards Ji Meng and Zhuing Yu. The two women tumbled about awkwardly but were still inevitably injured, causing blood to gush out from their wounds, further stimulating the ice crystal wolf's ferocity. Before they could even stand up, the countless icicles once again intertwined, weaving into an airtight net of attacks, forcing the two women to not even raise their heads. Snow fluttered in the air as the scene became chaotic. Ji Meng suddenly looked up, her face filled with anxiety as she shouted towards Yang Kai, "Can you help us?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his expression indifferent. Although Chi Chao, who had deceived him before, had died under the ice crystal wolf's claws, the fact that these two women hadn't warned him at the time made Yang Kai very annoyed. From beginning to end, he had wasted 6 or 7 days of his time. Seeing Yang Kai refuse so decisively, Ji Meng immediately knew that he still held a grudge over what had happened before and quickly shouted, "We were wrong before. Chi Chao deceived you, so we are also responsible, but you can't just stand by and watch us die, right? Why should I save you? I almost died myself." Yang Kai's expression was cold as he looked on indifferently. The ice crystal wolf pounced forward and Ji Meng quickly dodged, but she was still struck in the abdomen by its claws, tearing off a large part of her clothes, revealing her flat belly and delicate navel. Bright red blood flowed from her abdomen as Ji Meng grit her teeth and endured the pain, using all her strength to fight back against the ice crystal wolf. Zhuing Yu also hurriedly helped. With the two of them working together, they were unable to resist the ice crystal wolf's attacks, but they soon discovered that this seventh-order monster beast didn't seem to have any intention of immediately taking their lives. Instead, it was holding the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse, conserving its strength to attack, its eyes even revealing a playful look. A seventh-order monster beast already possessed a high level of intelligence. If there were enough resources and conditions, it could even transform into a human form and become a member of the monster race. After realizing this, Ji Meng once again called out to Yang Kai for help. "We are disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit religion. If you can save us after we return, we will definitely compensate you for your losses. Chi Chao is also dead. Shouldn't your anger have subsided?" Bright Thunder Spirit religion? Yang Kai's expression changed, feeling like he had heard of this sect somewhere before, but after thinking about it carefully he couldn't remember where. However, when Ji Meng saw his thoughtful expression, she thought he had some kind of relationship with her sect and asked expectantly, "Do you know someone from my spirit religion?" "Sorry, I don't." Yang Kai shook his head. "You bastard." Ji Meng was furious, her heart filled with anxiety as she clenched her teeth and cursed, wishing she could rush up and kill Yang Kai. Originally, she had sympathized with this man who had been deceived, but now it seemed that this person was simply too hateful. He really should have died in this snow mountain range, out of sight, out of mind. "You're just watching us die, are you even a man?" Ji Meng shouted. Yang Kai calmly replied, "Originally, saving you wasn't a big deal, but what happened before made me feel very uncomfortable. If I'm not happy, don't think you'll be happy either. If you can survive, I'll be happy to show you whether I'm a man or not." As he spoke, the two women became more and more exhausted under the ice crystal wolf's attacks. Ji Meng grit her teeth. "What do you want? Tell me what you want and I'll do it." I don't want anything. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, putting on an expression of watching a good show. Ji Meng coughed up blood in anger. Yang Kai's calm demeanor made her understand that this man had the strength to deal with this ice crystal wolf. At the very least, he should have been able to escape from this seventh-order monster beast. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be so calm. However, he simply stood there and watched the show without making a move, leaving Ji Meng helpless. Please, can't you? Ji Meng grit her teeth, her heart filled with grievance and hatred, but she had no choice but to suppress it and softly beg. This brother, I'm also begging you. Zhu Yingyu looked at Yang Kai pitifully, her eyes watery. Although she was terrified, she still persisted. Looking into her beautiful eyes, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, the coldness on his face gradually converging. He suddenly discovered that this woman's eyes were somewhat similar to Xia Ning Chang's. Both of them were innocent and clear, without the slightest impurity. Yang Kai didn't say anything for a long time, nor did he show any intention to help. Ji Meng thought this man really had a heart of stone and was planning on watching from the sidelines. Feeling a chill in her heart, Ji Meng smiled bitterly and said, "Yingyu, don't beg him, I'm afraid we're really going to die here. Before we die, remember what he looks like. Even if we become ghosts, we must haunt him for the rest of his life." As she spoke, she shot a cold glare towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "You woman, you really have a heart as vicious as snakes and scorpions. You're not any better," Ji Meng retorted. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he asked, "With the strength you've shown, can you escape?" It wasn't that she was much stronger than the other woman. It was just that she hadn't wavered in the face of danger, and had been able to display her full strength. Even if the ice crystal wolf was a seventh-order monster beast, if an immortal ascension boundary 8-stage cultivator like her wanted to escape, she could still hold on for some time. The other woman was different. She seemed to have really been frightened. Her attacks were chaotic and her technique was clumsy. At a glance, it was obvious she had lived under protection all year round. Such a person's status was definitely not low. If I run away, what will happen to Yingyu? I'm not as despicable as you. Ji Meng ground her teeth and shouted. You're quite righteous. Yang Kai nodded gently, suddenly grinning. I've changed my mind. I can save you. Chapter 671. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. The man who had deceived him before was already dead, so Yang Kai had no intention of finding trouble with these two women. What's more, Yang Kai also needed someone to inquire about information. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Ji Meng was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Really?" Yang Kai nodded. "But I have a condition." "What condition?" Ji Meng asked anxiously. Right now, the most important thing was to survive. She had already decided that no matter how excessive this man's request was, as long as it didn't hurt Zhu Yingyu, she would agree. "Shouldn't you give yourself to me for saving your life?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and asked with an evil grin on his face. Ji Meng's face suddenly became gloomy. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she hadn't expected this man to actually make such a shameless request. Her heart filled with anger, but she didn't dare show it on her face, barely managing to resist the ice crystal wolf's attack as she shouted, "I don't care, but don't even think about touching Yingyu." "Oh." Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise. He had only been joking and didn't really intend to do anything to these two women. From their second conversation, these two women weren't evil people, so it didn't matter if he saved them. "Are you going to attack or not? If you don't, we'll die and you won't get anything." Ji Meng couldn't bear it any longer. While she was speaking, the ice crystal wolf's patience seemed to have been completely exhausted and its attacks became more and more ferocious. With her and Zhu Yingyu's means, it was impossible for them to resist. If Yang Kai continued to watch, they would definitely suffer. "It's coming." Yang Kai shook his head and slowly floated down from the sky. The huge monster beast pounced towards them from a distance, its fangs bearing their fangs as a foul stench assaulted their nostrils. Zhu Yingyu screamed in fright, tears streaming down her face. Just as she didn't know what to do, her body suddenly felt light and in the next moment, she found herself being carried on someone's shoulder. The scenery around her quickly receded, causing her to close her eyes in fear. Ji-Meng also suffered the same fate. She didn't even have time to react before she was grabbed by Yang Kai. Moving as fast as lightning, the repulsive ice crystal wolf chased after them, gradually increasing the distance between them. Ji-Meng glanced over and urged, "Hurry up, it's about to catch up." Yang Kai snorted, "That's easy for you to say. This is already my fastest speed." Ji-Meng didn't say anything. Looking at the ice crystal wolf getting further and further away, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. After a short while, the ice crystal wolf finally stopped chasing and stopped on the spot. It howled towards the sky, and its howl was filled with unwillingness and rage. Somewhere in the vast snowy mountains, Yang Kai stood in the same place, looking bored as he watched two women with disheveled clothes busying themselves. They seemed to have a lot of experience living in the snow. They quickly dug a hole in the snow. The inside was spacious and the outside was sturdy. Not long after, a snow cave was formed. Ji-Meng glanced back at Yang Kai vigilantly and weakly said, "We're going to change our clothes and apply some healing medicine. You stand here and don't come in. You're also not allowed to peek, otherwise I'll gouge out your eyes." "Hey, you're already considered one of my people now, what's wrong with me peeking?" Yang Kai teased. "You..." Ji-Meng was extremely angry and gnashed her teeth for a moment before angrily saying, "I don't mind, but you can't." Saying so, the two women entered the snow cave one after the other. After a while there was a rustling sound. Obviously they were taking off their bloody clothes. Yang Kai was stunned. He suddenly felt that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of going back on their words. She wouldn't really give herself to him, right? Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. If he became entangled with her, he would be in big trouble. He was indeed despicable enough. How could he have proposed such a condition? After waiting for almost half an hour, Ji-Meng's voice came from inside. "You can come in now." Yang Kai smiled and walked over to the snow cave before lowering his head and entering. The inside was indeed very spacious, and it didn't feel cold or damp at all. On the contrary, compared to the outside environment, this snow cave gave off a warm feeling. The two women had already changed into clean clothes, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up. The first time they met, Chi Chao had stood in front of them, so Yang Kai had taken note of their appearances. The second time they met, they were in a sorry state, covered in blood, so he couldn't see their faces clearly. Looking at them now, the older one had a proud figure and a beautiful face, while the younger one was exquisite and unique, quite cute. However, at this moment, this great beauty was glaring at Yang Kai with a look of displeasure, as if she wanted to swallow him alive. Gritting her teeth, the little beauty shrunk to the side and stared timidly at Yang Kai, appearing very weak. "Hello." Yang Kai greeted them and sat down cross-legged across from them. "I thought you were strong, but it turns out that in front of this ice crystal wolf, all you can do is flee," Ji-Meng said sarcastically. Before, when she saw Yang Kai's calm expression, not showing the slightest fear in front of the seventh-order monster beast, even casually chatting with her, Ji-Meng mistakenly thought he had some kind of extraordinary means, but in the end, she was greatly disappointed. This young man was just a bit faster. He didn't even have the courage to face this ice crystal wolf head-on. "Even if you didn't flee, I still saved you." Yang Kai didn't care. In front of unfamiliar outsiders, he wasn't willing to show his strength. A seventh-order monster beast was equivalent to a transcendent. If he really killed it in front of these two women, it was very likely he would expose his true combat strength. Before determining their identities and temperaments, Yang Kai wouldn't take such a risk. "No matter what, thank you for saving us," Ji-Meng suddenly said, her expression sincere, reaching out and gently touching Zhu Yingyu. Zhu Yingyu was still in a state of shock, so her reaction was inevitably a bit exaggerated. But after realizing Ji-Meng's intentions, she blushed and whispered, "Thank you." "It was nothing, you're welcome." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling much better. "Also, about what happened before, we want to apologize to you." Ji-Meng bit her lip and said with a bitter expression, "When Chi Chao lied to you, we wanted to warn you, but we didn't know your origins or your intentions for entering the Snow Mountain Range, nor did we know your strength, so it doesn't matter, one must always be on guard against others." Yang Kai chuckled. "That person is also dead, this matter ends here." Ji-Meng gently nodded, suddenly finding that this young man was actually quite easy to talk to, not at all as cold-blooded and ruthless as he had shown himself to be before. "We are disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. My name is Jimeng and she is Zhuing Yu. What about you? Jimeng introduced herself before turning to Yang Kai and asking. Yang Kai reported his name. Which great force do you belong to? Jimeng asked curiously. I don't belong to any sect. I'm a loner. That's impossible. Jimeng was slightly surprised. Looking at your methods, it doesn't seem like you don't belong to any great force. Although you're not the most powerful person here, you're still quite good. Being able to rescue 2 people from the Ice Crystal Wolf's violent attack, Jimeng felt that Chi Chao wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Cultivating alone with no one to guide him. How could he be so powerful? How did you get lost in the Snow Mountain Range? Where are you going? Jimeng continued to ask, seemingly wanting to learn more about Yang Kai. I accidentally entered here and couldn't find the way out. As for where to go, I haven't decided yet, so I'll just go wherever there are people, Yang Kai said casually. Oh, Jimeng nodded and explained, although this Snow Mountain Range is not the territory of any great force, because there are only 2 or 3 great forces in the vicinity, my Bright Thunder Spirit religion is one of them. Basically, where we are now is under the jurisdiction of my Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Many disciples will enter the Snow Mountain Range to look for opportunities, to see if they can find rare herbs or precious treasures. If you don't have a place to go, you might as well come with us. Yang Kai glanced at the 2 of them and knew that they were not inviting him because of their good impression of him, nor because they wanted to fulfill their previous agreement, but because they were both heavily injured and needed someone to protect them. All right. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you. Jimeng's expression relaxed as a bright smile appeared on her face. For the next few days, the 3 of them traveled together. The Snow Mountain Range was long and the 2 women were injured, so their speed was naturally not fast. Moreover, while they were walking, they would occasionally look for herbs buried deep under the snow, delaying them a lot. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Having someone lead the way was much faster than walking aimlessly. After 3 or 5 days, they were far away from the dangerous territory of the Snow Mountain Range. While walking, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and stared into the distance, a moment later turning to Jimeng and saying, There seems to be some people from your Bright Thunder Spirit religion coming over. Really? Jimeng was pleasantly surprised, looking up but not seeing anything. And they're wearing the same golden robes you were wearing before. Yang Kai nodded. That means they're from my Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Jimeng clenched Zhuing Yu's hand, her tense nerves finally relaxing. Zhuing Yu also smiled happily. Yang Kai frowned and said, If they find an outsider like me in the Snow Mountain Range, won't there be some trouble? Jimeng stared blankly for a moment before saying, It doesn't matter. As long as you're with us, you'll be fine. There's no need for that. We'll meet again. Saying so, Yang Kai didn't turn around and quickly flew off. Jimeng didn't have time to stop him, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had disappeared. Zhuing Yu stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared in amazement and muttered, Why did he just leave like that? Jimeng stood in place with a complicated expression and thought for a moment before grit her teeth and muttering, That bastard, it turns out he was lying to me, making me worry for so long. What did he lie to you about? He said he wanted me to devote myself to him. I thought he was serious. Jimeng's face flushed red. Now it seemed those words were just a joke. If Yang Kai really had such intentions, how could he have just walked away like that? He's a good person, Zhuing Yu grinned. Is elder sister Ji tempted? It's not too late to chase after him. What nonsense are you talking about? Jimeng curled her lips. However, this person really wasn't bad. After getting along with him for a few days, Jimeng found that he wasn't as hateful as he appeared to be before. Chapter 672. At the edge of the Snow Mountain Range, Grand Boulder City. This was the only city within a few thousand-kilometer radius. Numerous cultivators came and went, and the various trading centers and shops here were extremely popular. Bright Thunder Spirit religion wasn't the only sect near the Snow Mountain Range. There were also 2 or 3 other forces that had settled down here. Grand Boulder City, as a hub for these forces, naturally acted as a hub for exchanging materials between the various cultivators. A cultivator's cultivation wasn't something that could be done behind closed doors. Instead, they often relied on external items. Pills, artifacts, all of which belonged to the category of external items. These were indispensable aids to a cultivator in battle. Exchanging what one didn't need for what one did need, a transaction would naturally occur. After separating from Jimeng and Zhuangyu, Yang Kai walked for 4 days before arriving at Grand Boulder City. Seeing the jostling crowd, Yang Kai showed a happy smile. During this time, he could be considered to have died of loneliness. He wasn't looking for someone to talk to, it was just that in this vast snow mountain range, there was no one for 10,000 kilometers, not even the slightest bit of vitality, making him feel a little depressed. At the city gate, there were several cultivators wearing guard uniforms, inspecting the pedestrians passing by. When it was Yang Kai's turn, Yang Kai learned from the people who had entered before and quietly slipped a crystal stone to the guard. The guard put away the crystal stone without leaving a trace and shot Yang Kai a meaningful glance before moving aside. "Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled and stepped into Grand Boulder City. Grand Boulder City didn't only have cultivators from the nearby forces, but also cultivators from all over the world. Because this place was next to the Snow Mountain Range, it produced some spirit grasses and spirit medicines that could only be grown under extremely cold conditions. Many cultivators had a need for these. Grand Boulder City didn't refuse anyone. But if one didn't want to be checked, they had to hand over crystal stones. This was one of Grand Boulder City's main ways of making money. The numerous shops in the city were Grand Boulder City's main source of income. The owners of these shops in Grand Boulder City were mostly disciples of several nearby forces, and very few outsiders were able to get involved in the business here. Yang Kai's footsteps were light and quick as he wandered around the shops, buying the herbs he needed. Although Yang Kai had given most of his crystal stones to the ancient demon clan before leaving the small sealed world, he still had a lot left. This amount of crystal stones was still quite a lot for a single person. Yang Kai was also paying attention to the materials needed to refine the saint-level pill. Before leaving, Li Rong had told him all this information, but what Yang Kai hadn't expected was that it was actually a saint-grade high-rank pill. Right now, he could barely refine a high-grade spirit-grade pill, but there was still a big gap between him and a high-grade saint-grade pill. Along the way, after sweeping through several dozen shops, Yang Kai's harvest was quite bountiful. A variety of herbs piled up inside the black book space. Arriving at a large shop, Yang Kai spent a large amount of crystal stones to exchange for many of the materials he needed. "Little brother seems quite unfamiliar. Why are you buying so many herbs for alchemy?" The shop owner, who was an Immortal Ascension 8th stage cultivator, looked at Yang Kai with interest, his white hair giving him a somewhat amiable appearance as he stroked his beard and asked, "Shopkeeper, are you here to do business or to inquire about information?" Yang Kai stared at him and asked with a smile. The other party's sudden question inevitably made Yang Kai a little vigilant, but in Grand Boulder City, public security was quite good and there wouldn't be any fights for no reason. Even if there was friction between cultivators, they would settle it outside the city. So Yang Kai wasn't afraid. "I was just casually asking. If little brother doesn't want to answer, there's no need to." The shop owner was stunned, seemingly aware of Yang Kai's vigilance and didn't want him to misunderstand. "But if little brother is an alchemist, you can get a discount when you buy herbs." "Discount? Why would I get a discount?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He had never heard of any shop that would give alchemists a discount. Before the shop owner could answer, a nearby cultivator who was looking for herbs laughed. "Because this is a shop opened by the Alchemist Guild. As long as you are an alchemist, you can enjoy all kinds of preferential treatment, don't you know?" As he spoke, he walked over and handed the selected herbs to the shop owner, and handed him a jade token. Yang Kai could clearly see that the jade token was engraved with the word pill. The shop owner glanced at the herbs, calculated the price, picked up the jade token, and poured yuan qi into it. The jade token instantly flashed and the shop owner nodded slightly. "Spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, according to the rules of the guild, we can give you a 20% discount." The cultivator quickly handed over the crystal stones and the shop owner put them away, completing the transaction. After buying the herbs, the cultivator left without looking back. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The Alchemist Guild is a force established by all the alchemists in the world. Only alchemists are eligible to join. As long as you are an alchemist of the guild, you will receive preferential treatment when you buy things from one of the guild's shops. Moreover, the guild shops are all over the world, so you can enjoy the guild's care wherever you go, the shop owner explained with a smile. Shopkeeper, how do you know I'm an alchemist? Young Kai asked curiously. The other party had obviously confirmed that he was an alchemist, so there was no point in pretending to be ignorant. Young Kai was very curious, where did this old shop owner, who was only an immortal ascension boundary 8th-stage cultivator, get this kind of insight? An alchemist is different from an ordinary cultivator. I have been guarding this shop for several decades now, and have seen many alchemists come and go. Whether you are an alchemist or not, I can tell at a glance. The shop owner slowly shook his head, appearing somewhat enigmatic. Although little brother is young, from the grade of herbs you have chosen, you should at least be a mysterious grade low-rank alchemist, right? Young Kai remained indifferent and didn't deny it. The old shop owner's eyes lit up. The younger generation will surpass us in time. This old master has studied alchemy for many years but is still only a mysterious grade high-rank alchemist. I really envy you. Alchemy was also a matter of aptitude. There is a branch of the guild in Grand Boulder City. If you want to enjoy discounts when buying herbs in the future, you might as well go there and get a jade token. Not only will it help you save crystal stones, but it will also make it more convenient for you to travel the world. Alchemists are valued everywhere. Basically no one will find trouble with you, the old shop owner said with a smile. Many thanks for the advice. Young Kai cupped his fists. You're welcome. Walking out of the shop, Young Kai fell into contemplation. It was undeniable that the old shop owner's words had moved him. Being able to buy herbs at a discount was only one of the reasons. Although he had a lot of crystal stones on hand right now, these things would run out one day, so he had to save as much as he could. What Young Kai cared about the most was that alchemists could be valued by any great force. Young Kai's only wish after coming to Tongxian Realm was to find Su Yan and his little senior sister. However, this world was so vast that it was impossible for him to find them with his own strength. Unlike back in the central capital, where he had gathered a large number of available helpers, he could find anyone he wanted and do whatever he wanted. Here he could only rely on himself. When Shui Ling and Yun Xian invited him to join Water Spirit Temple or Bold Independent Union, Young Kai didn't know alchemy yet, so he politely refused their kindness. Because Young Kai wanted to rely on his own strength to find Su Yan and the others. But now it seemed that this idea was somewhat unrealistic. Could he use his status as an alchemist to seek refuge with some great force and have them help him find them? Inside and in, Young Kai thought about it for a long time before deciding to go to the Alchemist Guild and get a jade token. This jade token alone could save him a lot of trouble, so it was worth Young Kai's attention. After asking around Grand Boulder City, Young Kai soon found the location of the Alchemist Guild. In front of the magnificent Alchemist Guild, Young Kai stood for a long time and shook his head. Although he had long heard that alchemists were a group of rich guys, Young Kai hadn't expected them to be rich to this extent. The entire Alchemist Guild from the outside was very different from the other buildings in Grand Boulder City, exuding a rich aura. Outside the palace, birds and beasts carved from rare ores gave off faint energy fluctuations. Obviously, they were all engraved with powerful spirit arrays. If someone dared to have any ideas about this building, they would definitely suffer a big loss. As far as the eye could see, the interior of the association was also covered with thick red carpets. Everywhere was decorated with sparkling and translucent gemstones. Occasionally, alchemists would enter and leave, but all of them had arrogant and indifferent looks on their faces, as if they were some kind of big shot. A top-notch alchemist could be rich enough to rival an entire country, and had a respected status. This was not a legend, it was a real thing. In the central capital, alchemists and artifact refiners were relatively noble existences, but in Tongxian Realm, this inexplicable nobility seemed to be magnified several times. Boy, what are you looking around for? An angry shout suddenly rang out as a big bearded man glared at Young Kai and shouted, "Which great force do you belong to? Don't you know where you are?" "Hello." Young Kai's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. "I want to receive an alchemist jade token." "Receive a jade token? You're an alchemist?" The big man was stunned when he heard this and swept his divine sense over Young Kai. After a long time he nodded slightly. "And not bad, you have a young attribute true chi in your body, so you should be able to perform alchemy. You're too young. Haven't you only just started studying?" "Haha, I haven't been studying for long." Young Kai smiled and nodded. "Good, come in." The big man tilted his head and gestured before walking inside. Young Kai hurriedly followed. Along the way, young Kai was amazed. From the outside, the Alchemist Guild seemed quite amazing, but after entering, he realized that it was a place filled with riches. After learning that young Kai was also an alchemist, the big man slightly restrained his contemptuous attitude towards him. But he wasn't too easygoing either, shouting along the way, "Since you want to become a member of the Alchemist Guild, as long as you pass our test, you can get the jade token you want, but you must remember, even if you become an official alchemist, you are not allowed to do anything harmful to humanity. If you dare perform alchemy for a monster race member from the demon race, don't blame the guild for cleaning you up." Ahem, of course, young Kai quickly said. Chapter 673. This big man had only said this casually. He hadn't expected him to be so direct. Young Kai practiced alchemy in order to refine pills for the demon race. Moreover, he was from the ancient demon clan, a clan that had been forgotten by the world for thousands of years. He was a servant of the great demon god. Inside the Alchemist Guild, a light medicinal fragrance filled the air. From time to time, young Kai could feel the hot yuan qi flowing through the side rooms. Presumably, the alchemists were diligently performing alchemy. After following the big man to a relatively remote room, the big man left him behind and said, "Wait here. Someone will come to greet you in a while." Young Kai nodded slightly and casually found a chair to sit down on. The room wasn't big and there wasn't much furniture inside, so it was quite empty. Young Kai waited for a full 2 hours, and just as he was about to become impatient, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Soon, the door was pushed open and a woman with an ugly expression walked in. Looking young Kai up and down, she asked, "Are you the one who wants to join the Alchemist Guild?" Young Kai nodded, stood up and asked, "Can we begin the test now? How long have you been studying alchemy?" The woman frowned, seemingly a little unhappy as she asked coldly, "Not long, I don't know exactly how long." It had only been a little over a year since young Kai started practicing alchemy, but if one counted the basic knowledge, it would be several years. From the time he obtained the true alchemic way until now, it had been at least 4 or 5 years, but he had only been intermittently prying into the mysteries of the true alchemic way. With this woman asking such a question, he didn't know how to answer. Deliberately mystifying. The woman coldly snorted, somewhat dissatisfied that young Kai didn't directly answer her question. Reaching into the universe bag at her waist, she hesitated for a moment before taking out a herb and handing it to young Kai. "This is a heaven-grade low-rank cold star grass. Condense it into a medicinal liquid for me to see." Young Kai reached out and took it. Staring at her in amazement, "Condense it just like that?" The woman sneered, "If you can't even do this, then you don't need to join the association. Do you think the association will accept just anyone? Only heaven-grade alchemists and above were qualified to have their own jade tokens. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." As he spoke, he muttered, "Master is really too much. Such a young brat, can't he just chase him out? Wasting my precious time." When young Kai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He also understood why this woman had an unhappy expression on her face. It turned out that his arrival had delayed her refining time. When an alchemist was concocting pills, it was a taboo to be disturbed, so young Kai could understand why the woman was unhappy. However, her words and demeanor clearly showed that she was looking down on him, which made young Kai feel a little helpless. She probably thought that he had really just started learning alchemy. Thinking so, young Kai began circulating his yuan qi, wrapping it around the cold star grass in his hand, and injecting his yuan qi into the herb. Soon a faint fragrance filled the air, and the woman finally withdrew her look of contempt and focused on the movements of young Kai's hands. The cold star grass seemed to have been melted, completely turning into a liquid. Under the influence of the yuan qi, it floated above young Kai's palm, a wisp of impurities escaping and evaporating. As time passed, a heaven-grade low-rank cold star grass was quickly condensed into a medicinal liquid, a vibrant emerald green color. With young Kai's skill and technique, it was easy for him to condense heaven-grade herbs. Even without a pill furnace or spirit array, he could still get rid of the impurities. In just a few breaths of time, the medicinal liquid had taken shape. The woman released her divine sense and carefully examined it, a trace of surprise finally appearing on her pretty face as she looked at young Kai in astonishment. Is this enough? Young Kai asked. He could still condense the medicinal liquid to a higher level, but he didn't do so. This level should be enough to meet the woman's requirements. Let me ask you, what grade of pill can you refine? The woman looked at Young Kai with a serious face. Only now did she discover that she seemed to have underestimated this young boy's means and ability. Spirit grade. What? The woman's face suddenly changed as she looked at Young Kai in disbelief. Spirit grade low rank. Sometimes you may fail. Young Kai added. He didn't dare to say his ability was too high, so as not to attract the attention of others, but spirit grade low rank seemed to be somewhat unacceptable to this woman. Impossible, you are at most 20 years old, how can you refine a spirit grade pill? I can refine it for you to see. Young Kai shrugged his shoulders. The woman stared at him deeply, as if she wanted to see if he was boasting. After a while she said seriously, come with me. If you really have this ability, then it's not within the scope of my assessment. She was just a mysterious grade top rank alchemist. How could she take the spirit grade assessment? In another room, the burly man Young Kai had seen before was studying an ancient alchemy book in his hand with a worried look on his face. Facing a profound spirit array, he seemed to be unable to understand it and was clearly distressed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and the big man looked up and asked, "What's the matter?" "Master," the woman called out softly. "It's about the young man who just wanted to join the association." "Oh, did he pass the test?" the big man asked. "No. If he didn't, then don't bother me, go refine your own alchemy." The woman gritted her teeth and suddenly kicked open the door. Young Kai was stunned. The woman stormed into the room, causing the big bearded man to slap the table angrily. "How dare you ignore your master's orders? Do you still see me as your master in your eyes?" The woman snorted and put her hands on her hips, a look of annoyance on her face as she said, "Master, didn't you say that guy had just started learning alchemy?" "Yes, what's the problem? Then why can he refine a spirit grade pill? I even used a heaven grade low rank cold star grass to test him. It's so embarrassing." "Huh?" The big man was stunned. "He can refine a spirit grade pill? Impossible, you little girl are lying to me again. I've brought him here, whether he has this ability or not, you can verify it yourself." The woman beckoned to the outside and Young Kai braced himself and walked in. The big man stared at Young Kai with a dignified look and shouted, "You think you can refine a spirit grade pill?" Young Kai nodded solemnly. The big man's expression suddenly became serious as he gloomily said, "Boy, you need to know that this is the Alchemist's Guild. No matter which force you come from, if you dare to talk nonsense here, you won't leave here alive." Young Kai rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He just wanted to get a jade token. He didn't expect there would be so many twists and turns. "Forget it, I won't get a jade token. I'm sorry for disturbing you, goodbye." "You dare!" the big man roared, his voice like a bell as he sneered. "Do you think the Alchemist Guild is a place where you can come and go as you please? It's useless to feel guilty. I will prepare the materials for you and see how you can refine a spirit grade pill. If you can't satisfy me, haha. I also want to know if you really have this ability." The woman also glanced sideways at Young Kai. Young Kai took a deep breath, feeling extremely helpless. "Mina, take out your spirit grade materials." The big man stared at Young Kai and ordered the woman. The woman nodded gently and rummaged around in her universe bag. Soon, a pile of spirit grade materials appeared on the table in the room. The big man stretched out his hand again and a head-sized furnace appeared in his hand. Looking at Young Kai, he said, "This is my own furnace. I collected the materials for 8 years and asked a Saint-grade artifact refiner to refine it. It can greatly increase the chances of successfully refining a pill. Don't say I didn't take care of you. If you can't refine a spirit-grade pill with this furnace, you can just wait for your head to roll." Saying so, he threw the furnace over. Young Kai caught it, weighed it in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. The quality of this furnace was very good, far superior to ordinary furnaces, and the spirit array engraved inside was also used to increase the chances of successfully refining a pill. But Young Kai was keenly aware that the spirit array inside was incomplete and couldn't display its full potential. "There are 5 sets of spirit-grade materials here. If you can refine 3 sets, I'll consider you passed the test. If you can't, haha." The big man sneered and said, "You can start, I'll be watching you, don't try to play any tricks." Now that things had come to this point, Yang Kai couldn't back down. Placing the furnace on the table, he carefully examined the 5 sets of materials. A moment later, his brow wrinkled and he changed the positions of several of the herbs. The large man and the woman looked at him suspiciously. They didn't know why he looked so confident. Moreover, the 5 sets of ingredients were the best, so how could he casually change the positions of several of them? The 2 of them didn't say anything and just watched quietly. A moment later, Yang Kai began to move, skillfully adding the herbs into the furnace one by one. The yuan qi was poured into the furnace and condensed into a medicinal liquid. Whether it was the heat or the timing, everything was controlled perfectly. The big man and the woman's eyes lit up. Just from this action alone, they realized that this young man seemed to have some skill and wasn't just boasting. His technique and self-confidence obviously came from his usual practice. As the herbs were added into the furnace, under Yang Kai's control, the room gradually filled with a medicinal fragrance. The big man and the woman stared at Yang Kai without blinking, their expressions gradually becoming dignified, no longer showing any contempt. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai reached out and patted the pill furnace, causing a round golden pill to fly out. The big man's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick, reaching out and sucking this pill into his palm. Carefully perceiving it, his eyes widened as he muttered, "It really is a spirit-grade pill. Is this little brat really so powerful?" Mina was also dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai could really refine a spirit-grade pill. Although it was only a spirit-grade low-rank pill, it was something she couldn't do herself. The medicinal properties are restrained, the herbs aren't wasted at all. Just a little bit more, and it would have formed pill veins. Amazing. The big man sighed as if it was a bit regretful. Chapter 674. Once a spirit-grade high-rank alchemist formed pill veins, the value of a spirit-grade high-rank alchemist would double. Even with Big Han's skills, he could only occasionally refine 1 or 2 pills with pill veins, and that was only if his luck was extremely good and he was in peak condition. As for the legendary pill clouds, even he had never seen one before. Holding this spirit pill, the big bearded man was speechless for a long time. An hour later, Yang Kai finished his alchemy. 5 sets of materials, a total of 4 spirit pills had been refined, but the last set of materials had failed. This was something that Yang Kai had done on purpose. At this moment, whether it was the big man or the young woman, both of them were staring at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, completely dumbfounded. "Master, is this guy some kind of beauty-preserving technique? Otherwise, how could I look only 20 years old? No, this should be his real age. Amazing, how could he be so amazing?" Saying so, he glanced at the young woman with a look of disappointment. "Master, can you not look at me like that?" "I've already tried my best," Mina said, feeling very wronged. Her alchemy aptitude was also quite outstanding, and she was a very famous existence within a few thousand kilometers. Several nearby great forces were trying to win her over as an honored guest. Because of this aptitude, Mina usually thought highly of herself, but in front of these 4 spirit pills, her pride had been shattered. The master and disciple pair whispered to each other for a while, but Yang Kai didn't deliberately eavesdrop. After waiting for a while, he asked, "Did I pass the test?" The big man was surprised when he heard this, but he soon chuckled and nodded, "Yes, you definitely passed." "Then my jade token." "Don't worry, the jade token will definitely be given to you, but before that you need to see someone." "Wait, I'll call him over." Saying so, the big man rushed out. Suddenly, only Yang Kai and the young woman were left in the room. Yang Kai was speechless. "You really make people look at you in a new light." The woman let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration and generously extended her hand, no longer displaying her previous contempt and casualness as she solemnly said, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Mina, a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist and a member of this alchemist branch." "Yang Kai." Yang Kai chuckled and gently shook her hand. "Where did you come from?" Mina asked curiously. "To the west." Mina looked at him and pursed her lips into a smile. "Forget it, I won't ask anymore. Look at how vigilant you are." To the west was a vast snowy mountain. When Yang Kai said that he came from there, it was obviously a little perfunctory. "Oh right, why did you change the configuration of the 5 sets of materials just now?" Isn't that your test? Young Kai was stunned. Mina slowly shook her head. That was the configuration I thought was the best, but after you changed it, it seems like it's easier to refine it. Who taught you to do that? Intuition. Young Kai felt a little guilty. He didn't think too much about it just now and thought that the other party had deliberately put in the wrong herbs to test his skills, but it turned out that wasn't the case. Why did you do that? The pill recipe my master taught me is not like this. Is there something wrong with master's pill recipe? Mina frowned. Young Kai thought about it for a moment and didn't try to hide it, carefully explaining it to her. Mina's eyes lit up as she listened and nodded, suddenly feeling like she had learned a lot. While the two of them were discussing the accuracy and rigor of the pill recipe inside the room outside, the big man and the other man stopped to listen, and the more they listened, the more surprised they became. Because even they hadn't thought of changing the pill recipe, but after changing it, they found that it was much better than the original one. At the very least, if they used Young Kai's method to refine it, they could avoid many unnecessary failures, increase the chances of successfully refining a pill, and fully display the medicinal efficacies of the herbs. Where did you find this little brat? The man asked the big bearded man. He delivered himself to us. The big man shrugged. Did you pick up a treasure? The other man didn't deny it, simply pushing the door open and walking in. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Kai Yang quickly turned his head to look, only to see the bearded big man and another old man with a transcendent aura walk in together. Mina quickly introduced them to Young Kai. This is Old Man Du. Old Man Du is the owner of this place, a Saint-grade low-rank alchemist. Young Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of respect and quickly bowed. Duan smiled and nodded. Little friend doesn't need to be so polite. We will all be family in the future. This is my master, a spirit-grade high-rank alchemist. Yi Xiong grinned at Young Kai. Sit down, Old Man Du gestured. After everyone was seated, Mina brought out a few cups of fragrant tea from somewhere and served them. Old Man Du took a sip before smiling. I understand little friend's purpose for coming here. Being able to refine a spirit-grade pill, you are indeed qualified to have your own jade token. This old master will present the jade token that represents his status as an alchemist to you later. Many thanks, Young Kai nodded. Can this old master ask, who is little friend's master? Asking so, Duan stared at Young Kai with a burning gaze. After listening to Yi Xiong's report, Duan only faintly felt that this young man wasn't simple, but after listening to many of his unique insights at the entrance, Duan immediately realized that Young Kai was extraordinary. Even he didn't understand the profound meaning behind those insights, so how could a little brat comprehend them? The only possibility was that someone was guiding him from behind. Duan really wanted to know which alchemist could teach such a disciple. At such a young age, his cultivation had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, and he was even a spirit-grade alchemist. What kind of earth-shaking master was this? Although Old Man Du was a saint-grade alchemist and had a highly respected status, there were still some alchemists above him, not to mention those old monsters who lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests all year round. These old monsters might not appear for dozens or hundreds of years, but each one of them was a man with heaven-defying means and divine technique, making it impossible for others to guess. Moreover, these old monsters with astonishing cultivations were very protective of their own. It was very likely that some of their descendants would come out of their seclusion and enter the world to gain experience. Their descendants would often be able to blossom with dazzling brilliance in just a few short years, and their names would soon spread throughout the continent. This young man named Young Kai in front of him was very suspicious. He was a spirit-grade alchemist, but his name wasn't recorded in the Alchemist Guild's records, and he didn't even have a jade token. This was clearly because he had just come out of seclusion not too long ago. Old Man Du looked at Young Kai and seemed to see a hidden behemoth behind him. He couldn't help but be cautious, so naturally he wanted to figure out Young Kai's true identity. Yi Xiong and Mina also looked at him with shining eyes, obviously very interested in this topic. Master. Young Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't have a master, and no one has taught me. No master, haha. Old Man Du smiled lightly, not taking this matter seriously. It would be strange if this young man could so easily dig up the background behind him. Young Kai saying this only further confirmed Old Man Du's guess that his background was extraordinary. However, such a way of saying that he was hiding 300 taels of silver here was too childish. Young people really didn't know how to hide themselves. This kind of mysterious descendant, when traveling the world, would never advertise their master or sect. However, if one could establish a good relationship with such a person, one might be able to establish a connection with their master and obtain huge benefits. 100 years ago, there was a not-so-strong force that had befriended such a descendant who had come out for life experience. 10 years later, this force became enemies with another great force and suffered heavy casualties. However, overnight, this enemy force was completely annihilated and disappeared from Tongxian realm. Old Man Du was a saint-grade alchemist, so no one would come looking for trouble with him, let alone make enemies. Naturally, he had no intention of borrowing the power of others. What he valued was the alchemy methods of the person who had taught Yang Kai. Being able to teach Yang Kai, that person must be a top alchemist. Old Man Du had been stuck at the bottleneck of saint-grade low rank for many years now. If he could obtain pointers from such a powerful master, he may be able to break through to saint-grade mid-rank in one fell swoop. Then where does little friend plan to settle down? Old Man Du asked kindly. I don't know, I'll stay in Grand Boulder City for a while. Yang Kai shook his head. I just came out from a very remote place not long ago and am unfamiliar with this world. Speaking of which, I'm not afraid Old Man Du will laugh at me, but I haven't even heard of many of the great forces here. This is the first time I've heard of the Alchemist Guild. Du Wan's seemingly cloudy eyes couldn't help but light up as he smiled and nodded. Good. As long as little friend is still in Grand Boulder City, you can come to this old master and ask. If there's anything you don't understand, this old master can answer it for you. Yang Kai's expression became strange, wondering why this saint-grade alchemist was treating him so well. Old Man Du, can he live in the Alchemist Guild? Mina suddenly proposed. Old Man Du smiled and said, that depends on little friend's intentions. I can live here? Yang Kai was stunned. Mina explained, as long as you are an alchemist you can live here. In the entire Alchemist Guild, there are basically only the three of us who live here, the others have all taken refuge in the nearby great forces. Occasionally, some alchemists from other places will come here to rest. So this place is relatively quiet. If you don't have anywhere to go, you can live here. And living here we can compare notes on alchemy, it's good for everyone, what do you think? Mina obviously hoped that Yang Kai would stay. Just now, after talking with him for a while, she had benefited a lot, so naturally she wanted to communicate more with Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble you. Since Mina was looking at him expectantly, Yang Kai was too embarrassed to refuse. Moreover, this Old Man Du and Yi Xiong didn't have the slightest malicious intent. Little friend is too polite, Old Man Du smiled. But I shouldn't stay here for long. Yang Kai added. Everything will be as little friend wishes. Saying so, Duwan took out a jade token and pushed it towards Yang Kai. This is my Alchemist Guild's identity token. With this thing you can enjoy preferential treatment in any shop opened by the Alchemist Guild. If you encounter any danger, just take out this jade token and under normal circumstances, you'll be safe. Many thanks. Old Man Du. Yang Kai took the jade token and poured his true chi into it. A look of joy quickly filling his face. There was a mysterious energy hidden inside this jade token that would allow anyone who sensed it to easily figure out what grade of alchemist the owner of this jade token was. Chapter 675. 500 kilometers away from Boulder City, there was a place with beautiful scenery. Although this place was also on the edge of the snowy mountains, it was full of birds and fragrant flowers all year round. The temperature was pleasant. Houses were located in a huge valley, and from time to time some cultivator with high cultivation would come in and out. This place was the foundation of a large force. At this moment in a secret room, an old man who had been meditating all year round suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining brightly, and a look of suspicion appeared on his face. He raised his head and stared in the direction of Grand Boulder City. At this moment, he felt an obscure energy fluctuation coming from the other side. This energy fluctuation gave him a sense of déjà vu. After thinking for a moment, the old man made several mysterious hand seals and a beam of energy shot out. A moment later, the old man stretched out his hand and drew a circle in front of him. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void, and a vague figure emerged from those ripples. The old man stared blankly, the expression on his face becoming more and more strange and bewildered. He silently memorized the general characteristics of this figure. Just as he was about to carefully observe it, the ripples in front of him suddenly spread more frequently. The figure coldly turned his head and looked over with a vigilant and suspicious expression. Such strong vigilance! The old man was shocked. He could sense that at this age the other person's cultivation was definitely not too high. He had used the great divine technique to spy on him from several hundred kilometers away, but he had been discovered. The next moment, the ripples spread and the figure disappeared. Interesting. The old man smiled faintly and called out, "Song Yan." The door was pushed open. A man with a restrained aura walked in and respectfully asked, "Grandmaster, what are your orders?" "Go to Boulder City. Find this person for me." The old man stretched out his hand and pointed, and a beam of energy rushed into the Tsongyan's mind. The Tsongyan immediately saw the vague figure. "Yes." The Tsongyan nodded solemnly. "Well, be polite to him." The old man was still worried. The Tsongyan's expression was strange, but he did not ask anything. He quickly left the secret room and prepared to go to Boulder City. Alchemist Association. Mina, who was asking Yang Kai about the Tao of alchemy, stared at Yang Kai in a daze. "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai frowned as he stared at a certain spot in the void. At that moment, he actually had the illusion that he was being spied on, and couldn't help but shudder. But when he carefully investigated, he found nothing. Nothing. Yang Kai shook his head. He was also puzzled. With his divine sense cultivation, even if he was being probed by a transcendent, he would still be able to clearly detect it. Unless it was a Saint Realm master. But how could such a master possibly target him? After arriving in Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai had not made any enemies. The only succubus demon had been killed by him. Oh, Mina didn't ask any more questions, and instead continued to consult Yang Kai on the details of alchemy. Yang Kai didn't hold back and answered her questions and doubts as best as he could. Of course, when it came to the secrets of the true alchemic way, it was a secret. Of course, he wouldn't reveal them. The true alchemic way was most likely something left behind by the great demon god. If this kind of information were to be revealed, it would only do him more harm than good. After living in the Alchemist Guild for more than half a month, whether it was Old Man Du, Yixiong or Mina, all of them treated him like family, which made the wandering Yang Kai feel some warmth in his heart. However, Yang Kai found that in addition to Mina, Old Man Du and Yixiong were sometimes too kind to him, not showing the proper attitude of an elder towards a junior, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. These days, Yang Kai had been performing alchemy all this time, so the materials he had purchased were rapidly being consumed. Before, in Demon God Citadel, when Li Rong and the others provided him with herbs, Yang Kai didn't think much of it, but now that he was preparing materials for alchemy, he found that the consumption was simply too great. Even if he had a lot of crystal stones on hand, it wouldn't be long before he ran out. However, he had to constantly improve his grade and skills through alchemy. "Mina, how can you guarantee you have enough materials for alchemy? Who's as abnormal as you?" Mina rolled her eyes. "Your alchemy speed is too fast. My master needs half a day to refine a single spirit pill. He can only refine 2 a day at most." Yang Kai was stunned. "However, we can sell the pills we refine and exchange them for jingsher. Then we can buy materials to continue refining." Yang Kai couldn't help but light up. He had been performing alchemy all this time, completely forgetting that he could sell the pills he refined. Because until now, Yang Kai had never worried about making money, nor did he think about how to make money. Most of the pills he had were spirit grade pills, and whether it was quality or grade, they were quite suitable for most cultivators, so he definitely wouldn't have to worry about selling them. Under Mina's lead, Yang Kai and her came to the shop opened by the Alchemist Guild. The old shop owner who had guided Yang Kai before gave him a very good price, not only getting back all the crystal stones he had spent, but also making a big profit. After purchasing enough materials, Yang Kai once again returned to the Alchemist Guild. Time flew by and soon a month had passed. After determining that the people in the Alchemist Guild had no malicious intentions towards him, Yang Kai decided to talk to Old Man Du. Yang Kai didn't plan to stay in the Alchemist Guild for the rest of his life. He had another purpose for entering the Alchemist Guild, which was to use his respected status as an alchemist to achieve his goal of finding Su Yan and his little senior sister. Is little friend looking for someone? Old Man Du was surprised after hearing Yang Kai's words. And my 2 senior sisters and 1 martial uncle. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't dare reveal the existence of the old demon. But since Meng Wuya was Xia Ning Cheng's master, he could be considered his martial uncle. Old Man Du's expression shook, thinking to himself that this was truly incredible. The behemoth behind Yang Kai suddenly had 3 successors, and obviously the identities of the other 2 women were also not trivial. Actually having a senior accompanying them, it was very likely that they were even more powerful than Yang Kai. If little friend is looking for someone, the guild can provide some help. This old master will send a letter to the other branches to pay attention. If there is any news, I will inform little friend as soon as possible. However, the guild has many trivial matters to attend to, so this old master can only offer his humble assistance. If little friend really wants to find them, he will have to find his own way. Many thanks, senior. This is already a great help, Yang Kai said seriously. Old Man Du hesitated for a moment before saying, if this is little friend's wish, this old master suggests little friend rely on the nearby forces and ask them for help. With your status as a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, I don't think any force will refuse you. No matter where you go, they will treat you as an honored guest. I have such an idea, but I am not familiar with the nearby forces, so I don't know which one to choose. I hope senior can give me some pointers. He really wasn't familiar with the nearby forces, so if he joined a force with bad intentions, it would be difficult for him to escape. If not for being forced into such a situation, Yang Kai wouldn't have had such an idea. So that's how it is. Old Man Du nodded slightly. Of the nearby forces, Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Soaring Heaven Sect, Ancient Moon Cave Heaven, and Luoshang Sect can be considered the best. If you want to choose from these 4 forces. However, don't go to Luoshang Sect, those people aren't easy to get along with. As for the remaining 3, and this old master has some friendship with these forces, so if I really want to choose one, it will be a bit difficult. Can I go to any of these 3 forces? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The reputation of these 3 forces is indeed quite good. Why don't you allow this old master to consider it carefully and give you an answer in a few days? Then I'll have to trouble Old Man Du. Little friend is too polite. The next few days passed uneventfully. Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy every day, while Mina often came to ask him for advice. One day when Old Man Du suddenly summoned him, Yang Kai put down what he was doing and came to Old Man Du's room. Yang Kai thought Old Man Du had made a decision and was going to recommend him to a certain force. But after opening the door, Yang Kai found that there was actually an unfamiliar face in the room. This man's aura was restrained and his eyes were shining brightly. As soon as Yang Kai entered the room, this man stared at him with great interest. A transcendent realm master. Yang Kai's heart clenched. Being able to give him such pressure, this man was at least a second-order transcendent. Old Man Du, Yang Kai greeted. Little friend, please sit. Old Man Du smiled. Is this the new alchemist in the association? The man looked at Yang Kai with interest and asked kindly. And he's a spirit-grade alchemist with excellent aptitude, Old Man Du said seriously. Spirit-grade. The man's expression changed as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. This old master won't lie. I believe Old Man Du. The man nodded solemnly. Little friend, allow me to introduce you. This is Elder Duan Hai of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Yang Kai nodded slightly to him in greeting. This old master has some friendship with Elder Duan. I don't know where Elder Duan heard the news that you have entered the association, but after learning that you have entered the association, he came here today to ask you to serve as an honored guest in Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Duan Hai smiled and said, It's not that I've been monitoring your alchemist guild. It's just that my junior brother came to Grand Boulder City one day to handle some business and happened to see me and this friend enter together. Junior brother knew that I have some friendship with Old Man Du, so he asked me to shamelessly come here and ask, otherwise, someone else might beat me to it. Old Man Du laughed dumbly. Since Yang Kai entered the Alchemist Guild, he had only gone out once, but he had not expected to be discovered by someone with good intentions. This could only be said to be a coincidence. I wonder if this friend is willing to enter my spirit religion? Duan Hai looked at Yang Kai expectantly. A spirit-grade alchemist was already a very good rank, but what was even more valuable was that this person was very young and obviously had extraordinary aptitude. If he could make him develop a sense of dependence and belonging to the spirit religion, in time, he would surely be able to become a saint-grade alchemist. Such a level of alchemist had never appeared in Bright Thunder spirit religion before. This was a long-term investment. Duan Hai had the vision and the courage to do so. Chapter 676. Today. If this friend is willing to live in my spirit religion and serve as an honored guest, my spirit religion is willing to provide very generous treatment, Duan Hai said sincerely. Duan Hai said sincerely. Although he was a transcendent and was at least a generation older than Yang Kai in terms of seniority, he still cordially called him friend. Brother Duan might as well tell me what kind of treatment you would like to offer first. Old Man Du knew that Yang Kai didn't know anything about this, so he took the initiative to inquire about Yang Kai. Duan Hai smiled wryly and shook his head. Old Man Du, since he is one of your people, how can I squeeze him dry? With a serious expression, he turned to Yang Kai and said, the spirit religion will provide you with herbs, and you can take 20% of the value of any pill you refine as a reward. In other words, if you refine a spirit pill worth 100 crystal stones, the spirit religion will give you 20 crystal stones. Old Man Du's expression changed and he nodded slightly. Yang Kai observed Old Man Du's expression and knew that this treatment would definitely not be bad. This is just the most basic condition. The spirit religion will provide you with the most comfortable alchemy environment and prioritize meeting your needs. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of my spirit religion, anything can be agreed to. What do you think? After Duan Hai finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai expectantly, waiting for his reply. To be honest, the conditions he proposed were already very generous. The 20% of benefits was not something an ordinary alchemist could obtain. Even if a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist was hired as an honored guest, they generally wouldn't be able to obtain such a percentage. If Yang Kai had any other requests, he could discuss them with him. Yang Kai frowned slightly, thought for a while, then looked at Old Man Du and asked, what does Senior think? The conditions are good, Old Man Du said honestly, but whether or not you want to go, it all depends on little friend's wishes. Since you are Old Man Du's friend, there should be no problem, Yang Kai grinned. In any case, he had already planned to find a force to rely on for the time being, so with Old Man Du's protection, he felt a lot more relieved. Duan Hai was overjoyed when he heard this and a smile appeared on his face. Friend really is easy to talk to, but the conditions need to change. Yang Kai changed the subject. I would like to hear the details, Duan Hai said solemnly. 20% of the profits. I don't want it, I only want 10%. Kai Yang raised a finger. Duan Hai and Old Man Du were both stunned. But they didn't interrupt and simply waited for him to continue. Since Kai Yang had taken the initiative to give up the benefits he deserved, it was obvious that he had other intentions. I hope you to help me of the spirit religion sect. Of course, Yang Kai didn't. What is it? Duan Hai asked. When the time comes, I will tell you. Moreover, I won't stay in Bright Thunder spirit religion forever. I hope that when I leave, I won't encounter any obstacles. That's easy. Duan Hai quickly nodded. My Bright Thunder spirit religion has more than one honored guest. Whether these honored guests stay or leave is entirely up to them. The spirit religion will never force them. No problem. Kai Yang smiled. Duan Hai was overjoyed. So it's settled then? Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Old Man Du smiled and said, congratulations, Brother Duan. In fact, this old master really doesn't want little friend to leave, but since little friend has his own matters to attend to, this old master can only reluctantly send him off. Duan Hai said meaningfully, how about Old Man Du come to my spirit religion as an honored guest? Isn't your appetite a bit too big? Old Man Du laughed dumbly. You actually want to hire this old master? A saint-grade alchemist, which great force wouldn't want one? I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it, Old Man Du said with a smile. Duan Hai's expression became bitter as he nodded. That's true. Shaking his head in distress, he turned to Yang Kai and asked, when is it convenient for friend to leave? I can leave at any time. How about now? Duan Hai asked with an impatient look. Yang Kai looked at him in amusement and nodded slightly. There's no time to lose, let's go, Duan Hai said and stood up. Allow me to say goodbye to a friend first, Yang Kai said before getting up and walking out the door to find Mina. These days they had been getting along quite well, so naturally, he wanted to inform her before leaving, otherwise it would be rude. Inside the room, Duan Hai and Old Man Du sat quietly. Suddenly, Old Man Du said in a low voice, Duan Hai, don't say this old master didn't warn you. This little friend is not an ordinary person. Once he arrives at your Thunder Light sect, don't neglect him. Duan Hai was stunned and quickly asked, what does Old Man Du mean? Duan slowly shook his head and no longer said anything. Duan Hai was confused. A moment later, Yang Kai returned and said goodbye to Mina. There was nothing he needed to pack up, so Duan Hai led him out of the Alchemist Guild. Mina waved goodbye to Yang Kai with a reluctant look on her face. During the time Yang Kai had been with her, her alchemy skills had improved by leaps and bounds, much faster than her own master had taught her, so naturally she was reluctant to part with him. Duan Hai waved his hand and wrapped Yang Kai in pure yuan qi before the two of them quickly rose into the air and flew out of Grand Boulder City. Along the way, Duan Hai's attitude towards Yang Kai was very amiable, overlooking the city below and introducing him to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's foundation and riches. In order to quickly make Yang Kai feel a sense of belonging, Duan Hai naturally spared no effort to praise Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. From his words, Yang Kai also learned a little about this force. Near the Snow Mountain Range, there were no less than 1,000 large and small peaks, and Bright Thunder Spirit Religion occupied a portion of them. After an hour or so, the two of them arrived at Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's territory. Landing on one of the mountain peaks, Yang Kai noticed that the air here was somewhat cold, but overall it was lush green and filled with rich world energy. Halfway up the mountain, many herbs were planted and their fragrance filled the air. At the top of the mountain there were a few simple houses. Duan Hai said, this used to be the residence of an honored alchemist of my spirit religion, but he resigned from his position a few months ago, so this place is currently ownerless. Would honored guest Yang like to live here? If you feel this place is too simple, you can also go to one of my spirit religion's gathering places. There's no need, this place is fine. Yang Kai nodded, very satisfied with this place. He didn't need to make friends with anyone here. Places with a lot of people would also be filled with disturbances. It was far better to live a carefree life here. Hearing this, Duan Hai smiled. Honored guest Yang really wants to achieve something in the alchemic way. I was really afraid you would want to go to a crowded place. Oh, Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Generally, honored guests who go to crowded places are those who like to pursue glory and wealth, power and fame. My spirit religion has never cared too much about such people. On the other hand, honored guest Yang's temperament is indifferent and will definitely achieve great things in the future. Duan Hai smiled. Right, this is an honored guest's nameplate. Please take it with you. With this nameplate, you will be able to travel unimpeded within my spirit religion. Except for some restricted areas, you can go anywhere. Saying so, he handed a dark nameplate to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, glanced at it for a moment, then put it away. I will send someone to assist you later. If you have any needs, you can tell me through him. You can also ask him to help you with some things. Yang Kai nodded slightly. If honored guest Yang has nothing else to say, this one will take his leave first. Duan Hai looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. That's all. Duan Hai nodded slightly, used his movement skill and quickly left. After he disappeared, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. This mountain peak wasn't very high, but it wasn't short either, about 1,000 meters in height. Standing at the top, surrounded by white clouds, it was like a fairyland. The conditions weren't bad, Yang Kai thought with a smile on his face. According to Duan Hai's words, from now on, until he resigned as an honored guest, this mountain peak would belong to him. Of course, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines growing on this mountain peak would still belong to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Yang Kai first walked around the mountain peak, inspecting the several acres of medicine fields and finding that these herbs were all thriving and didn't need to be taken care of by him. Obviously, there were people taking care of them from time to time. The world energy aura on this mountain peak was also abundant, making it very suitable for cultivation. After inspecting his own mountain, Yang Kai walked around the nearby peaks. In the nearby peaks, there were also honored guests from Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Everyone here was an alchemist, so they had many topics to talk about with each other. After learning that Yang Kai was actually a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, these honored guests were all shocked and couldn't help sighing with emotion. Yang Kai also learned a lot about Bright Thunder Spirit religion from chatting with them. Overall, this force was quite good. Indeed, as Duan Hai had said before, the treatment given to honored guests was quite generous. If an honored guest wanted to leave, they wouldn't force them to stay, and would only send them off with generous gifts. Moreover, every honored guest had a capable helper by his side, and those helpers, without exception, were all beautiful women with delicate bodies. After living a lonely life for so many years, these alchemists naturally needed beauties. These helpers were all sent by Bright Thunder Spirit religion to assist and serve these alchemists so they could meet all their requirements. Moreover, these helpers were all willing to stay here. It could even be said that in order to become an honored guest's helper, there would be internal competition within Bright Thunder Spirit religion. After all, alchemists had noble identities. Being able to marry an alchemist was also their hope. On top of that, these mountain peaks were good places to cultivate. In a crowded area, there wasn't much world energy, so cultivating here would be of great help to the improvement of one's strength. Staying by an alchemist's side, there would be no shortage of pills for cultivation. These various benefits naturally attracted many people's attention. Yang Kai wandered around for 2 or 3 days in a row, visiting many of his peers and familiarizing himself with them. He also gained a good understanding of Bright Thunder Spirit religion and saw just how big and rich this force was. The forces of the central capital really couldn't be compared to here. Not only was there a huge disparity in the cultivation of masters, but in terms of world energy, materials, secret arts, and martial records, Tongxian realm was far ahead of the central capital. After realizing these differences, Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. 3 days later, Yang Kai returned home. As soon as he arrived at the peak of his mountain, his expression changed. This was because he sensed the presence of a living being in one of the houses. Had the helper Duan Hai mentioned already arrived? Chapter 677. After carefully examining this person, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming startled. He found that he seemed to recognize this person because her aura gave Yang Kai a familiar feeling. Thinking so, Yang Kai walked over to the room where the person was staying and pushed the door open. With a creak, the person who was meditating inside the room was obviously frightened and quickly jumped up, looking around vigilantly. After seeing Yang Kai's face, the person was surprised and asked curiously, "How come it's you? We meet again." Yang Kai smiled at the other party. He had not expected that the helper Duan Hai would send over was actually the woman he had met in the snow mountain range, Ji Meng. Her golden clothes couldn't hide her proud figure. She had an impeccable height, a magnificent bosom, slender and straight legs, and a ponytail that was tied up behind her head. It was dark and soft, reaching all the way to her waist and buttocks. She looked youthful, beautiful, and radiant. At this moment, Ji Meng was staring at Yang Kai in surprise, apparently not expecting to see him again. Suddenly, her expression changed. She looked around vigilantly and asked anxiously, "Why are you here? This is not a place you can come and go as you please." Yang Kai was stunned. Without saying a word, Ji Meng rushed over and grabbed Yang Kai's clothes. "You are not my spirit religion's disciple. This is the residence of one of my spirit religion's honored guests. You should leave quickly if he sees you. I'm afraid it won't be good." "Honored guest?" Yang Kai showed a strange smile. What kind of honored guest? Seeing her like this, it seemed she didn't know anything about his arrival. All she knew was that a new honored guest had moved in. He seems to be a spirit-grade alchemist with a very strong background. Elder Duan asked me to take care of him. As she spoke, seeing Yang Kai standing in place, Ji Meng couldn't help feeling a little anxious and stamped her foot. "What are you still standing here for? Do you want to die? Is it that serious?" Yang Kai's smile became more and more interesting. "It's very serious. Trespassing into my spirit religion's honored guest's residence. Any spirit religion's disciple can kill you. What are those disciples guarding the mountain doing? Why did they let you in? Then why don't you do it? Why would I do anything to you? You're such a strange person. Hurry up and leave before he comes back. If he sees you, he'll be in trouble. If he sees you, it will be troublesome. Saying so, she tried to push Yang Kai away, her face filled with anxiety. You're so anxious to drive me away. Are you afraid that honored guests will see you? Is that person a man? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked jokingly. Ji Ming blushed and shouted, What does it have to do with you? Aren't you meddling too much? I'm just asking. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and grinned meaningfully. I heard that the helpers of your Bright Thunder Spirit religion's honored guests will be able to satisfy all their requests, and there is even a good chance that they will be able to marry you. Is Estia's honored guest. SG Meng's tender body couldn't help trembling. Her beautiful eyes overflowed with panic as she shook her head. No, Elder Duan said that honored guest is not old, otherwise I wouldn't have come here. Although I don't know what kind of person he is. But he's definitely not an old man. You're really hateful, why are you slandering others? Yang Kai stared at her deeply and nodded slightly. What do you mean? Nothing. Are you going or not? Don't force me to kill you. Ji Ming's expression became somewhat displeased. Yang Kai's pestering really made her feel quite depressed, so her tone became somewhat impatient. Good, I won't mess around with you. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, no longer in the mood to continue teasing her. Reaching out, he took out the black nameplate Duan Hai had given him before leaving and handed it to Ji Ming. Do you recognize what this is? Duan Hai didn't seem to have told you much. Honored guest's nameplate? Ji Ming couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. How did you? A complicated light suddenly flashed across her beautiful eyes as she asked incredulously. You wouldn't be the new honored guest, right? Yang Kai nodded and put away the nameplate again. Ji Ming was stunned. She had been waiting here for 2 days, wondering what kind of person this new honored guest was and how old he was, but she had never expected him to actually be Yang Kai. He was too young. Greetings, honored guest master. Ji Ming's expression was complicated as she quickly bowed. There's no need to be so formal. Yang Kai shook his head. After Ji Ming learned about his identity, she had instantly become respectful, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the one Elder Duan was talking about. I thought you had sneaked in, I really didn't know, Ji Ming hurriedly explained. It's fine. Yang Kai glanced at her with a smile before turning around and walking inside. Outside the room, Ji Ming opened her mouth to speak but then hesitated, a look of annoyance on her face. She wanted to cry but no tears came out. She had hoped to leave a good impression on this new honored guest, but she hadn't expected to overreach herself. Not only did she fail to leave a good impression on him, but she had also ruined their relationship. Thinking of how she had inadvertently revealed her thoughts just now, Ji Ming was filled with regret. She didn't know what he would think of her now, but in his mind she had probably become a woman who would do anything for benefits. Oh, Bright Thunder Spirit Religion Headquarters. Inside a palace, Duan Hai, who had just settled down, hadn't even had time to rest when a person hurriedly walked in from outside. Duan Hai looked up and chuckled. Junior brother Su. Big brother Duan, what about the matter I told you before? Su Qi quickly asked, a faint sense of urgency in his voice. Duan Hai smiled. Junior brother Su, don't you usually not pay much attention to the spirit religion? Why are you so interested this time? But you did give me some good news, so I didn't disappoint and invited that person over. Really? Su Qi heard this and was overjoyed. Naturally, he arrived at my spirit religion 3 days ago, and is now at one of the peaks where honored guest lives. I have sent a female disciple with excellent aptitude to serve him. I believe he will soon forget to return, Duan Hai said as he stood up. Walking over, Duan Hai personally poured a cup of tea for Su Qi and praised Junior brother. This time it is all thanks to you. My spirit religion is rarely able to win over such a good seedling. He will definitely be of great use to us in the future. I will report this matter to the religion master, and there will be no shortage of rewards for you. Su Qi's expression was strange, not showing the slightest trace of happiness after hearing these words. Duan Hai saw this and couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Is there something else you want to say? Big brother. I won't hide it from you, the reason I asked you to personally invite him over was not because of his identity as an alchemist. Then why? Su Qi released his divine sense slightly. After checking his surroundings and confirming that there was no one else nearby, he beckoned to Duan Hai. Seeing him act so solemnly, Duan Hai couldn't help becoming serious, quickly realizing something was amiss and leaning over to listen. It's because of the coffin-carrying man. Duan Hai's body shook as he stared at Su Qi in amazement. After a long time he lowered his voice and asked, "What do you mean? What relationship does he have with the coffin-carrying man?" "I don't know. Big brother, do you remember the last time I took some people out, I accidentally encountered the coffin-carrying man?" "Of course I remember. The other disciples and I followed the coffin-carrying man. We arrived at Bold Independent Union's raging flame city. There, the coffin-carrying man stopped, and Big Brother should have heard about what happened next. I heard that the coffin-carrying man captured a disciple from Bold Independent Union and then disappeared. He wasn't a disciple of Bold Independent Union. After the incident, we found that this person's origins were unclear, but he had some kind of friendship with two female disciples from Bold Independent Union. The person who was captured by the coffin-carrying man was the honored guest that Big Brother invited back." "What?" Duan Hai paled. "It really was him. Are you sure you weren't mistaken?" Su Qi also shook his head. "To be honest, I really thought I was mistaken. When I accidentally saw him in Grand Boulder City that day, I could hardly believe my eyes. However, I am 100% certain that he was the one who was captured by the coffin-carrying man. How could such a thing happen?" Everyone thought that after being captured by the coffin-carrying man, there was no chance of survival, but now that Yang Kai had actually reappeared, it was only natural that Su Qi was concerned. "Big brother, you also know what the coffin-carrying man means. There is a rumor that the coffin-carrying man is guarding a shocking treasure, enough to allow any great force to grow into a giant. This person was able to survive under the coffin-carrying man's hands. Perhaps he knows something about it. At the very least, he should know where the coffin-carrying man is hiding better than anyone else. If my spirit religion can obtain this treasure, we can sweep aside the nearby Soaring Heaven sect, Luoshang sect, and Ancient Moon Cave Heaven and dominate this world." "That's just a legend." Duan Hai slowly shook his head. "But it's worth a try. He's also a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist." "Is that so?" Su Qi was also shocked. An old man Du of Grand Boulder City was very optimistic about him. Before he left with me, Old Man Du told me not to neglect him, saying that his origins may be extraordinary. Old Man Du said that about him? Su Qi was surprised, but according to the information we collected more than a year ago, although his origins aren't clear, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Not clear, but it's worth paying attention to. Duan Hai took a deep breath. Su Qi also seemed to have been splashed with cold water, his restless expression quickly converging as he carefully thought about the information he had collected about Yang Kai before. Suddenly, he found that there were indeed many suspicious points. What you want to do, Big Brother can decide for himself. Whether you want to cultivate him to become a pillar of my spirit religion or give him a chance, Junior Brother will listen to you. Su Qi no longer tried to persuade him and instead left the decision to Duan Hai. Such a young spirit-grade alchemist was truly a rare talent. It had not been easy to invite him here, so if they really offended him, it would be a great loss to the spirit religion. Duan Hai nodded slightly and waved his hand. Su Qi slowly withdrew. After Su Qi left, Duan Hai closed his eyes and fell into contemplation, his expression hesitant and difficult. The legendary name of the coffin-carrying man had been circulating throughout the continent for countless years, and there were countless rumors about him. However, many masters believed that the coffin-carrying man was hiding a shocking secret, and the blood coffin on his back was also something that many people cared about. If not for this, there would not have been so many transcendent realm masters following behind the coffin-carrying man, all of them wanting to pry into his mysteries. Chapter 678. It had been almost a month since he arrived at Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, and Yang Kai had gradually adapted to life here. When Ji Meng came last time, she had brought a lot of herbs to Yang Kai under Duan Hai's orders. Yang Kai refined every day, not daring to refine too many spirit pills so as not to attract unnecessary attention. He only refined 2 or 3 spirit pills a day at the speed of an ordinary alchemist. The rest of his time was spent cultivating himself or prying into the mysteries of the true alchemic way. After getting along with each other for a month, Yang Kai found that Jimeng had become a lot more cautious. Whenever she faced him, she always gave off a sense of weakness and caution, a far cry from the casual and happy attitude she had displayed in the Snow Mountain Range. Usually, she would just hide in another room and cultivate so she didn't see Yang Kai many times. Yang Kai was busy with his own affairs and didn't pay much attention to her, which made Jimeng feel very uncomfortable. Sometimes she wanted to find Yang Kai and talk to him to improve their relationship, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. One day a month later, while Yang Kai was meditating, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Jimeng pushed the door open and entered. Standing at the doorway and bowing politely, Honored master." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai chuckled and glanced at her casually. "It's time to hand over the pills you've refined during this time. I need to deliver the pills you've refined to the spirit religion's great altar," Jimeng explained softly. This was one of the tasks Duan Hai had assigned her. Every month, the helpers of the honored alchemists would collect the pills they refined during this time and deliver them to Duan Hai for the spirit religion's internal use. Yang Kai nodded, took out the pills he had refined during this time, and handed them to Jimeng. Jimeng thanked him and took them, biting her red lips as she hesitated. Her expression was difficult. Yang Kai said casually, "I heard other alchemists say that as long as you have my permission, you can take a few pills for your own use, is that right?" Jimeng nodded gently. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Then take 5 Spirit Dawn and use them yourself." Although the materials used in alchemy were provided by Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, when an alchemist was refining, there was a high chance of failure. Once such a phenomenon occurred, there was a high chance of failure. Then the materials would be wasted. Therefore, only the alchemist himself and his helpers knew how many pills the alchemist refined every month. In this way, before they were sent to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's main altar, they could use some tricks. As long as it was within the acceptable range of the spirit religion, these alchemist guest elders would choose to withhold a small portion of the pills, using them as capital to train their own helpers. In this way, not only could his helper benefit, but he could also gain a good impression of him and make him assist him more attentively. This was an open secret and Duan Hai was well aware of it, but he had never tried to stop it. This was because a small portion of the spirit dawn that the alchemist masters had withheld were ultimately used on the disciples of the divine sect. Since these women with outstanding aptitude were sent here to serve and take care of the alchemists, Duan Hai also hoped that they could quickly grow up and one day become pillars of the spirit religion. Yang Kai was also chatting with the other alchemists. This was the information he had gathered. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Jimeng couldn't help feeling overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Many thanks, honored master. I will definitely make good use of these 5 Spirit Dawn." She was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator, so the benefits these Spirit Dawn could bring to her were enormous. Yang Kai didn't say anything more. Instead, he wrote down how many Spirit Dawn he had refined this month. He asked her to bring them to Duan Hai. Jimeng was extremely grateful and quickly left the mountain peak. After returning to the spirit religion's main altar, Jimeng handed over the Spirit Dawn and Yang Kai's receipt to Duan Hai. Duan Hai counted the number of Spirit Dawn and nodded with satisfaction. Just as Jimeng was about to leave, Duan Hai called out to her. "Is there something else, Elder?" Jimeng asked curiously. "What do you think of him?" Duan Hai suddenly asked a question that Jimeng couldn't understand. "He's alright, but he's a bit taciturn and doesn't communicate with others. I've been there for a month and haven't spoken more than 10 words to him." "You haven't spoken to him much?" Duan Hai was surprised. "Then did he ever?" Jimeng blushed and quickly shook her head. Duan Hai's brow furrowed as he said with some displeasure, "You should be clear about the purpose of sending you there. These honored guests are the foundation of my spirit religion's development, but they are only honored guests and can leave at any time. You must firmly grasp onto him and make him willingly enter my spirit religion and become a disciple." "Disciple understands," Jimeng nodded. "Are you qualified for this job? If not, I can send someone else. My spirit religion does not lack beautiful women." "Disciple will do her best." Jimeng grit her teeth and replied. "Good, go. I look forward to your performance." Duan Hai waved his hand. Jimeng left with a heavy heart. After she left, Duan Hai shook his head and turned to Su Qi, who was sitting nearby and listening. Junior brother, it seems that this person really doesn't intend to stay in my spirit religion for long. When I brought him here, he also said the same thing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a hot-blooded young man like him to remain indifferent when faced with beautiful women all day long. This shows that he has his own persistence and purpose. This kind of person is always very assertive and difficult to control. Su Qi also sighed. But at that time he said that when the time was right, he would need my spirit religion to do him a favor. But I don't know what it is. Duan Hai was puzzled. What does senior brother plan to do? Let's wait and see. Bold Independent Union has already sent someone to inquire about him carefully. Such a young spirit-grade alchemist. I really can't bear to see such a thing happen. Su Qi also nodded in agreement. If possible, they didn't want to offend Yang Kai, and were instead more than happy to make friends with him. After Ji Meng returned, Yang Kai obviously found that she was a bit depressed and seemed to have many things on her mind. Yang Kai didn't ask. It was normal for a woman to have things on her mind. Asking too much would only lead to trouble, so he continued to immerse himself in his own affairs every day. Although the friendship between Old Man Du and Duan Hai served as a guarantee, Yang Kai wasn't stupid enough to trust Duan Hai. During this time, Yang Kai had also been investigating Bright Thunder Spirit religion, wanting to know if he could confidently ask this great force to help him find the whereabouts of Su Yan and his little senior sister. If it really didn't work out, Yang Kai wouldn't hesitate to leave this place. He definitely couldn't return to Bold Independent Union. So many people had seen him being taken away by Coffin Slave. If he were to appear in Bold Independent Union now, he would definitely become the center of attention. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his shoulder blade as the hidden wind and thunder force inside him began acting up again. Yang Kai awoke from his meditation, but before he even opened his eyes, he smelled an intoxicating fragrance. Looking up in amazement, Yang Kai saw Ji Meng standing by his bed, staring at him faintly, a complex light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Ji Meng blushed, seemingly a little flustered, but she quickly calmed down, grit her teeth, leaned over, and sat down on the edge of the bed, squeezing out a reluctant smile as she whispered, "Aren't you even a little bit tempted?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's expression became strange. "What do you think?" Ji Meng stared at him intently. Even though her face was a bit shy, she still acted extremely boldly, taking the initiative to grab Yang Kai's hand and guiding it to cover her breasts. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai was shocked as he felt the firm fullness and amazing elasticity of her breasts. He hadn't expected Ji Meng to suddenly do such a thing. On the palm of his hand, a small bulge gradually hardened. Ji Meng's breathing became heavy as her cheeks burned as she swept her eyes over Yang Kai's lower body, her little hand trembling as she groped around. All the disciples who were sent here as honored guests were mentally prepared. "You honored guests can do whatever you want." Yang Kai grabbed her little hand and frowned. "Is this your will or Duan Hai's order? Does it matter?" "Ji Meng, this is not your nature. Why make things difficult for yourself?" Ji Meng's expression froze for a moment before she ground her teeth. "Are you still a man? You're already like this, yet you're still so indifferent." Yang Kai just smiled. "Whether I'm a man or not, I don't need to prove it to you. But last time at the Snow Mountain Range, you said you wanted to show me." Ji Meng approached him, her fragrant scent filling his nostrils, intoxicating his heart. "I don't like women who are too coquettish, but if you want to play with me, I can satisfy you." Yang Kai grinned. "Then let's play." Ji Meng glared at Yang Kai hatefully. Yang Kai's smile became even more wicked as he reached out and pulled Ji Meng over, placing her on the bed, his big hands covering her full breasts and rubbing them. "What are you doing?" Ji Meng was shocked. Just a moment ago this bastard had displayed a look of indifference, but now he was suddenly behaving like a beast. She really couldn't handle it. "As you wish," Yang Kai grinned evilly. "Then you have to promise me one thing," Ji Meng hurriedly said. Being rubbed by Yang Kai like this, Ji Meng's beautiful eyes suddenly blurred as she gently moaned, her cheeks turning pink as her tender body heated up. "What is it?" "After you take me, you have to join my spirit religion and become my disciple." "What if I say no?" "Then when you think it through, you can take me. Until then, except for this, you can do whatever you want." Hearing her haggle with him like this, Yang Kai's enthusiasm suddenly cooled. Frowning, He reached out and pulled her up, lightly saying, "It's late, go back and rest." Ji Ming stared at him in a daze, her face full of disappointment and resentment. She found that she seemed to be a bit too anxious. With a complicated expression, Ji Ming quickly tidied up her messy clothes and slowly left. After she left, Yang Kai smiled faintly. He believed that after suffering such a loss, this woman wouldn't be so presumptuous in front of him again. Yang Kai originally had a good impression of this woman, thinking that she was open-minded, straightforward, and always spoke her mind. But now it seemed that it wasn't a good idea to have too much contact with her. It was best to keep a certain distance from her, so as to avoid being entangled with her in the future. Chapter 679. Time flew by and soon, Yang Kai had been in Bright Thunder Spirit religion for 2 months. 2 months was not a long time, but it was also not a short time. Yang Kai still couldn't make up his mind whether or not to rely on Bright Thunder Spirit religion to achieve his goals. During this time, Yang Kai discovered that Bright Thunder Spirit religion also had many shady dealings, which made him uneasy. After Ji Meng returned from the second spirit pill payment to Bright Thunder Spirit religion's main altar, she reported to Yang Kai, "Elder Duan wants to invite you to the main altar." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow. "What's the matter?" "Elder didn't say." Ji Meng shook her head. "He just wants you to go there as soon as possible. He has something important to discuss with you." "And I understand." Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai nodded. Duan Hai had not shown his face since bringing him here last time. As the great elder of Bright Thunder Spirit religion, he must have many things to deal with, something Yang Kai could understand. "Shall we go now?" Ji Meng asked inquisitively. "In." Yang Kai didn't delay and nodded before following Ji Meng in the direction of Bright Thunder Spirit religion's main altar. This was Yang Kai's first time going to Bright Thunder Spirit religion's main altar, so he was unfamiliar with the place and naturally needed Ji Meng to lead the way. After flying for a long time, they gradually arrived at a crowded place. Looking down from the sky, Yang Kai could see a large number of buildings and many cultivators wearing golden robes walking about. Up in the sky there were also many people flying about, clearly in a hurry. The whole of Bright Thunder Spirit religion was full of vitality, with countless cultivators and masters emerging one after another. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly as he watched. Bright Thunder Spirit religion was not a great force in Tongxian realm, nor was it one of the top forces in the surrounding several thousand kilometers. At the very top was Soaring Heaven sect, a powerful force with a Saint Realm Master presiding over it. Other forces such as Luoshang sect and Ancient Moon Cave Heaven were also stronger than Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Among these 4 forces, the Thunder Light sect was the weakest, but it still had a good foundation. This was a gap that Yang Kai's world couldn't compare to. As Ji Meng landed in front of a magnificent building, Yang Kai showed his guest elder nameplate. The disciple guarding the entrance hurriedly bowed respectfully, as if he had never seen such a young guest elder before. He frequently cast sidelong glances at Yang Kai with a shocked expression on his face. "You can go up from here. Elder Duan is waiting for you there," Ji Meng said. "You're not going?" "I don't have the right to enter," Ji Meng stuttered. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Then wait for me here for a moment. We'll go back together." "Okay," Ji Meng replied happily. They went up the stairs one by one. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai finally arrived in front of the main hall. The door opened and Yang Kai stepped in. Duan Hai was waiting inside. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, he quickly smiled and got up to greet him. "Elder Duan." Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted. "Honored guest Yang, I haven't seen you in 2 months. How have you been?" "Not bad. Are my spirit religion's disciples attentive to your needs? If honored guest Yang is not satisfied with her, I can replace her for you. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." "No need. Ji Meng is quite good." Yang Kai shook his head. "Then it's up to you." Duan Hai smiled and invited Yang Kai to take a seat. A disciple served him some fragrant tea. After drinking for a while, Yang Kai asked, "I don't know why Elder Duan asked me to come here this time. What can I do for you?" "I wouldn't dare." Duan Hai quickly waved his hand and said modestly, "There's nothing special this time. It's just that every honored guest has come to my spirit religion. Every time a guest comes here, I'll have a chat with them." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, knowing that the other party was trying to establish a relationship with him. This was a method all great forces used to win over people's hearts. I heard honored guest Yang say before that you cannot stay in the spirit religion for long. May this Duan ask if honored guest Yang has something important to do? Duan Hai asked with a smile. If there's something you need, honored guest Yang must not be polite. Just say the word and my spirit religion will help you. When the time comes, I won't be polite, Yang Kai chuckled. That would be for the best. Duan Hai nodded gently. Right, honored guest Yang said before that when the time was right, he would ask my spirit religion for a favor. May I ask if that time is right now? Yang Kai shook his head. I see, Duan Hai laughed heartily. It seems that honored guest Yang doesn't have much attachment to my spirit religion, nor does he have any intention of belonging to it. In fact, he even has some distrust. Yang Kai frowned as he stared deeply at Duan Hai, unable to help becoming a little vigilant. Duan Hai's words had a deep meaning. If possible, this Duan would very much like for honored guest Yang to join my spirit religion and become a part of it. Duan Hai's expression suddenly became solemn. However, honored guest Yang doesn't seem to have such an intention, and this Duan can't wait to find out the secrets of your body. Saying so, Duan Hai gently stomped his feet on the ground. Suddenly, with Yang Kai as the center, a series of spirit array lines appeared on the ground around him. These spirit array lines quickly shrank and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai paled and quickly circulated his yuan qi. However, as soon as yuan qi moved, he felt a stabbing pain in his meridians, as if hundreds of millions of ants were gnawing at him. His physique couldn't help shuddering, and the strength he had just condensed instantly collapsed. Elder Duan, what is the meaning of this? Yang Kai didn't show the slightest panic as he examined his own condition while staring coldly at Duan Hai. Duan Hai shook his head in disappointment, a look of hesitation appearing on his face as he said, I'm sorry, honored guest Yang. In fact, this Duan didn't want to do this. A spirit-grade alchemist of your age would be a huge asset to my spirit religion. But unfortunately, you have no intention of joining my spirit religion. I believe that even if I try, I won't be able to win you over. Heh. Yang Kai laughed. Elder Duan, I haven't done anything to harm Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, have I? You really haven't. As I said, this Duan only did this because he had no other choice. Duan Hai shook his head heavily. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Although he didn't understand the reason behind this, it was a fact that he had fallen into the other party's trap. The reason he had come to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion was entirely because of Old Mandu, so in this current situation was Old Mandu involved? Thinking so, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the screen behind Duan Hai and coldly said, Can this friend come out? There's no point in hiding like this. He faintly felt that Duan Hai's sudden change in attitude had a lot to do with the person hiding behind the screen. Su Qi was startled when he heard this, not expecting the other party's intuition to be so sharp. After thinking about it for a moment, he also showed himself. After seeing Su Qi's face, Yang Kai suddenly understood. He had seen this person before. Outside Bold Independent Union's raging Flame City, he had seen him among the group of people chasing the coffin-carrying man. No wonder Yang Kai felt that the name Bright Thunder Spirit Religion was familiar. It turned out that he had heard Yun Xian mention it before. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly understood. The root of all this was the coffin-carrying man, so that's how it is. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Tong Xian realm was so big, he hadn't expected that as soon as he came out of the mysterious small world, he would be targeted. Back in Raging Flame City, only a few people had witnessed the scene of him being captured by the coffin-carrying man. Who would have thought that something like this would happen today? Even if Yang Kai had been vigilant, he could not have avoided such a situation. An honored guest Yang should know that what you have is my unique seal. Don't even think about breaking it. The more you use your yuan qi, the more uncomfortable you will feel. Duan Hai looked at Yang Kai with some regret and said, This Duan doesn't want to embarrass you. As long as you cooperate obediently, I promise I won't harm you. Yang Kai sneered, Elder Duan, aren't you afraid Old Mandu will find out and hold you responsible? Duan Hai shook his head. Although Old Mandu thinks highly of you if he asks, this Duan has an explanation. Honored guest Yang doesn't need to worry about this. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he realized that Old Mandu should not know anything about this matter. making him feel somewhat relieved. If even Old Man Du had plotted against him, Yang Kai could only blame himself for being too stupid. Feeling the cultivation of Duan Hai and Su Qi, Yang Kai restrained himself and didn't act rashly. These two were both second-order transcendents, so even if he used his full strength, it would be impossible for him to escape from their grasp. What's more, this was Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's headquarters, where there were countless masters, and he was under the seal that sealed Yuan Qi. Blindly acting would only make the situation worse. May I ask why Elder Duan waited until today to act against me? You could have acted the moment I arrived. Yang Kai made up his mind to stall for time, looking for an opportunity to escape. Duan Hai helplessly said, "This Duan already said that I think highly of you and didn't want to act against you. And Old Man Du also told me that you have a very strong backer. However, after 2 months of observation, this Duan discovered that you will leave sooner or later, and that you are not as simple as Old Man Du said, a little brat from some remote backwater village. So Elder Duan has nothing to fear?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. Duan Hai didn't comment. "Honored guest Yang, I won't waste words with you. The reason I did this is because I want to know the secret of the coffin-carrying man. What happened after you were captured by him? How did you escape from his grasp and where is he hiding? If honored guest Yang can tell me this, I can let you go." "I don't know," Yang Kai chuckled. Killing people to silence them was something Yang Kai had done before, so naturally he wouldn't believe Duan Hai so easily. Since Duan Hai dared to do such a thing, he would not hesitate to do so. As long as Yang Kai kept this secret, Duan Hai wouldn't really do anything to him. But if he did, Yang Kai was certain he would become a corpse the next moment. "Brother, don't waste your breath with him. A mere peak immortal ascension boundary brat. Let me use my soul-searching technique to dig out the secrets of his knowledge." See. Su Qi walked over and said coldly. Duan Hai sighed, "Honored guest Yang, as you can see, this junior brother of mine isn't as good-natured as I am. His temperament is quite impatient. If you don't want to become an idiot because of my soul-searching technique, you might as well cooperate with me." One was playing the good cop while the other was playing the bad cop, both of them wanting to use words to break Yang Kai's psychological barrier and force him to obediently submit. Their intentions were extremely sinister. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.